We are now live from the studio for Gamers Without Borders 2022. $20 million already donated over the last 2 years to charities, and another $10 million will be donated by the end of all this. Of course, this Gamers Without Borders is only the beginning, though. Leads through into a LAN. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm Killer Pigeon. What am I about? I need to introduce my folks because we're here for a Dota tournament, folks. And on that note, I do need some panelists here to talk about the Dotes. And of course, I'm going to be joined by the wonderful Wagamama and Danok. How is it going, lads? I see you a little bit cozy there. It looks like you've become a little bit roomies.
We're nice and snug here. Thank you for having us here as well. You know, we're happy to join you. And yeah, this is the first time that me and Danok are actually working together, but we're getting real intimate here, you know?
Absolutely. It's going to be exciting, you know, the meshing between, the European styles, the Asian styles. I'm keen to see how it works out, and always a pleasure to have your lovely face up here next to me, Morgan.
Yeah, and boys, we are here for the Dotes, but also here for a good cause. There are a lot of charities out there doing a lot of good things to the world, and we wanted to do whatever we could give back, which is why Games Without Borders, over the course of this entire tournament, are going to be donating a hefty $10 million. $2 million, of course, which will be donated by the end of this element of the tournament. You can see that we are sending it to a bunch of different good causes, UNICEF, Gavi, Direct Relief. We decided that we wanted to help all the humanitarian efforts, whether it's related to, currently ongoing issues with COVID, or maybe there's just dire consequences in countries that need attention. We're trying to do what we can to help. And a really big shout out to the organizers, because $10 million a year, it's no small feat to put together to give away to people in need.
Yeah, I mean, it's really awesome. It's, the world needs it. It's really cool to have a tournament where you can actually have, some good done. And I think a lot of teams are probably happy about that too. Obviously, they're here competing for prize money for themselves, but they can also give back to charity. It's a really cool thing.
And you just have to consider the amounts as well, right? When you compare it to some of the big tournaments that have gone on in the recent times, $2 million for charity, it eclipses some of them. So really well done there by Gamers Without Borders.
And of course, these players, they aren't just playing to be nice to charity. There is an idea behind this, a goal at the end of the day, a $4 million tournament to look forward to if they do qualify. Let's check out the format to see how this is going to break down. Because of course, we have got a few different regions playing. You can see we've got Europe, Asia, and Saudi Arabia. Now, I know what you're thinking, Saudi Arabia. I haven't seen too many pros there, but don't worry. It's actually quite a spicy region. While we do have 4 teams from each region, only one will make it through. And what they are fighting for is an opportunity to go and fly out to Riyadh for the largest live gaming and esports event being hosted later this year in July. $4 million up for grabs in Dota 2 alone there.
I mean, that is absolutely an obscene amount of prize money right now. I mean, outside of TI, there's nothing really that huge. So I think all the teams should be pretty serious going into this. Obviously, we have a major coming around the corner as well, but I don't think anyone can really afford to hold back here. You got to bring your A game.
Yeah, absolutely. And even just having a look at this charity prize pool split, obviously 4 teams per region. Even if you end up going out in those 2 best-of-3 series back-to-back, you're still going to have a hefty chunk of change to be able to donate to the charity of your choice. So, obviously the teams are going to be trying their best to be able to get the lion's share to potentially qualify to that LAN event. But, even if things don't work out for you, you're still going to be able to provide a lot to a lot of people in need.
Yeah, I love that they've done that, right? It's not just the fact that we're providing to people in need, it's that we've given options to the teams. And speaking of teams, let's actually check in on them because, we just mentioned there's 3 different regions. There's a lot to break down. Let's start off on the left here because it's going to be how each day begins. Asia, looking pretty stacked here as we've got Boom Esports, RNG, eHome, Enigma Galaxy SEA. Talk me through this, Danog. Who are we watching? Who's the star in your eyes here?
I mean, the star has to be Boom, right? Honestly, the first series that we're going to be covering is Boom versus Enigma Galaxy SEA, which were 2 teams that didn't get the chance to play each other during the DPC. There were some electricity issues, and it meant that Enigma C got that default victory. So I wonder if Boom have a little bit of spice added to this matchup, because they're certainly going to be wanting to prove themselves.
Yeah, there should be a lot of excitement for them to actually finally get to play this matchup and see, how they're going to perform. Obviously, I agree with you. I think Boom plays some outstanding Dota. They've been strong for a long time right now. So just looking to see if they're going to come in on their A game here as well, which seems to be, a very reliable team.
Yeah, and when we look at Enigma Galaxy SEA, of course, there was a last-second switch-up in the team, right? Like the captain left, the POS 5 role needed to be filled. How are we feeling about who they've got in as a replacement last second?
I think Boombell's a pretty solid player. You know, he's been around for a long time. He was doing a lot of the leading on the Motivate Trust roster when he was playing with them. He is still officially listed as a stand-in on the official Nigma Galaxy Twitter account. They made sure to use that wording in particular. And so I wonder how much of it is going to be him in-game captaining, because I know that coach 343, aka Adam, still does a fair amount of the prep work, drafting, all that sort of stuff for them.
Yeah, but even so, though, you still have the in-game captaining, right? The leading and how is it going to work? The dynamic has to have changed. So that can sometimes be a good thing, right? When you change something up, it can work phenomenally immediately. So we'll see. Hopefully they are stronger.
Well, speaking of strong regions, maybe some people be underwriting our second option here, which is Saudi Arabia, because we don't get to see this region specifically a lot, but I think we need to talk about that a little bit, because this region, although a lot of the names might not be notable to people, HSS Flow, Orido, O1 Esports, of course, D-Boosters, best name of all of them, they are full of notable names, right? We were talking a lot about this before show, like, Waga, one of your former teammates is even on one of those squads, right?
That's true. We've got Stormstormer playing in there as well, together with Fishman playing in 01 Esports. And you have a lot of familiar names in here. We got Funnick here, and, you know, Shad. There's a bunch of players who are joining in. But I think this will serve a good purpose of, you know, shining some spotlight on the local players and see how they're going to play, because every team has some local players as well.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what sort of mentorship these, you know, more experienced players, the ones that have played in the DPC, whether it be Division 1 or Division 2, are going to be able to provide for some of the Saudi players. I mean, we saw recently a full, was it Iranian team that was playing in Division 2, Winter Bear, I believe?
Yeah, you're thinking Winter Bears, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be really cool to see if potentially it could lead to a Saudi Arabian team, you know, potentially taking one of those spots in the future with the knowledge that they get from playing with some of these more experienced players.
Absolutely love that idea. Like, you know, we've seen this kind of element of, you know, you bring in a team of complete amateurs maybe to face off against the pros. Sometimes that could be a little bit overwhelming. I'm going to love to see the dynamics of play when you've got, you know, internationally recognizable stars on some of these teams joining in and bolstering that lineup. And of course, running out a region that already has bolstered lineups, it almost feels like a crime to not talk about them or even leave them to last. It is Europe, where we have got quite a godly stack. In fact, 3 of the 4 teams here attending the upcoming major, only one of them that was unable to slide in there naturally. Of course, the one that most people would have been expecting to begin this year, Nigma Galaxy. Well, the guys that have a lot to prove here after failing to Stockholm.
Yeah, Nigma, they haven't had the best run in the recent DPC season, but this is another big chance to, you know, better themselves and do well. They did play strong at the LAN event previously, though. So it's curious to see what form they're going to show up in. But I think the EU region is stacked. I think those are some really powerful teams that we have there, and super hyped for those games later on. But I'm excited to just, you know, see if Nigma can perform better, because towards the end they did have a great series against Secret. You know it's going to happen when, like, you know, Kuro goes against Puppy. He's going to always bring his A game. If they can play like they did then, I think they can win against these teams as well easily.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff working for and against them, right? Because obviously, you mentioned they're great on LAN. This is still an online event, unfortunately, at this stage, and they are playing with RMN, their coach, standing in for them. So keen to see how that works out in their favor or against it. And you even have to consider the 3 teams that are going to be attending the major as well. Will it be holding back? You know, obviously, they've got a lot to play for in the lead up to TI as well. So is it the case of saving strats? But like we've said, the prize pool for this is astronomical, right? So I'm sure that they're going to be putting their best foot forward as well.
Absolutely. I mean, $4 million. You just say it out loud. $4 million. We're so used to this ridiculously padded prize pool at TI. We forget that that's actually the bigger prize pool we're going to see outside of TI. Of course, that's going to be happening in July for the main event later this year. But, you know, let's start to focus in, because we talked a little bit briefly about each region. Now we need to hone our sight upon Asia, as that is going to be how we're going to be opening up this day. And, well, we're opening up with a spicy series. Nigma Galaxy versus Boom. We already highlighted that Boom are the favorites, but when we look at these 2 teams in a specific matchup, like, what kind of edge could you see maybe Nigma having that they could bounce this one back, give them an opportunity to take this series?
I would say probably like the thing that might give them a little bit of advantage, particularly against Boom, is that it's not like SMG. You know, at Team SMG, for example, within the Southeast Asian region, are notorious for just playing incredibly quick Dota and being able to run over teams very quickly. And Enigma C are actually a team that thrives on that late game, particularly around Mizu, their offlaner. You know, he loves picking these heroes like the Mars, the Tide Hunter, the Darkseer, the ones that when you get that refresher orb up and available, he's able to make these amazing plays and pretty much single-handedly carry a team fight 1v5. So if they can get to that stage, they might be able to pull out a surprise victory.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty excited to see. I'm excited to see specifically the mid matchup and how it's going to go there. I think we have a lot of high skill potential. You know, the quality of play overall that I see in C is that their mid laners are honestly super strong. Like you got like Yopaj is crazy. I think the world got their eyes open up a lot to you know, how different you can play a bit on mid lane and, you know, just the quirks of teams. So that will be something that I'll be focusing on, not just because I'm a mid player, but, you know, I think it's really outstanding to watch.
And there's definitely more to focus on as the day goes on. Let's check out the schedule because we said there's multiple series being played today, right? We aren't just covering one region at a time. This is going to be kind of your standardized format, opening up each day, looking in on SEA, and then, of course, maybe a little bit of China sneaking in there. And then we'll head into Saudi Arabian region each day and round it out with Europe. So plenty of reasons to tune in throughout the day, folks. Make sure that you follow the channel. Make sure you keep an eye on it because there's plenty of action all the way through to the weekend, rounding out on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, with that Saudi Arabian game, the Boosters, they're the team that's going to be playing with Funnick, and I believe Ooredoo are playing with Noob, who obviously had a very recent stint in the DPC. So I'm keen to see how those two different styles clash. It's a bit of the old school meeting the new.
Yeah, a little bit like that. And I think, you know, Noob has had performances where he plays really good and then times when he looks a bit off, like very, to me, not hit or miss, but like either he shines a lot or it just feels like something is lacking. And I think for sure this could be exciting. I'm just curious to see how we're going to see a team work out in these teams, because these are, you know, mixes put together, and I think a lot of how well you gel together with the local players as well is going to be the important factor.
Yeah, I mean, we should be ready to get underway with that first series soon enough. It's an exciting one to open up on. I feel like it's kind of funny that we're talking about this being the qualifying element for the main event, and yet when you look, there's so many fairly stacked teams to talk about, right? We already highlighted that Europe is bringing us a game with 3 of the 4 teams trying to qualify for this, already looking forward to that Stockholm Major. I mean, it's exciting. I'm especially excited to see what's going to happen with the Saudi Arabian region, but maybe we should just focus on Asia. Maybe we should just hone in on that. We already highlighted a little bit about Boom and Enigma Galaxy specifically. Talk to me more about like what these teams have been missing for you, right? Maybe what's been holding them back a little bit. Mainly Enigma comes to mind. Obviously that switch up. What gives, right? Why is this not living up to the brand name so far?
I mean, they started out a bit more as a potential team in many ways, right? Like they were Enigma's second priority, but I think they are coming into their comfort more and more over time, though. Or what do you feel, Dana?
Well, I mean, they're the team that's still in Division 1, right? So we also have that to consider when you compare the SEA and the European regions. And honestly, I think they overperformed a little bit. Yes, they got that default win against Boom because of electricity issues, but, you know, they still were able to take 2 pretty convincing wins as well to be able to stand up. And I think they finished 5th as well. So it's not like they even just scraped by into remaining in the division. So I think there's a lot to work with there. It's just more about continuing to build on that consistently and play against the best. And I couldn't ask for a more worrisome opponent, I would say, with Boom. And, you know, even if they're able to get through that one, they've, of course, got a Chinese opponent to come up against, whether it be RNG or eHome.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We've been focusing so much on the SEA side. We have to remember there is a whole Chinese side. And Chinese, they've kind of always been setting that standards. I feel like, you know, within the region, there's this kind of conflict where you can never see who's going to come out the other side. And you have this very big difference between your international slayers and your national slayers. Like, how do you rate these guys? If you were to put them on the international stage, do you think they're the ones that can deliver? Or are you still looking to the likelihood of LGD as your type of pick that would actually be able to represent China on an international stage?
I think RNG could definitely be there. You know, they've got Kaka recently who joined in, filling in for Felix Chauba. So that's already a big win, right? You can just see what's happening to IG. I mean, they dropped down to Division 2 and they're staying there without Kaka's leadership. They've also actually changed up their Position 1 player, I believe. So they were playing with God King, then they were going with Flyby, who is Sparking Arrow Gaming's offlaner, and now they're going with Ghost, a Malaysian carry. So he's very, very high up on those leaderboards, and so I'm keen to see what he's able to do for them, because he's had a fair bit of a stint with the academy team, and clearly he's impressed the right types of people.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see how we're going to see the styles of play, because obviously there's a lot of influence between the different regions. You see, elements being taken from EU or from China or Southeast Asia, and teams copying each other a little bit. So looking at this tournament here, I'm curious to see if there are going to be any big differences here between the Chinese and Southeast Asian regions or the Saudi Arabian and Europe.
Yeah, and I mean, talking to styles, talking a meta specifically, Danog, is there something you've noticed that could maybe really be surprising coming from like the SEA side of things, looking in? Because I know like a lot of people tuning in now are probably like, they're hyped up for the European region as the day goes on. Is there anything that's going to surprise them that maybe they haven't been seeing that you've seen from or talked to players about in the last week or two?
I would say probably like a lot of people really see Southeast Asia as being this hyper-aggressive region, but honestly not these two teams. Boom has the potential to do it, right? They pick a lot of heroes that enable rotations, and they play around Yopaj in that mid lane. So you can expect to see, instant stuns, whether it be a Dragon Knight and with the follow-up from a Hoodwink and a Mirana, you can see Kunkkas coming out here. But just little niche picks like the Snapfire mid, something that Yopaj really liked to pioneer a little bit globally. But if you see a Yopaj Ember Spirit come out, that's really something that you need to be concerned about, because I honestly think he is one of the best in the world on that hero.
Yeah, I feel like he's outstanding on flashy heroes that have room for outplay. It reminds me of like an old Sumail, or I should say a young Sumail, the time when he just dominated on those heroes, and like Puck, these type of heroes as well. Anything that can push it to the limit, really.
Yeah, I love that you highlight that, like the kind of flashy style, because I feel like that's what SEA has become known for very quickly, right? I think for a long time, if you had to give a poll across the pro players, the region that they would most likely list as the most mechanically skilled region would be SEA. I guess the thing that they've always maybe been lacking in a lot of people's eyes is the leadership that maybe the West had over them. And that maybe brings us back around to the talk of with Nigma having this kind of switch up last second. Is that going to hurt them? Is that going to throw them off the game? And is that the clear edge that's going to matter in this SEA brawl?
Not necessarily, right? Because I think a lot of that leadership comes from the coach, and Boom have Mushi as their coach, right? And obviously he is such a mainstay of the scene. He's been able to play internationally, both within Southeast Asia as well as in China, of course. And then you've got 343, Adam, on the other side, and he's had stints playing NA Dota. He's had stints playing, within the Southeast Asian region as well. So I think they bring a lot of that experience and composure that gives teams a little bit of that comfort, being able to bring the calm down, not let them drive everything by emotions, but also keeps them humble a little bit as well.
Yeah, a little bit of that. I definitely think you're right on the money there, that you have the experience and you can, have your players be in the right mental space before going into the game. They know, they've been told by the coach what to think about and so on. But a lot of it comes down to how your communication works during the early and mid game. If you are a good captain position, if you can really lead your team. So looking more towards how naturally the players fit together is really going to be my question. And it can be great. It can also fail.
And then when we're looking at these specific teams, everyone kind of has that player they usually like to play around. Danog, run me through who we're watching on each side here in your eyes.
We're going to be watching Yopaj for the flashy plays, but a lot of what he does is enabled by Tims. Tims is really the one that's going to be making a lot of those early game shot calls. He's the position 4. He's constantly making these roams with, you see Earth Spirit, you see Mirana, you see Hoodwink, just lots of stuff that's able to connect through to that mid lane and punish. You can even just go have a look at Boom's YouTube page, and they publish a fair few of the communications that's coming through. And Tims is really the voice that shines through.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Behind every star core player, there's always going to be a support that's making them look 10 times better, right? And if you take that away, suddenly, you can be however good you want. You're not going to outshine a coordinated enemy team.
Yeah, they were also, I think it was, they did a vlog when they were at Gamers Galaxy, and he was basically saying, well, back when I was playing with Armel, who was the best mid in SEA? That's right, it was Armel. Now that I'm playing with you, Yopaj, who's the best? It's you. That's right. So don't forget, don't get too confident. I'm the one that's making you the star.
Damn.
Oh, I love that. You know, it's kind of it's been too long, right? Supports the downtrodden. They've kind of accepted their role in the team and never getting that full recognition. I like that kind of cocky spark, though, right? When you value your own full contribution to the team. But let's look on the other side of that, because we talked a little bit about Boom. Then when we look across onto Enigma Galaxy SEA, who is the highlight there, right? Who do you think that they need to play around to give themselves the best shot of winning here?
For me, it's probably around the offlane with Mizu. I think they need to make him have the most comfortable game possible, but it's also going to be so heavily on the mid matchup, right? Like I said, you know there's going to be a lot of those rotations happening to enable Yopaj quite heavily, and what Alacrity actually look to provide is he's an incredibly mechanically skilled player. I think he's #1 on the SEA leaderboards at the moment. And kind of ironic, because I think Yopaj is like 120 or something like that. So Dendy said it, but MMR is just a number at the end of the day. But if you're able to, fight off these 1v2 ganks, then I feel like that's going to go a long way towards giving Nigma C a good shot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me, I think you're right that the contest of the mid lane is going to be important. Just, who can get away with more impact from the mid laner. And seems like we already have the draft coming up as well.
We do. And when we open this up, boys, like what's the big priority pick here? Because, especially Danog, you would have been working this region. Talk me through what the most highly prioritized bans are going to be.
I mean, I feel like, honestly, between regions, it's become pretty standardized what the most common bans and picks are going to be for this first phase. You see the Grimstrokes, the Sand King, the Storm Spirit, the Death Prophet, the Medusa, the Tiny. Like, these are just heroes that are picked up almost every single time.
Yeah, the patch. But there are also some combinations that are more popular, I feel, in like China and SEA, like the Grimstroke Ember has been played a lot more in your region than it has in Europe or NA. So there's, the Grimstroke ban out immediately here in the first phase by Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I wonder if that'll discourage Boom from wanting to go for that Ember Spirit, because even without a Grimstroke to provide, Yopaj is still just so damn good on the hero, so they're just trying to take out anything that's going to be able to enable him. I think C really likes that combination, because what's also popular within the region are heroes like the Bane and the Shadow Demon, and if you dive in super deep and you get the Searing Chains off onto them, they can still get spells off, right? Not if you've got the Inkswell on top of you as well, so it just provides that extra layer of initiation where you might be able to take out a couple of supports solo, as opposed to having to wait out and have a bit of a slower contribution to the team fight.
Yeah, I'm liking the way that the draft is shaping up here. I like the ban-outs that we see from Boom Esports. Personally, I'm just a fan. They're removing the sucky heroes here, the DP and the Pugna. I think either of these heroes can be very frustrating to play against. But this also opens up a little bit more of a possibility for heroes like Tiny to be strong, because these are very anti-Tiny heroes. But they get themselves a Caudal first pick is what that's going to mean for Enigma.
And wouldn't you know it, first phase Storm, it doesn't matter. It feels a little bit like a block pick, right? Because you don't want to be coming up against a Stormkeeper of the Light. You've already got the Pugna band out for yourself. I think they weren't all that concerned about Enigma C going for something like an IO. It is something that Boom plays, but they just want to go with a comfort for their own style. I think last time Boom ended up playing the Storm Spirit, Yopaj went like 22-1 or something like that, and that was without any of these heroes to buff him up. So he's super comfortable on the hero, and well, like you said, Waga, they are still just going to go back into that Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, it's a flashy hero, the Storm Spirit as well. This is the type of hero that can dive, and I think one of the best reactions to Caudal that you could possibly go with. Talked a lot about that recently due to Caudal's, rise as one of the most popular support heroes and even mid heroes lately. And you just need a hero that can get on top of him. Having something like a Storm, Puck, Ember, Void Spirit, these type of heroes punish Caudal, and I think it was an important pick for them.
Yeah, it's just so hard to catch. I mean, base 330 movement speed and something that, increases even further with the Spirit form. Even if you go, the support style as opposed to a mid Caudal, all you need is a Tranquils and a Windlace, and it's just incredibly hard to get on top of you. So yeah, something like the Storm Spirit that honestly it's even better than the Puck that you mentioned, right? Or the Ember Spirit, because you don't need to use another Remnant charge, right? You can just zip a little bit further to be able to catch up on them. So yeah, I really like the Storm as a response to it.
Yeah, and not just that, also even the Abaddon is pretty good against Caudal because you can remove the slow, you can also purge off the blinding light, so mischance is gone. It serves quite well, I would say, against Caudal, but of course you shouldn't underestimate the combination that Nigma are opening with here. Caudal and Tiny, I mean, that sounds like this patch, you know, like those are patch heroes. They're not doing anything too out of the ordinary here. They're also banning out some of the notorious Tiny counters now, getting rid of TB, getting rid of Necro, and Tiny will have a better time due to it. I think the hardest one is probably TB.
Yeah, you would probably have to assume that they're going to ban out the Medusa next on Nigma Galaxy C, just because it's something that's incredibly popular within the Southeast Asian region, particularly for Jackie, Boom's carry. And we have to remember that Boom, of course, have second picks, so they're going to have the last pick of this upcoming phase. You know that Nigma Galaxy C most likely aren't going to block pick it because they've already got the Tiny. There's only a couple of players that really play the Tiny position 4 these days, so I would say that's almost certainly not going to be the case. So yeah, I would say probably gets rid of the Medusa. There they go.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's just a hero that you cannot burst. That's kind of a common theme for a lot of the heroes that are good against Tiny. Is stuff that either doesn't die immediately or is just super good against his high HP pool. So yeah, getting rid of Medusa is probably the smartest thing, especially Medusa and Abaddon pair really well together. And it's not even just in the SEA region. Like, Medusa is taking over, I would say, the high-level pub games in general. This hero is plaguing it.
Yeah, just that second Roshan timing, right? It's just so hard to get behind you. You've got the full complement of items that you need. You've got a little bit of defense on top of that. And the rest of the team honestly just stands behind you as you siege high ground. And there's really not too much that you can do against it. I mean, within SCA, people are picking Pango first item Diffusal Blade. They're even going doubly in onto that with a Nyx Assassin just so that you can do something against the hero early on into the piece. But we have to think what they're going to be looking to pick up now for Boom, now that you don't have these real big, tiny countering heroes to be able to go for. You know, is it going to be reducing the damage with something like a Dragon Knight or an Underlord? Is it going to be something like a Lifestealer that can still do some percentage-based damage against the Tiny? Who knows?
Yeah, I think it's quite open for them what they want to go for. And they're going to go with Mirana next, so pretty mobile hero, hard to shut down. You know, you can't really reach it always as Tiny, so it can be frustrating to play against. And more gank potential, really. Together with Storm jumping in first, you can follow up with an arrow very easily. They have some synergy.
Yeah, it's what I was talking about for that mid lane, right? Just something that's going to enable Tims to make that rotation through to Yopaj's lane, get a lot of those early kills. Also a natural Spirit Vessel builder, which can be good against the Tiny, considering if you're getting a lot of those mid-rotation kills and just using your arrow effectively to farm some of those hard camps, then you can get it at a timing before Tiny's able to get the BKB for himself, and you can actually look to have a decent amount of damage impact in some of those early skirmishes. So I like it. I think what Boom will probably be looking to follow up with their last pick of this phase, either of course going to be that good carry-to-carry matchup, not that there's many left, or it could just be a hero that's very capable of staying solo in his own lane and not being too worried about getting run over, because you know the Mirana's going to want to make those rotations towards the mid lane. So it's got to be someone that's comfortable with being left alone.
Yeah, and we see not really a surprising pick here, the Rasta coming in. When you're playing against the Storm, you want to have some form of good disable. Even though there's going to be that Abaddon to remove disables, you still need to have them on your team. You don't really have a choice. You know, you're going to have to try and control both of them. So Rasta is a solid pickup here between either him or Lion. I think Rasta is the more popular, just to how strong his shard is currently. The shard also gives you great pushing potential here, so he's probably the best push hero so far picked up by either team.
Yeah, you also don't have to show in lane all that much, right? Like, you can just channel the shackles for a quarter of a second and then run straight back off into the jungle and make it so that you're not really revealing your position quite as much. You're nowhere near as vulnerable. Also opens up that Roshan potential, right? Like, super early on, you are very capable of taking out this Roach. Any chance that you can get to take that away from a Storm Spirit is a really good thing. So wonder if Nigma Galaxy C are going to lean a bit further into that. You could also look to get some of these other quick jump heroes, like maybe they go a Dragon Knight themselves on Nigma C, although it's not really a Mizu hero all that much. So I'm concerned that if they do that, they're pigeonholing themselves a little bit to not get the most out of their player's skill set.
Yeah, I'm almost looking at this and just thinking that, you know, Nigma's draft here, I kind of want them to do like a pos 3 Tiny and do a Rasta like Ursa lane or something to even more solidify that they can take Roche and they have really fast burst. Also a pretty great hero against Abaddon because sure, he can shield himself and he has his ulti, but those Fury swipes, they add up. You're gonna die very fast after the ulti's over. You know, a possibility, but they're gonna go with a more tried and tested hero in this patch, the Pangolier coming in.
Not even just guaranteed to be in the offlane either. We've seen plenty of Pango mid as well within the Southeast Asian region, so that still could be the case if he goes early-ish Diffusal Blade before Storm Spirit. It can force him to go into that earlier BKB, right? Because you're just worried about your mana being burned off by that. Also, the instant catch potential, although I'm sure a lot of people have seen that recent change where you have that tiny little window to actually pop any kind of magic immunity, even if you're perfect with the stun lock combinations coming through with the Pango. So it's going to really need to be the skill-based matchup that comes out here. And yeah, they do go that hero that is somewhat capable of staying on his own in the lane, right? Sand King just wants to have a few levels in the Sandstorm, push the wave out with a Caustic Finale, maybe make a camp pull, a medium camp pull, just so that he can have the wave push back in towards his tower and allow the Mirana to really have that big rotation potential.
Yeah, this is the surprising part to me so far. Looking at this draft, comparing it to what I'm used to seeing in EU or NA more like even, the Sand King being left all the way until now.
Lasted this long? Yeah.
He is such a powerhouse in the European scene, almost always, you know, either banned or picked in the first two. And you can see why. The Sandstorm, it's all, I mean, it's not even Sand King anymore, it's just Sandstorm, the hero, is what I feel. His talents are ridiculously good. And
just more instant catch as well, right?
Yeah.
Like you've already got the Storm Spirit who's going to be going on the back lines. Sand King just hits whatever other support is there on the back lines. And then what do? You know, it's so hard to be able to play this game, honestly, if you're playing the Shadow Shaman or the Keeper of the Light. It almost feels like you need to be playing in the trees constantly.
Yeah, the hard part is that they can't really go in and stand there. Like, if you can shackle something, but then you're doing it while you're standing in Sandstorm, like, it doesn't feel that great. At least you lifesteal now, I guess, a little bit, but
yeah,
it's a tough ask to play against. Also pretty natural Lotus Orb buyer, which could be frustrating if you're Rasta here.
Huh.
Like the puck, though.
I was just going to like highlight, like, does it feel like Nigma Galaxy with this type of draft, like they're assuming they're going to always be jumping first? Because it doesn't seem like they have a great way of defending against the initiation of Boom, necessarily.
I think they have...
Maybe the puck a little bit. Yeah, the puck makes things a little bit easier, right? Because you zip in on the Storm, you get coiled, you're stuck. Same sort of thing with the Sand King, right? You might make the blink stun happen, but as long as you're caught in the coil, there's not really too much that you can do. I don't think he's going to be building into a Yule Scepter or anything like that this game. Maybe against the Shadow Shaman he might, just so that he has the secondary way to be able to break the shackles if he's in the right position, but yeah.
The way I see it, it all comes down to who they are getting vision on. So if Boom get initiation, if they get initiation on like Tiny, that could still be difficult to follow through that kill. There's like Pango ulti could be coming in. The Caudal can also always be disruptive from the side lane as well, or from the side bites as well. And we see a hero that I'm of course very happy to see. Pretty common pick when you see a puck in the game as well. And there are some low armor heroes on the side of Nigma. The TA coming in here.
Yeah, you really only... I guess they have a few small instances of damage, right? The Swashbuckle, the Shackles, the Avalanche. There are ways that you can use to get through a lot of those refraction charges, but I feel like, of course, you've just got the Abaddon sitting right behind so that you're not going to be, for example, sitting in Shackles for too long. Honestly, if you're on top of the Shadow Shaman, he should probably be dying. So I agree with you, Arga. I think this is all going to be just around who does Boom get vision of first. If they can see the supports, there's no way that they should have any kind of game. And for Nigma C, it's really just about creating this scenario where the Tiny can have a game. You know, he needs to make sure that he gets those first 3 items at a really good timing. So yeah, stacks super important, and you've got the Caudal for that.
I'm gonna be on Team Boom here. I think that they've got this game actually, because this offlane of playing Pango into TA is a very difficult matchup. I don't think it's very easy to play at all. And overall, their draft looks a little bit more well-rounded. I think they have a lot of power heroes in there that are gonna, you know, play well off each other's. So yeah, I think Boom are gonna take game 1 is my prediction here.
Ooh. Yep, me too. I think, you know, we talked about the potential for Nigma C to be able to take that quick Roshan with a Mass Serpent Wards. Now you've got an Abaddon, you've got a TA as well, 2 great heroes at being able to take that and provide that secondary life for your Storm Spirit. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with Boom too.
All right, looks like I got a bunch of Boom fanboys on the desk. Hopefully our casters can maybe balance it out a bit more for me as we send it over to two cuties to kick off this tournament. It is, of course, the wonderful Lacoste and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Killer Pigeon. Yes, very excited. A long-desired matchup, I think, that everybody's been waiting to see. Boom versus Nigma Galaxy SEA. I know we had a bit of a slip-up in the DPC, a little bit of electricity issues, of course, for the side of Boom, but now we get that long-desired matchup, so it should be really exciting. Bit of a different duo, I think, than what most people are looking forward to, but joining me is the beautiful Lacoste.
Yeah, thank you so much, Fogg. Yeah, I mean, you and me, we play a lot of Dota together, and finally we get the cast together. You know, where someone's gonna need to be taking over the play-by-play, and we're gonna mix it up. But yeah, definitely a fun matchup. When I saw Coddle plus Pango, I'm like, hell yeah, this is my favorite combo in Dota, pretty much. But one thing I dislike about it is this is the offlane Pango. I think the only team who can make the offlane Pango work is Boom. I feel this hero just straight up dies. They know how to utilize the hero, they know how to play with it, and they are playing against it, so it's pretty weak on the offlane, I would say, and also playing into Templar Assassin, because you're not tanky enough. Mid Pango, he does get his items very quickly, and against Templar Assassin, she just stands the ground and actually kills you.
Yeah, I honestly have to agree. I was like a bit mixed because I did like the way that Nigma Galaxy had set themselves up in the early draft, but then I see like this Sand King come out, and I see this last pick TA, and for me at least, I don't know how you feel, but Boom's draft just feels really fast to play, and I feel like Nigma Galaxy, they have to play a bit slower, more reliant around these cooldowns, playing around Pango Rolling Thunder, playing around Puck's cooldowns, and Boom, I feel like they don't really have to play around anything. They can be fast, they can push lanes out easy. It looks a lot easier to play.
They need to have mana pretty much on all their heroes just to be able to keep the constant pressure. They don't rely on any cooldowns, as you said. Like, yeah, you would want to have Epicenter, but that's not your main source of damage. Like, Sand King is all about Sandstorm, as Panel talked about, and also about that Burrow Strike.
Yeah. And we're looking at these lanes. Who do you think's gonna... So you're pretty much saying, like, the Pango is gonna suffer. I would probably imagine the same thing. It's a tough lane for him to do much.
It is. I mean, in this lane, it's still Keeper of the Light plus Pango, but I feel like, you know, they can put some pressure. This is not a killer lane for Boom by any means, so that means they want to get the farm on Templar Assassin and just have pretty much 0 deaths on her. Pango starting with a bit of interesting item build. Maybe he wants to go for an urn, or he just wants to have an extra ring of protection because he knows most of the damage is going to be coming out from Templar Assassin and some right clicks. So I think this is pretty okay. I think for Nigma Galaxy SEA that they need to have this Puck do a lot. Oh, arrow on the bottom into Burrow Strike. Also, like Sand King Mirana, it's I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel, you know, this is very weak lane, level 1, because they play into Tiny, and he just takes the tree, and also Shaman. Shaman 5, what do you think about it compared to, like, Shaman 4?
It's definitely weaker, and it puts you in a position in like mid game where you're not going to get your items. But in lane, you're still pretty strong. You have like one of the strongest nukes in the game. You have the strongest right click as a like ranged hero early on. So it's decent. You just have to be very wary of your positioning. So I don't know. I feel like that bottom lane's not that bad because Tiny's just so tanky, and I feel like if you're like the Sand King Mirana lane might be a bit weak, but like I feel like Sand King's still going to get what he gets, and then they're so strong in mid game that it makes up for maybe that slight weakness in the laning phase because they're just like, it's so easy to make ganks with Sand King Mirana.
Yeah, it's very easy to play. I think Puck will need to pop off in this matchup. It's very good against both Storm, Sand King, so Abba needs to be in a correct spot in this game to be able to counter-initiate to what they're actually doing. Like as time progresses, I feel like Shaman is gonna have a very difficult time in this bottom lane because I feel pretty similar to like Ancient Apparition, Oracle type of heroes where they have no escape mechanism, very sluggish, and then like you caught out of the position, you're playing into 2 stuns, you're just gonna die.
Yeah, and the other thing, I mean, Panel did touch on one thing was at least what I was looking at is like without the ultis, right? If they don't have like the catch onto the Storm Spirit, the Shaman's gonna have to be the one to address and like hold heroes in place. But if he's under like Sandstorm as a 5 position Shaman, you're just gonna die. So I feel like, yeah, the game could get really weird, really difficult for that Shaman quite quickly.
It's also Shaman into Abaddon, so he's gonna have a difficult time. I feel like, you know, you're just putting yourself in a really tough spot. First of all, look at him move. Like he's 200 move speed because the Ghost attacked him. This is a problem. Also, you need to go for different item build, right? On position 5 Shaman, you can't afford to put more points in queue. It's all about the control. And here
you
we go.
can't go shard either. That's the thing. Is that you're probably just going to die in lane 2 just to damage. Easy stuns. Got him.
That's going to be the first blood. I mean, this is what we talked about. One misstep from Shadow Shaman, and he's going to die. Burrow Strike into Arrow, pretty standard stuff. How's mid lane doing? 16 CS on Puck, 20 on Storm Spirit, farming the small camp, stacking the small camp, and is going to go for the Water Rune. Straight up value coming up from Yopaj so far. His item build, he already has queued up a Silence. Big blast.
Big rotation. Early on, 3 heroes mid for Enigma Galaxy SCA. That puts a little bit of concerns for the side lanes, but I feel like maybe they just were making the call that they need to help out the mid lane a little bit. But yeah, I feel like that's going to hurt the Pango a lot more too, now that they're going to have to like move around again to go back up and switch everything. So bit of interesting movement, but maybe needed.
I mean, they got a kill. It's only position 5. They replenish mana on Puck, and on the top lane, as you said, like Pango, yeah, he's gonna get some free XP, he's gonna get some CS, but Templar Assassin is still a bigger winner in this one, because like, he doesn't deal well with early Pango, like, he consumes a lot of mana. It's just very different hero. I think he might be the most different hero when played from the mid and when played from the off lane.
Yeah, I agree, especially now that, well, times have changed too, right? Like with all the water runes, and it's been some time, of course, we've had them, but like off lane, it's like you need mana boots. We used to see mid mana boots even on Pang. Then it's like, oh, Diffusal's just too good. So yeah, times have definitely switched up.
First coil used, no value. I definitely think you need to have an extra hero. Just getting a solo kill on Storm Spirit might be a bit difficult. I also think he has a raindrop on the Storm Spirit, so it's pretty difficult overall to kill him. Doesn't have it.
If they are suffering in side lanes, and we did see them make that first move, I actually think I would have liked to see them make a secondary move here, because it's the catapult wave, right? So that's where, especially as like a Puck, if you do have a bit of an advantage, like we saw on that Storm, you know, you go for this kill, even if you don't get him, you get him low, and then you can actually press your tower with Siege. So surprised they didn't go for a second move to try to pressure with Coil. So a bit of a wasted cooldown.
Maybe just a one rotation coming out from Keeper of the Light, replenish the cooldown would be enough. Yopaj, he's going in on Shaman. Arrow, yeah, that's more than enough. Alacrity will pick up the Invis rune. There is no coil, but let's see how tanky he is. Yopaj still thinking about going in and out, because Skem is behind him, has that aphotic shield and coil ready to go if needed. Yopaj would probably want someone to die just to be able to refill the bottle.
Yeah. He's having an excellent start already here. All 3 lanes, as we kind of expected. You know, that TA especially, just completely free game. No pressure whatsoever, and it does feel like it's going to be difficult. I feel like these, like you mentioned early on, like this Puck coil, this Puck just in general, he has a lot to do on the map. He has to kind of address all 3 lanes, how he's going to be trying to shut them down, slow them down, and at all. So
pretty much. This coil, every single time coil is used, this needs to be a kill. That's how I feel about it. And most of those kills, at least like first 1, 2, 3, need to be on Storm to be able to shut him down. Good shackles. There's the coil on Sand King. Won't be able to use the Burrow Strike, and Tiny gonna get the last hit with the toss. So good rotation. This is what we expect, just to be very active. So far, it's a 2k gold lead already for Boom, 7 minutes in. So they need to address something. They're just gonna get out farm. But like, look at the hero that they got. Sand King, he's gonna get his farm. Nevertheless, I believe there's some stacks being made in the triangle right now for him, either for him or Templar Assassin. So these heroes, they do flash farm. Pango, I think he also needs to rotate with his TP, or someone needs to come to his lane. Templar Assassin is going to be very difficult to kill. They need to bring extra numbers, and also playing into ABBA. I don't know how you feel about playing into ABBA, but there's always like this kind of pressure in my head where I'm like, oh, well, if ABBA is there, like, how do we kill him?
yeah, it's definitely really difficult for their lineup, because they only really have like the Puck and the Shaman to trip him up for him to just, he can just freely save anybody who gets gone on in this game. It does feel like, especially if like the Pango, if Pango goes on anybody, this ABBA is always going to be able to save, and he's got pretty easy heroes to save, because like the TA is already going to be so innately tanky. They are damage instances. They have some with like Swashbuckle and like Avalanche and stuff, but it's not, you know, it's not like your Ion Shells. I think Shackles might be their best one in later stages, but yeah, I feel like the ABBA is always going to have time. Yeah, he's going to have time to get there every time to be able to stop a lot of these ganks, so.
Yopaj was disconnected for a second, and he's disconnecting again. I just hope, there's no real issues that happened during the DPC, but, the electricity issues. But, Yopaj, I think everyone's looking forward to see him play against the international teams. We've seen them do really, really well during the, what was it called, Gamers Galaxy tournament. And now in the upcoming major as well, and also Gamers Without Borders, the LAN event, if they manage to qualify, it's going to be insane. All eyes on him, If he like fails or anything, like people are going to go ham, but I don't see that happening. Like he's just been so stable for so long.
He has such a wide hero pool. He's just, I mean, these young guns, they're crazy. As the runes coming out, Yopaj goes for bottom, will spawn top. But we have a battle, 3v3, 2v4 actually.
And Starstorm, yeah, they're gonna get the toss off. We'll get the kill. Abba a bit too far away. Alacrity has another coil. This one's gonna be a bit difficult to get. They need to be able to just heavily commit under the tower into Abba, so they're just gonna say no. But yeah, they managed to kill the Storm Spirit, Arrow.
I think it's kind of a big deal, though, that coil waste. I feel like in this type of game, he really wants to be saving it for the cores. Just using it on a Mirana just doesn't feel good. So I feel like that's going to hurt them in the next minute or so. It's a bit weird.
It is. Either like any kind of core that they can get a kill on with the coil will feel good. Arrow, I'm not sure if that's going to be able to connect. It's a bit too far away. Vortex at this point probably level 1, so pretty difficult to execute. Tims has been known for his Mirana play, but this one not on him.
No. And also, some quick thing to point out is while we did have that pause, we did see the observer pointing out, looking at just like the next few moments, looking at the map, we do see Boom has already prepared their wards around the triangle area, so they're keeping tabs of any stacks or anything. And when you look at the other side, they're not keeping tabs at all on the side of Enigma Galaxy to watch Boom. So I feel like that just shows to me that Boom is like one step up of preparation, getting themselves ready for the next few moments rather than just thinking about the now.
And this ward that has just been shown is the entrance, so if they're not smoke, A will see any kind of reaction coming up from Enigma C. Coil ready again. Boom,
it's very
have
active,
a very
though.
good read. This is what we wanted to see.
Yes, exactly. I like that Alacrity's at least, he's trying to make the moves, maybe not successful every time, but at least he knows, like, hey, I have to start pressuring these side lanes. We can't just let Sand King farm free Blink, because we know TA is free farming jungle, so have to slow down at least a little bit of something.
SBZ. Oh, he's gonna be the one initiating. There's gonna be the combo, even the epicenter. That's gonna be an easy double kill coming out from the Boom, and they're not done. They're out of stuns. There is a vortex.
Have it.
That's pretty big. That's gonna be 3 kills, 2 cores, and the position 5, and also shutting down Tiny. How do you feel about Tiny? What we're gonna call a new item build, skipping the Echo Saber, just going for the Moon Shard.
The build is pretty broken, honestly, because it's just all about your base damage, but I have seen it have its like slip ups. It's because you can just actually become completely worthless, and then you don't even have like this like disassemble trick. The reason I liked the Echo Saber was because of just 100% the disassemble thing, where you just get BKB and then you're like this super online thing. Sure, Moonshard, you're doing more damage, but yeah, you're just 4,000 gold for attack speed, and then you don't have to disassemble. And
I agree, and also the build up is much easier. Like you buy Ogre Axe, so that's 10 extra damage. There's a lot of these little things that you need to add up when you're thinking about the item build, and also mana regen. Like not having mana regen on Tiny kind of sucks.
Yeah, but I guess like the way that these carry players are thinking, it's like you're not really like even using mana because you don't even lose your tree. So you're just literally just right-clicking and you show up to fight and get 1 Ava toss. So I can understand why people are doing this new build so much. I just think in some games, you can actually just become worthless. You're just a Moonshard treads and you end up having like 0 damage on heroes because you end up getting steamrolled, you have no BKB. Game is about BKBs in these last like 6+ months, 12 months.
Pretty much. One thing I would love to see more is Pangolier being more active, because we have not seen a single roll come out of him. Alacrity, he has a call, but another good initiation. Arrow misses. Ooh, zip. There's the roll. Connecting on multiple heroes. Blast. Ooh, this is going to be a big kill. And Pango, he's not done. Everyone's pretty low. They would need to keep chasing.
Oh, FPZ's in. Oh, big epi onto 3, but not enough as, wow, Enigma Galaxy, see, they fight back. And that was them setting up for the tower. Boom tries to fight back, responding with like 3 heroes, but not even bringing the TA, and they get pretty crushed.
Yep, Arrow didn't connect once again. I feel Templar Assassin still doesn't want to join these fights. She's on top of the net worth 7.5k, about to finish her Deso. And once Jackie gets the Deso, it's going to be very difficult for them to take these fights. Also, this unlocks the Roshan for them. Still 4k gold lead for Boom. But overall, good fight. Like, this is what we wanted to see. They do have, like, Blinding Light and also Pango's roll that can potentially break the coil. So cute little things, not the, you know, the most broken combos that we've seen in Dota, but still works really well.
Yeah, and we did mention, you know, that when Enigma Galaxy C, they show up with all their big team fights, they do have that. Like, they do have those big cooldowns. It's just, you know, when they're on cooldown, that's when we see Boom. They're really quick to make the moves themselves to try to look and set up for something, and, ooh, actually, potentially going to steal stacks. That's pretty nice. Tiny going to get slowed down even more.
Tiny's pinging it out. He's like, these are my stacks, team. He's gonna get the big 3.
Oh, but a Rolling Thunder to secure it.
They see a Rolling Thunder. They don't care because it's not gonna connect on anyone. There's still a tier 1 tower mid, full HP, and we see Jackie being extremely active after picking up his Deso. That's going to be their tower damage. And also what Boom wants to do is try to take a fight near the Roche pit. If Jackie survives, plus 1/2 heroes, they can easily transition that into Roche. And also, yeah, go ahead.
No, they just have to be really careful for this TA. Like, I know Waga prefaced it on the panel, just talking about how squishy their heroes are. Like, he already has level 13 Deso. Like, I'm seeing a Shadow Shaman, a Coddle. This is like one-shot territories for some of these heroes almost.
He's gonna get the tower. It's very difficult. Also, once he picks up the Blink Dagger and the BKB, it's very difficult for them to actually, like, play into this Templar Assassin. They have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so what they're relying on is them being able to initiate. But you have, like, the best counter initiator in the game on the enemy side, Abba, and that's gonna be his job. Like, right-click Templar Assassin and just follow, pretty much. Because he can't follow Storm Spirit. It's very difficult to follow Storm in the fights. You might put yourself in a bad spot, you get silenced, you can't use your abilities. So I think he needs to be taking care of Templar Assassin. I want to see a smoke coming out from the Boom, just to be able to put some more pressure. Double damage is picked up on a Storm, and also I think they might need to wait until the silence is online, because that's pretty big. They have great backline jumpers, so this Shaman and Keeper of the Light, they're gonna suffer. I feel like these two heroes just don't have a game once you pick that up.
I'm shocked at the Shadow Shaman skill build, I gotta be honest with you. 4 points in Shackle. Like, I understand if you're able to...
Yeah, it's...
That's optimistic, I'll say at the least, because there's so much damage that's coming out. If he's able to get it, sure, but there's an Abaddon shield. So I feel like the Hex and Forget is usually just a lot more efficient in most situations, but we'll see if it works out for Boomby. I feel like it's going to hurt, but we'll see.
Well, he might be an agent. His name starts with Boom, and he's playing against Team Boom, so, you know, I'm not so surprised. And, yeah, big zip, Boomby dies, Yopaj, he's still not done. The silence, there's too much damage coming out from him, and I think they run straight into Roche Pit, right? They do have enough damage, 30 seconds without Pango, that's their big team fight.
Yeah, and I love the Orchid pick up this game. I think it's just perfect. You're playing versus both Pango and Puck as two of the cores. It's just so good this game, just to control both of them in the fights, and as you mentioned, even the backlines too. Yeah, it's starting to get pretty out of control. 6k lead, map control is there, and yeah, they keep getting all these like deep wards down too, so I feel like they're just continuing to prepare for the next moments a little bit better than Enigma Galaxy C, who's falling further and further behind. And getting squishier, man. This TA, I'm really feeling like he's going to start one-shotting these heroes.
And we're going to see the replay. Jump and
Yopaj.
Yeah, Yopaj just not overcommitting, saving the silence for Pango. And this is the problem with the hero that we discussed about. Like, what is your even item build gonna be? FBC dropping relatively low from that Keeper's Blast, so they didn't heavily commit. Boom didn't go immediately into Roche Pit. They were like thinking whether they have enough time. They thought, you know, maybe there's gonna be like Puck Coil, we need to be careful about it, and also Keeper of the Light's Blast. So they're gonna go for the takeoffs. Sanking
Watch
jump
Shaman.
and another arrow. Shaman seems pretty dead. Toss out.
Yopaj.
They got him. This is
got coiled.
This is something that we mentioned. Abba, he can't just be close to Storm Spirit. Like, this is a position 5 Abba. He can't just... he doesn't have this ability to zip in and take care of the people. But yeah, needs to more take care of Templar Assassin, I would say, anyway. And now they're inside a pit. Jackie Boy is using the meld.
Yopaj just has to be cautious of the coil. I mean, it's going to be down now. He's going to be back up in about 15 seconds. And yeah, this Roche is dying quick. Down to less than half HP with those melds. But they're splitting up. So FBZ, he's actually showing himself bottom on the Sanking now. So they're kind of bluffing, it seems.
I think this is a good opportunity for Nigma C to go inside and possibly try to like take it with Shaman Wards. That'd be pretty big. It's one of those like risky moves, but considering how this game developed, I think they might need to go for it. Tiny finally picked up his Moon Shard. Doesn't have his shard yet. Is using the courier, but has also 900 gold. So I'm pretty sure it's just a TP for now.
Feels like he needs so much gold to be able to join in the fights. Like, they can get these pickoffs and stuff like that. Like, when they have all their big team fight stuff, they might be able to get the Storm here every now and then. But I'm looking at the big picture of team fights, and it's like, he doesn't have Shard, he doesn't have BKB. So he's like 5,000, 6,000 gold from being able to actually join into a fight comfortably, which really concerns me. Like, I feel like, yeah, Yopaj dies there. I feel like he might die even like once or twice more, but I'm just looking at this TA. You know, Storm is doing his job. He's putting pressure, but the TA is... He has all the space in the world because of it. Level 16 already on Jackie.
Yeah, this is going to be a great timing. The double... I mean, it's not going to be a double BKB timing because Storm Spirit died twice. And also Jackie is having such a good time. He can also disassemble his Dragonlance. So his BKB is going to come much earlier than the other one. And yeah, to go back to Shaman's build, it's very difficult, like especially the shackle, because he can't just stand there and shackle people for 5 seconds. It's never gonna happen. But I prefer if that's Hex instead.
Yeah, I'm really, I don't know. I feel like I've never seen that from a 5 position, to be honest. But maybe he's just feeling like he needs something, like the sustain and everything. Maybe he's feeling like he's like, oh, maybe I can like,
maybe I can life. Yeah, I get so.
You know? Like, I'm trying to think about something because he's also like, he's their real reliant lockdown besides the coil. But like, it's just not reliable to have that. So yeah, I think it's probably gonna end up hurting them more than helping. Boom, continue to have control in the area, looking for a pick.
Oh, Burrow Strike misses. Mizu's still gonna get silenced. Double coil, buyback immediately from Mizu. Tiny, let's see the damage. Toss, breaks the coil. Breaks the coil, and they trapped him. They trapped Mizu. Oh no, Tiny can't move. Tiny's stuck.
Okay, he's getting out though, but... All right, again, they'll be able to, as we said, like a couple times here, Yopaj still jumping a little bit too far, and this time, a good connection from In Your Dream. He gets a toss to break the coil. He almost ends up living. I think the shield actually got on him, but I think the Pango was actually in the area where the toss actually was to finish him off. So, again, they strike back, but still not seeing any net worth.
He trapped himself. He just jumped into the wards. What the hell is going on, man? Shaman, he's griefing them with these wards. And yeah, now...
I think they're griefing themselves. That's not his fault they jumped in.
That's definitely not his fault. And this should be a Roshan.
And that's a dive back, though. So he just bought back, died, and that was their big team fight. So we keep talking about like these big team fight ultimates. That's them using everything. They get the Storm, but it's just a Storm kill. The TA is the real carry into Roche. Gonna be level 18 and an Aegis now to boot, so...
Who picks it up? Do they give it to Yopaj? I think they do, because he's the one dying. You know, usually the first one belongs to Templar Assassin. Might even be the second one, because you want to siege with the hero. But yeah, Yopaj, he's been dying quite a lot, and it's very difficult. We talked about how Abba can't get close to him, and also just the fact that he doesn't have a BKB. A bit of a different item build, a lot of value from Orchid, but still... Like, if you get coiled, most likely you're gonna die.
Yeah, I think they're also just like, Jackie is not dying this game, let's be honest, right? Like, he's in the back lines, he's unbelievably farmed, and they just don't have the heroes to really deal with him at this point, especially now that he has BKB. Like, we already mentioned how their damage instances can be a little bit lackluster to deal with this hero, but now it's also just getting to him through these heroes that are just protecting him, and it's just also, like, Yopaj is annoying. Like, he just jumps on people, forces a reaction, and then TA does whatever the hell she wants, so... Boom. Continue to find these pickoffs, continue this map control.
having Sanking and Mirana is always an easy way to play Dota, no matter like what you're playing into. You can always do stuff around the map. Boom, boom.
Yopaj? Whoa.
You got trapped, but there's the big epi on In Your Dream and also Shaman. They're just gonna bail Shaman. They're like, well, we're not done. They're actually gonna chase for more. Tiny, he doesn't have a BKB, so he's gonna die as well. Yopaj getting a double kill. This is a disaster.
Really out of hand. Yeah, and now they're gonna get another one. It looks like perhaps if they get this kill too, Jesus.
Let's see the arrow. Arrow misses, but the trap. Let's see if they're gonna pop it. Ooh, not on time.
A little slow. Either way, though, it's like that was actually Nigma Galaxy, the one trying to set up onto a storm, but in the position that it was no way they were going to get much of anything. As an easy kill. Yeah, well, this is pretty impossible, it's starting to feel like, for Nigma Galaxy.
It's one of those games where it's very difficult for Nigma C to just have a clear understanding like what needs to be done in a fight. There's not, oh, we're gonna do this, like we're gonna silence break Abba, kill him so he can't get any shield off, like we're gonna go on Storm Spirit. Especially now with Aegis, it's very difficult for them to have like a good plan coming into the fight considering the situation they're in right now, because they don't have anything that goes through magic immunity, and they are fighting into Aegis Storm.
Yeah, it definitely feels super hard for them to commit. And it's taken time for them to have, like, sure, he's got the blink and he's had it for some time now in Mizu, but like it took him a long time to be able to actually get initiations. And for Pangos, you have to commit, I feel like, a lot of times, right? You
and look at this.
Rolling Thunder in the fight. Sanking just blink stuns and sandstorms and you get kills, so.
Look at Tim's item.
Aeon Disc.
Aeon Disc, first item. I mean, there is not even a full Spirit Vessel. He just went for an urn. So, like, how do you fight into that? Like, you can't jump Mirana, you can't jump Storm. I think it's non-existent, and there's gonna be Epi on Tiny. He's gonna die again, not having a BKB. This is why, you know, in certain games you can say, oh, this item build is bad because this, and this. But I'm leaning towards the Echo Saber disassemble BKB type of a build because of this, as something that you mentioned, having this Moonshard, and that's it. Like, not having anything. Also, this is Tiny without real buffs. The only buff that they can provide him with is Chakra Magic, which, you know, can work, but you would want to have some kind of damage amplification.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels way too difficult when you're playing into all these stuns and controls and just such a fast-paced lineup that is just, there's no cooldowns really. Like we've mentioned multiple times, they can just go on any time.
Yopaj, he jumped in. Shackle, already used, but another good Burrow Strike, has a BKB as well. Rolling Thunder doing absolutely nothing. This is something that we said, you know, that playing into Templar Assassin as a Pango can be sometimes very difficult. If you don't get your shield crash off, Boom Bui also, he bought back, so a lot of buybacks already expended. This is his second buyback, and one was used on Pango, which did absolutely nothing besides him dying again. And yeah, I think they can go for the high ground again, try to poke things and see what's gonna happen. Storm a bit low on mana and HP, and we mentioned how they don't rely on any cooldown, so they can keep fighting all the time. They just need to have mana, HP, pretty much. And yeah, we see pretty clean games so far from Boom.
Yeah, very little mistakes. I mean, Yopaj, maybe a couple where he's just like over-committing with the zips, but even then, it's like it doesn't even feel like these were really these bad of mistakes, because at the end of the day, he allowed Jackie to get all this space. Like, yes, he's probably a bit under-farmed, not exactly where he wants to be, but either way, it's like the game plan is set. TA free farm, rest of the game went perfect besides that, so.
He understands that if he goes in, they trade kills, Templar Assassin lives, they get more out of these fights, it's still well worth it. Of course, he's not going into a fight saying, you know, I'm gonna die as a Storm Spirit, but just trading kills and trying to possibly get out. He knows that Coil is gonna be used on him, so that's very difficult. And we see what it's called Desperation Smoke in Dota 2 terms, which is doing absolutely nothing. You're trying to make something happen, but enemy is inside your base, so you got to react to it.
How do you feel about Puck in a lot of these pro games as well, too? I feel like it's really strong in most of these like pub games, but yeah, in pro games, for something about the hero. Sure, this game he got like last pick T8, and he's had a bit of a rough game because he got jumped on and the Orchid pickup and all that, but yeah, a lot of these games, I don't know. I love the hero, but in a lot of these pro games, just feels a bit underwhelming.
Definitely feels like a pop stomp hero more than a pro player hero, and having those couple of coils wasted early on does set him back quite a lot, I would say.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think those were, yeah, just like the support ones, right? When you grab like the Mirana and stuff, it's like in this type of game when lanes are already troublesome, you know the TA is getting all this jungle farm. It's like your coils, it's your first 15 minutes are everything, so.
I think it also comes down to two supports, because Shaman 5, he's not going to rotate. Like, this is very sluggish hero. You're not going to have boots early on. Other
Lift.
support.
Mizu.
Oh, that's a pretty big. That's nice play.
That's bullying.
That's game.
That's a game. Like, actually, you just glyph the wave, take racks. Now you've got full momentum, no Pangold. Just broke him.
Full dataless on Jackie as well. That's so much damage. I'm not sure how they can initiate. It's just very difficult. I think you lose a fight, call GG, start thinking about the next one.
I think they should be already thinking about that next one, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, like 15 minutes, and they should.
15 minutes ago. When they see Jackie, like Jackie, just it's the freest TA game he's had. Like he's had to pretty much just do his job. He hasn't. Had
Shaman
to do
caught an arrow. Shaman caught an arrow in the backlines.
Oh, he's alright.
He's okay.
And now they see another hero. They're like, oh, Tiny showing bottom. Immediately just swing down there. They don't need to even go for these type of kills at this point, it feels like, but why not, right? With how far they're ahead, getting a DD now too.
Roshan might respawn in 20 seconds, so if they want to play this safe, just wait until Roshan respawns or try to take a fight. There is double damage that you mentioned, the bottle for Templar Assassin. And Enigma, see, they're just playing bottom part of the map, while Boom is doing the old trick from the books, planting a high ground vision, sentry obs, playing in their triangle, cutting the wave on the mid lane when it comes there, and they can't invade. It's very difficult. It's like pretty standard, I would say, what the good Dota teams do. And now going for the high ground with that double damage, blinding light. Let's see if that gets dispelled. Not gonna even bother.
Yeah, it's really smart whenever you see like teams do that, right? The bottom lane's pushing, all lanes are shoving in, then you just like sit on high ground for a second when they're missing. And as soon as you see one hero, it's like, okay guys, we can start to push in again, as they do exactly that. And melee racks for free. 24k gold lead.
Usually it's the range racks for free, but TA with double damage, FBZ. He's thinking about it. Zip from Yopaj. Not gonna find anything.
Oh, 100% by the way, 100% win probability we have hit. So no hope it seems for Enigma Galaxy C, according to Gaben.
Imagine if you could see the win probability while you're in the game. You're like, oh, we have 3%. Yeah, we're like, oh, we have 3% chance. We better GG out.
My favorite is when it goes backwards. We've had a couple of those games where it's 100%, and then it ticks back to 98%. You're like, wait a minute, that's not how that works.
Well, Dota people in general are bad at math. Let's see, Mizu.
Another smoke.
Rolling Thunder. Coil on 2. How about the BKB? Mizu, Eon Disc proc. Tiny use the BKB. They're just gonna blink out. They don't necessarily need to take this fight.
One shot's the Shaman. He's on the Coddle now too. Sanking stung onto the Coddle. In your dreams, BKB is about to end on the Tiny. They're going to look to engage onto him immediately. The epicenter being revved. FBZ focusing down in your dream. An easy kill. Yopaj with the triple looking for more, but GG's called. In your dream calls it. Wow. I mean, that was a pretty one-sided affair, it does feel like, but I think the panel also prefaced it pretty nicely when they were talking about how strong Boom's lineup was. I feel like they got the perfect draft to deal with what Enigma Galaxy C did end up drafting.
Yeah, it seems like Boom had response to every single hero that they picked, especially with this opener, Keeper of the Light. They responded with Storm, also stealing the Storm plus Keeper of the Light combo. Boom, just on another level. Like in terms of execution, you talked about the wards, how they are staying one step ahead, planning things, and Enigma C, they need to, go back to the drawing board and get a better plan, I would say. This 5 Shaman also didn't work out quite as well. I don't think anyone expected it to do good, but yeah, they tried something a bit different. Maybe stick with the meta stuff, I would say.
Yeah, it's like they got themselves meta heroes, but I think at the point of like the understanding and when they're playing into this like first pick Storm, they did not address it well enough at all, right? They have this Pango, your Shaman's really your only lockdown, you're relying on your Puck to just pop off early game. So yeah, I think they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Sure, meta heroes were there, but they got to switch it up a little bit. So a quick game, and we're gonna be going to a break now for a few minutes and then back to the panel afterwards.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker. They're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Boom off to an explosive start in the series versus Enigma Galaxy, already going one game up. Welcome back, I'm Killer Pigeon, joining back on the panel, ready to dissect what happened specifically in that game one is, of course, Wagamama and Danong. Boys, talk me through this. This started off chill, but very quickly escalated into a one-sided affair.
Yeah, I think we saw a little bit of the effect when you have lanes that don't really work out that well. I think it was mentioned during the cast as well that they had sort of meta heroes, but not really played in meta way. The POS 5 Shadow Shaman, for instance, is hard to make work. He kind of needs items to really be functional. We said how we wanted to see a shard on him because it's really good. You know, you don't really get this if you're a POS 5. You're just poor. And that off lane, I think, struggled quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. The Pangolier, you know, he needs to get up in the face. You don't really want to do that against a TA. Also, just the fact of the Shadow Shaman as well, right? We were talking about how we wanted him to be able to make plays. And against a TA, it was a genius TA pick, right? Both for, you know, the matchups against a bunch of different heroes on Enigma Galaxy C's side, but also just the vision component that the TA trap provides. You can see First Blood coming through here for the bot lane. It's always something that you need to consider whenever you've got the double stun lane. And really, it felt like from that point on, it was all Boom.
Yeah, I think Boom had, you know, a little bit easier heroes to really execute their combinations with the Sand King and Mirana. We saw it time and time again, but also just their high tempo, right? They had no ulti dependence, really. They could just keep fighting, and you see the power of Storm and TA, how they don't have to wait for, you know, ultis to come back or something. You just keep fighting. And here's
like
one time.
One fight that went well.
Yeah, here's one time that they did get a little bit too greedy. They're actually fighting in 4v5 into all of Enigma here, and yeah, it doesn't really end that well for them. They overcommit fighting without their highest net worth hero.
Yeah, maybe they were just feeling so confident because before that fight they were 6k ahead. So they were just like, look, even though we're one man down, we've got the extra items to be able to potentially take that one. Of course, it was a very quick big blink dagger for FBZ off the back of that First Blood, but
I see
very nice toss as well.
These wards, Tiny gets stuck in them. These wards were a curse, man. He's not the only one to get stuck in there. The Pango also finds his way back in.
I mean, that was...
Yeah, that was after the dieback as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it was rough.
Yeah, he definitely seemed to be a little bit adamant about the safety of that Surfmore trap.
Look at this team fight. This is the one that we were talking about. The Tiny went the second item, BKB, instead of the Blink Dagger, and he spent so much of that time, I think like 6 of the 9 seconds of his BKB just running around trying to hit someone, got the first hit onto a TA with Refraction, did nothing, and then by the time it was gone, you had Tim's, of course, with that Spirit Vessel, just able to continue ticking into the HP and make him useless.
Yeah, you have to say that, Boom did a good job. FBC going in together with his team, of course, stealing some of the Ancients away from Team Enigma, because you saw this Tiny at like 17 minutes, he had his Moon Shard, but he didn't have the Aghanim Shard. And I think you want to have that at 15 minutes as a Tiny. You need it as soon as possible. It's such a crazy impact. Having it or not. I think if you're not rich enough, you shouldn't be committing to the full Moon Shard if you're not going to have the Aghanim Shard at 15. I actually think you need to make sure you get it ASAP.
And I wonder if the choice to actually go into the Soul Ring was a mistake, because I can understand it when you don't have some kind of hero to provide you mana, but they had a Keeper of the Light. He was making stacks. So he's going to be in the general vicinity of this Tiny to enable him to perhaps get that slightly quicker timing. After that, if you wanted to go back into some sort of mana item, just some passive mana for the Tiny, you can do it. But like you said, you do need to get that really early Aghanim Shard timing so you can make the most of your stacks and start to accelerate your own farm, because TA is one of the best heroes at being able to do that in her own right.
Yeah.
I was going to say, just like looking back at this game, what was the big change up you would have liked to have seen out of Enigma Galaxy? Because it feels like this is the type of game where maybe you should be playing around your puck a lot, but was it just a case of the outlanes went too terribly for that to even be an option?
I think it was Lacoste who said kind of back to the drawing board. I think that says a lot for me as well, because I said confidently after the draft was done, I think Boom are winning this. And we saw a very one-sided, decisive win here. I don't think this draft is going to work out too well against what they were up against. So definitely sort of take a moment, think about what you're doing. Run more meta stuff is sort of what I think Lacoste said, like play the meta a bit more perhaps, because they were doing something crazy, but now you're one game down. Even though it's double elimination, you are now, one game away from dropping down here.
Yeah, I wonder if something like the Dragon Knight would have been better than the Pangolier as well, right? The Pango, of course, is decent for that early game, being able to get the stuns through multiple people before you've got the BKB, but it was always the question of then what? I think we only saw one Mass Serpent Wards dropped onto an actual objective, and we saw at the end of the game, Enigma C had only taken one objective throughout the entire game, 31 minutes in. So, maybe if they had the Dragon Knight, they can piggyback off a successful team fight. Of course, he's a great frontliner into having that Elder Dragon form to still take some objectives.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'd say maybe those Serpent Wards serve the other side better if we recall those highlights, to be honest with you boys. But yeah, definitely not the showing that we'd expect out of Enigma Galaxy going into this. But we have to remember, they are switching it up, right? They have got a new member of the team, and we highlight that is in a leadership type role, so that can actually skew a lot of the way that the team interacts. How do we feel on that level? Did it look like there was decent sync up between Enigma, or is it simply like there wasn't even a chance to show any sort of coordination here?
I think they only had like the first 10 minutes to really show anything like that, because after the first 10 minutes, it became difficult to really see a way back into it, leadership or not. Like you're just falling behind too rapidly. You're only allowed to lose the lanes so hard, and you need to have some compensation for it. Like if you lose your off lane, you need your Tiny to become really big, but Tiny was also not like really popping off. So leadership-wise, I think maybe game 2 will tell more, but this was more worrying for me, like the draft. I think they just got a little bit caught out in the strategic part, which, shouldn't necessarily be put on the fact that they had a player swap recently. This is also the coach being part of it.
Yeah, I think Boombui honestly wasn't given the luxury to be able to play a game, right? We always said that this game was going to be on the back of, well, who's actually going to have the vision advantage? If you have successful lanes, that leaves you feeling a little bit more confident to invade the enemy side, get some deep vision up, have the TA potentially drop a couple of traps around just in random places to be able to have that extra vision. Shadow Shaman and Coddle get caught out. They get wiped out before they're able to get maximum effectiveness. Yeah, it just snowballs from there.
I guess like it's got to be on someone else on the team to actually bring that morale boost back, right? Because obviously Boombui just joining, maybe he doesn't have the full dynamics on lock. Like Danog, you probably watched a decent amount of Boombui in the past. Like, how does he strike you as a player in that type of moment? Is he the type of person who can turn it around and encourage and inspire the team, or does that have to come from somewhere else?
I would say so. I mean, we keep talking about like pick the meta heroes, but I wonder if they might just go for something way out of left field. Boombui was one of the first people that was picking like Pango 5 just to try and make it work, be that tanky frontliner. These days we see Ogre, Treant Protector, Abaddon, something that's able to tank up for a more squishy or farm dependent position 1. So maybe you can go something like that, just, out of left field that can still be strong, but against Boom, you only get so many little mistakes that you can look to take advantage of.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, usually the crazy stuff out of left field, I mean, game one is when you want to bring that because you have the, sense of security that you can, it can either be brilliant or you can fall back and still, have a chance to recover from it.
Let's check in on their brilliance. Looks like the draft is ready. Boys, switch up in game 2. First thing to come to mind, because I remember Wagger mentioned it deep in the draft, letting Boom have access to that Sand King in the second phase. Are we expecting that to be a kind of rinse and repeat, or do you think it's going to get banned out this time?
I mean, I'm not sure how we're going to see these teams approach it. I mean, I'm a European. I see Sand King. I think we're going to see Sand King first phase banned or picked, man. Like, to me, the hero showcased in that game as well how strong it is. I really think it should be high up on the priority list, but it comes down to what the teams are expecting here.
I mean, for Boom in particular, they're like, when I think FBZ, I think Pango, I think Mars, and I think Sand King. That's his big 3. And so to be able to let it slip through, I think was a bit of a mistake. They're just going to go ahead and ban the Death Prophet because, of course, it's just a flexible hero that can go into a multitude of roles. So let's see what Nigma Seed do in response to this. Sand King available, Storm available. They just go back into the coddle. I feel like they're just going to Storm again. This is the exact same draft so far.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you see I don't see a reason why they wouldn't take it here. It also feels kind of good to have like Beastmaster banned out as well if you're going to pick the Storm. But last time, Nigma, perhaps they felt, oh, we didn't address the Storm correctly. This time we'll do it, because Fogged was saying that during the cast that they had these chances to pick stuff against Storm. It's a first phase Storm. You need to address it properly. And here we go. Exactly a repeat.
You got a Sand King now, surely, right? Like, of course, you're going to have the Abaddon there for the turnaround potential, but I feel like going something a little bit too passive is going to bite you. Okay, they go the TA, something at least a little bit harder to kill. How do you feel about that, Wagger? I'm going to defer to you on this.
I do not like this. I mean, yeah, it can work, but there's not much synergy between Caudle and TA outside of Caudle being a great stacker, which TA enjoys. But like fight synergy is really low, and a first phase TA pick is harder to get away with than a first phase Storm pick, in my opinion. Or rather, I should say, it's easier to counter a TA than it is to counter a Storm. So we'll see how.
At least they banned the SK though, right? Like,
yeah,
it's really nice against the TA, of course, with the change to the Sandstorm, just damage ticks, to being able to get rid of that refraction super easily, and of course, just another instant stun, which you don't want to be giving over to Boom. I suppose the other aspect is if you are able to take a successful team fight, the Chakra Magic can help with the meld a little bit, just to be able to get some of those minus armor stacks onto the Roshan, just to make it a little easier to take quickly. But yeah, other than that and stacking, I agree with you. That's basically all they've got going for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely minor synergies. Caudle will always play a little bit into something, but TA usually is happy when you have good lockdown, good stuns, and they're playing against the Storm and an Abaddon who can unstun people. They need to pick stuns, not pick TA who needs more stuns, is what I feel. So far, a little bit concerned how the draft is opening here for them. Boom, gonna remove the Mars as well, so no Mars, no Sand King.
Do you feel like they could just puck again into this? Or, I mean, with Nigma C, they play this TA both in the mid lane as well as the safe lane. How do you feel about the TA matchup against the Stormwagger?
I'm actually a big fan of mid TA now that she got her side blades working on distance early game again. I mean, safe lane TA became popular due to the fact that she couldn't lane mid. She didn't have side blades, able to reach anything. You couldn't even reach the range creep. But now you can again, and I would be happier seeing them put a mid TA and then relying on something else as their hard carry here. Perhaps something that does pretty well against Storm as well in late game.
Just something durable, you reckon? Like get yourself to that late game, be able to farm quickly and have some of that burst potential?
Yeah, potentially something like a Wraith King who has, that second life, so he can be very aggressive and not get bursted by Storm. There are many options to go with. Even though we see both TB and Medusa being banned out, there's still plenty to choose from. And we're going to see more refraction burns coming in here. Boom are addressing the TA pick by adding Jakiro, which also gives them a bit of push.
Yeah, I mean, that almost... Would you say that guarantees that this TA has to be mid now because you really don't want to be laning into that position for Jakiro or even the 3, to be honest? FBZ's done it a couple of times just for that laning dominance that you can get from it?
Not entirely yet, because you don't know, definitively that this is going to be, you don't know exactly how the lane is going to look yet, but probably it will, because it will probably be a Jakiro +1 on the off lane with Abaddon supporting the safe lane. It could also be like a +3 Jakiro with anything, right? You can play Jakiro in many ways as well.
Go Witchblade on it, which is also good against the TA.
Yes, I honestly would be quite happy to see Boom playing a core Jakiro here, get some item progression, and use him to take towers quickly.
Rate it. For Nigma C to be able to respond to it. I mean, I still feel like they need that instant lockdown, or even some kind of silence, right? Just to be able to deal with the Abaddon, right?
There you go.
Need the borrowed time. There's the instant lockdown, which is good. Dragon Knight, very beefy, very tanky, hard for the Storm to take down, which is nice.
True. That was banned last time at this phase, right? I believe the switch up was it the Lina or the Ember they changed from their previous bans?
I think the Lina is different, but yeah, we see Nigma doing exactly what we were talking about in the first phase of the draft here. They're adding stunts, which is what they desperately need. It is a little bit ungrateful to be playing Bane into Abaddon though, because you can really struggle to get that Fiend's Grip off. There's also Ice Path, which is one of the longest range disables that you can have disrupt your ulti. But I love the Dragon Knight pick, but with Necro possibly. But we see Brewmaster instead. Okay, probably no Necro then.
Yeah, probably no Necro, but like it's just great to have this Brewmaster, right? Just another way to be able to deal with that Bane, right? You either toss him up into the air, you toss the TA into the air prior to the BKB coming out on her. And again, the Fire Panda, lots of little instances of damage, Cinder Brew, Thunderclap, everything that you've got to be able to pop that. It's really nice and effective. I feel like the way that Boom like to play this a lot of the time is having FBZ, of course, as the offlaner going in first isn't like some crazy sort of thing, but using him as a bit of bait to enable the full impact out of Tim's Jakiro in particular.
Yeah, they seem to be pretty good at using him like very actively from the offlane. And I think it works well, not just for catching those heroes, but even just the Storm Panda is very good for having to get to that Caudals. Now with both Storm and the Storm Panda from Brewmaster, it's going to be dangerous. Rough weather ahead if you're Caudal here.
Well, looking at this now, like now that we've got 4 picks on the field, we kind of look at the gaps, right? What's missing on each side? Because it feels like Nigma right now have decent push. Is that something that Boom's maybe lacking, an ability to take towers and objectives?
I think
now that Jakiro is a position 4, right, it's a bit harder.
Yeah, it's a bit harder, but they still have Abaddon and Jakiro. I wouldn't say their push is bad at all. I actually think they have a rather competent push. The push as I see it is rather even between the two teams right now. Boom are just lacking whatever they want as a carry, but they're not lacking a specific thing. Their draft is pretty rounded. They just need to secure that late game they will be strong as well and not have that big weakness of, oh, if it goes late game, we auto lose to like DKTA. So that's the only thing that's worrisome for me in their draft right now. But I mean, most carry heroes does fill that.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny hasn't been banned out just yet. I don't think Boom are going to pick it if it goes through them, just because you're up against a TA and a DK and a Bane, who I think are 3 really good counters to it, as long as you're able to respond to the Tiny. Like if he gets straight on top, of the Bane, of course, you have the capability of being burst down, but Enfeeble, very good against that as well. They're kind of... They go on the Lifestealer. Do you just Razor into this?
Yeah. I definitely think that you can. Razor is a pretty fantastic hero against both DK and Lifestealer. It's a bit of a weakness here. Even against TA, it's really good. You put yourself in a spot where both your side lane cores are countered by the same hero. That makes it so even lane swaps are not really going to solve it. So if they want to go for a Razor carry here, looks really solid. Other option.
Some of that extra tower push eventually as well, right? And even the only BKB piercing stun they've got right now is Fiend's Grip, and like you've just said, they got Abaddon, right? You Fiend's Grip, Aphotic Shield, bam, just able to continue going.
Yeah, for sure. This doesn't really strike me as a very tough Storm game as well. I mean, we have to go back to this. This is a first pick Storm. Look at what he's against. Sure, there's like possibly Blink stuns from Dragon Knight, but then there's Bane, and then there's nothing. I'm not seeing the Storm counters. Am I crazy? Like, this is a first phase Storm. You need to have something to lock him down. I feel like I'm like I'm in Crazy Town here. What are these picks?
Some lucky bashes maybe coming through from a Lifestealer is what they're looking to expect, or just insane burst potential from the TA. That's all I can really think of.
Does it feel like they're too worried about what's coming afterwards? Almost like this isn't the key to Boom's success, so maybe they're kind of tunnel visioning the counters to the picks coming afterwards.
It can be, but there's a rough part in that the pick that's coming after is indeed coming after. So this pick will be crafted towards the DK and the Lifestealer that you now have picked. I think they're just putting themselves in a bit of a tough spot.
Yeah, whenever you're playing on having first pick, right? Like TA was picked with the last pick of the first phase. That is your chance to, that is your one advantageous point in the entire draft, right? To be able to have that pick that counters what's already been picked up by Boom. They got a Monkey King instead, okay.
That's also a really solid choice. I mean, you have another now long-range stun the same way Ice Path can cancel Field Script. You now have Monkey Stun as well. I mean, it's looking rough to get any sort of ulti going here if you're Bane. Also, Monkey ulti is fantastic against both Lifestealer and DK, I feel.
Vision as well, right? You don't need to be, you can just provide that extra potential. That was, I think, probably the one thing that I did see lacking a little bit from Boom was being able to identify exactly where the Bane and the Coddle were so that the Storm can have that maximum level of impact. Now you've got that. As long as you're dancing around in the trees, you do have to contend against the TA, of course, with the Psionic Traps, with providing a little bit of vision going back the other way, but it's a pretty solid monkey pick.
Yeah, I just think you're happy in general against 3 very short-range heroes, 2 melee heroes, and a TA. As Monkey King, he generally does really well in these matchups where he can get people deep into his ulti. He struggles a bit more against stuff, that has longer range that can get out of his ulti quickly or push him out, like Drow Ranger. But yeah, this looks like a pretty good draft for Boom again.
Yep, decent for pushing high ground as well, right? You just drop the Wukongs, you've already got the Liquid Fire, maybe even the Liquid Frost at that stage, because it's looking like being a pos for Jakiro that just helps with the tower push. So yeah, I'm probably going to go for Boom again.
Yeah.
Oh, boys, come on.
I'm sorry to say.
Don't like that.
I'm sorry to say, but I have to go against my girl TA even, and that's when it's rough. I'm always with TA to the end otherwise.
I mean, it's looking doom and gloom for Nigma here, folks. Hopefully they can show us something promising. Hopefully the 2 people we're going to throw over to can actually give us an upside, as they are the knowledgeable Lacoste and Fogged returning for game number 2.
After a pretty one-sided affair of the first game, we're having a bit of a repeat with the Storm Abaddon opener. We did see some adjustments made from Nigma Galaxy C, but Lacoste, do you think that the adjustments are enough to deal with this?
Not enough. I mean, Panel talked about how this is the first phase Storm Spirit, and there is a Dragonite Stun. That's pretty much it. Fiend's Grip, but also they're playing into Abba. I don't think they dress Storm Spirit enough, and also, they last pick Lifestealer. This is, at least in my book, hero that needs to be last pick. There was still, one hero to be countered with. They did go with the Monkey King. There are a couple of options left that you and me discussed about. There was still Razor in the pool, and there's also a Phantom Lancer. So I feel like, they put themselves in a spot where it's very difficult for them to have this gotcha pick from their last pick. It just doesn't feel right for me. And also, they feel very single-oriented. It's Lifestealer, Templar Assassin,
exactly.
Dragonite. There is some AoE, Illuminate, Shard from DK eventually, but I'm a little bit worried. Also, I remember during the Gamers Galaxy Brewmaster, I was very impressed the way FBZ played it. I think they ran it once or twice throughout the tournament, and if someone can make it work, it's definitely him.
Yeah, I have to agree also, especially when I saw the TA and I see a physical damage core. I think there's some things that people Brewmaster's not seen too often, but he has pretty insane evasion mechanics too that kick in with your Drunken Brawler when you are playing versus something like TA. When you Drunken Brawl yourself and get on top of her, you're also a Refraction Burner. And at the end of the day, you are the king of team fight. I used to say that about Darkseer a lot, but Brew he's always been that one. So yeah, it looks really strong, and whenever I see Bane picked into Abaddon too, I'm always just they didn't have a better option there. And then when I see Lifestealer picked versus the Brew, I'm just yeah, I know most carry heroes were banned, but Is Lifestealer really
Jackie.
your best pick there? Like,
Yeah, I'll go back to that. Using Mischief to dodge the Illuminate, that's a lot of value. And yeah, I feel like there is definitely a better pick other than the Lifestealer. We can't complain. We wanted them to pick something different. They did, and you're still not satisfied.
no, yeah, I guess we're bullies. I guess we're a bit mean. I've never really been a big Lifestealer fan myself in quite a long time after all like these changes and nerfs and BKB, and you feel like you don't really do too much damage on this hero unless you're literally into like Tiny or some super strength core. I didn't see it this game, right? The only thing I saw was what we saw: Storm, we saw Brewmaster, we saw Abba. I'm just not feeling where it's like, damn, this is the killer Lifestealer game, right?
Definitely. It's just the hero needs to be last pick, in my opinion, and
Tim's.
I just said, ooh, Tim's diving a little bit, but he's gonna be okay. Bane does have a healing salve, so does Tim's, and this is also a killer lane for Boom. Brewmaster and Jakiro, a lot of slow, have spells that they can ignite him. I mean, Liquid Fire is already a spell that can ignite people. Remember when we had this Pokemon stuff in Dota? Oh god.
Need a fire spell to ignite the brew. Oh, jeez.
Like, which spells were actually fire spells? Like, was everything from Lena, like, fire? Did we actually, like, go deep into that? Or was it just, like, a meme for a short period of time?
I don't even remember. I just remember I picked Phoenix with it because I know Phoenix worked. I don't know anything else that worked. I was like, fire hero? Okay, we're good.
Templar Assassin doing well on a mid lane. 13 CS, 1 deny. Yopaj, he invested a lot of HP and mana early on just to get his bottle, and now he's sitting at half HP. I don't think he should die to Templar Assassin, but Alacrity is doing a very good job with the side blades.
It's hitting him with all of them. These are beautiful from Alacrity. And, I mean, we didn't really get to touch on those lanes too much, but I think the biggest one that we need to look at is that top lane. It is the Monkey King last pick because they saw the DK pick. So we know that this DK, he's going to really suffer. Mizu, only 4 last hits right now, and I can imagine it's just going to get harder and harder for him versus...
Yeah, it's going to be miserable for him in this lane.
Yep. Especially with Jackie just getting the mischiefs off, just dodging out those Illuminates, as you mentioned.
They do have a kill threat. Monkey also with the boots of speed, Orb of Venom, Abba with some extra slow. 1-1-1 build so far on Jackie. I want to see more points in Jingu just to have that extra sustain in this lane. At least 1 point. Oh, this might be
damage.
A bit problematic. And I mean, he's not gonna die. Scam does have a healing salve, so gonna pop it and shield on top of that.
He did get, what, like 4 or 5 last hits, I think, on Mizu there. But yeah, you still see 23-10 on Monkey King. And now, Shokam stepped up a bit far. He might just die here, Jackie. He's got the extra to connect. Yep. Oh, Scam gets...
Oh, Scam's
shield explodes.
I was like, how did he get it? And Bane is gonna drop as well eventually. But yeah, that was a fun one.
Oh, is he gonna... He lives and he pulls them so far out of the lane as well, too. Nicely done.
Is that worth it? I mean, you're giving Lifestealer some free XP, but so is Brewmaster. Like, he's getting some extra CS.
I think it was because the Brew is actually chasing for some time, so Lifestealer I think got like maybe like 2 free waves or something like that. It looks good, and you know that's I guess this is the main reason. You know that Lifestealer versus Brew matchup is the reason that they won it. But I'm still like, was that the best pick in the entirety of the game? I can understand in the laning phase, but even then it's like, so many heroes do well versus Brew in laning phase. So I'm gonna really wait to see what the idea is behind this Lifestealer, because it's not even like he has delivery mechanisms like we used to see these infests or anything like that. So. Really curious.
Lane, oh, Jakiro's making a rotation. That's gonna be a lot of overtime damage. Yopaj doing the body block sleep on Bane. Yeah, that's gonna be enough.
Now Tim's might actually go down.
Star Spirit, thinking about going in. Abba is behind him. Seems like they want Bane instead, but very limited on mana. Trap misses. Keeper of the Light also shows from the north. Scam will drop. Yokam. He's still chasing, trying to get another Illuminate possibly off, but that's just gonna be it.
And this time they are looking to force that siege in, so with the 2 rotations from the supports, they might be able to get some decent tower damage here too. Yopaj low HP, so if they look to hit a bit, but no, I say that, and the TA actually just lets the catapult suicide to the tower immediately right afterwards. I guess he did see the 3 heroes from Boom set up, so doesn't want to poke.
Also, they know that Skim's bottle will be refilled. Yopaj, bottle. Skim died. We'll TP it to mid lane, and let's see where the rune spawns. Raging rune for Yopaj. I don't think you can ask for anything better. This increases his farm in such a good way, and this time around, he's going for the Witchblade, a little bit of an adjustment, playing against Templar Assassin to burn through Refraction as well.
I like it. It gives you everything, right? Refraction burner, some armor, good damage, great ways to catch. Also, versus like Coddle, versus Blinding Light can be pretty effective in some instances too. I really like it. I think this has been
because it's True Strike.
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty cool... who was the first one to do it? Was it BZM, I think it was, that I saw at least the first Storm to do it? I think it's a really cool change-up of the build, because, I mean, seeing the quad nulls and 5 nulls and stuff like that. We're still going to see, like, 4 nulls, but, you know, I seeing no items is really just...
Wait, what are you saying? That 4 nulls is not a fun way to play the game right now? Tims?
Of course it is. As in your dream, he's letting himself get pulled, got infest. It will be all right, but they're actually going to kill the creep, so maybe he's not going to be okay.
Rage available, not enough damage. Talk to me about the Brewmaster Fogged. Like, if I didn't play Dota for last year, like, what are the changes to the Brewmaster?
So now
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Okay, well, Thunderclap is the same, so you don't need to worry too much about that. Cinderbrew is also the same in the way that it interacts, where it ignites based off of spell damage from yourself or from Urn or from teammates. However, now you have a third ability where it's no longer Driven Brawler. You can actually toggle between 3 different stances. One stance gives you move speed and evasion, another one gives you magic resist and armor, and the other one gives you, who cares because it's worthless, gives you percent crit and crit damage, which nobody ever even goes inside that form because almost never.
Yeah, the other two are pretty much better. Just having the magic resistance and also like the move speed when you're trying to run away. It's a lot of clicking for new players out there. It's like, well, what the hell is that? What are these stances?
The thing for me though is, waiting on that in a second, is Yopaj will be able to find Boom Bui. Do they have the damage? They should have enough with a third rotation to Tims. They get the kill. But now what happens though with your Cinderbrew is you actually ignite yourself. And this is why I'm going to say why the fire stance sucks so much, is because the 2 other stances get tripled when you ignite yourself. So you go from having like 7 armor to 21 or something along those lines. And then you have from, I can't remember exact numbers, like 20% evasion to 60 or something like that. For the fire one, it just increases the chance to crit. Not the crit damage, and it's not triple either. So just...
It's pretty mediocre.
Pretty mediocre, but yeah.
Mediocre
so
slash bad.
Yeah. Your hero just gets very tanky, and you're very fast, and you're just a lot stronger. It's a really cool little change-up that happened on Brewmaster.
Enigma Seed this time around, having a much better early game, much more even. Last game, Boom was staying, 4 or 5k gold ahead, 12 minutes in. This time around, they are getting the farm, especially on Templar Assassin, 80 CS so far. She also has double damage in a bottle, big stacks being made in the triangle. That's going to be the... Like, they don't even have heroes that can go in and take those stacks. So Templar Assassin should be very safe. They can scout it out, but they don't have the heroes to kill it.
Scam just walks in by himself to get that D-ward. That's pretty nice, but they're going to start working on it. They're even going to keep the Coddle and the Bane over here to ensure that Alacrity is able to get this farm.
And look at positioning from Alacrity, drawing them closer to the south so that he sees any kind of rotation. Yopaj. These heroes are very difficult to kill right now. Their damage output is a bit limited. Yopaj, like, they're going for the steals. Like, they stole 3-4 so far. And big zip. Catching the Bane once again. Can he get any spells off? He got the Nightmare, but that's going to get removed. And the Storm Spirit, he's still not done. Even Jackie. Yeah, even Jackie shows up. They brought 5 heroes. I said they don't have anything to steal the stacks with, but if you bring 5 heroes, eventually you're going to get couple.
And they're trying to get more out of it, too. If they could get a kill onto Alacrity, it would be huge, because they could potentially set up for a tower push. And he looks to be pretty dead. The position he's in, they should be able to chase him out. Illusion Rune. Not enough.
Oh, nice bat. That's what you call a nice ice bat.
Nice path.
Storm Spirit was holding onto his pull just in case, because Jakiro wasn't close enough. And yeah, we're going to see them coming in and trying to steal some stacks. Yopaj got couple. So
big play from Tims.
Yeah, Tims.
Yeah.
Tims just setting things up. Can't believe they actually brought 5 heroes here.
I'm glad though that you see on the reversal, like Enigma Galaxy C, they didn't overreact. The DK didn't swing down too much. We didn't see Lifestealer TP over or anything either. They kept themselves in those side lanes. So even though they killed the TA, I feel like Enigma Galaxy C actually reacted pretty nicely. Where it's like, okay, sure, you guys took our stacks, but our Lifestealer's farming, our DK's getting stuff too. So it is what it is. We're still getting stuff out of the map.
I mean, when you make a 5-man rotation, you know that someone somewhere is going to get the farm. Jackie's going for a Battle Fury build on Monkey King, so that means that it's going to take a while until he join fights. He did join that one expedition in a triangle, but yeah, rest of the team is going for it. A very difficult kill to get. Like, they don't have any abilities that go through magic immunity, so that's going to be a bit difficult for them just to gank the Lifestealer.
Yeah, unless somehow they can get like 4 hits from the Abaddon, it's very unlikely. Or chain stun, which is still difficult. Mizu in the area.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Bane still level 5.
Dire's top tower
It's difficult. It's a difficult game for Bane. Playing into Brewmaster, playing into Jakiro with the Ice Bat, long range disruption, Abaddon.
Monkey King,
King, yeah.
So many things he actually has to worry about. A long-range stun, just millions of different things to scout him. Yeah, it's definitely not easy for the Bane. But we're seeing, I feel like I'm starting to see a little bit more and more of why this Lifestealer pick was there. It's like, look at that bottom situation, right? And most other carry heroes, I feel like would have had to just ditch the lane. They wouldn't have been able to defend that push. He's able to just hold his ground and stop that push almost by himself with just like one other hero rotating in. She'll come.
Raj going in. FBZ ready to use ulti if needed. Still half HP. Keeper of the Light will drop. I like how Boom is just playing aggressive, like going into the back lines and not heavily committing. That there was still no split being used. Abba will pop an ulti. Let's see how they approach this one. Brewmaster thinking about the split.
Big ice path.
They're still gonna get the kill. In your dream, still chasing, and here's the split. Used on Lifestealer. They're chasing Bane, but seems like that's gonna be it for now.
Okay, I mean, that's pretty big for Enigma Galaxy C. Arcane Rune on Alacrity, Mizu as well with DK form, hitting tower here. Tims.
And Tims with his ice bats, he's really on point. Jackie Boy's coming in. They have to use Infest on Dragonite just to keep him alive, but it's not gonna be enough. Are they done?
Cooldown.
Oh, that's level 2 Rage, but they did not want to commit. Lifestealer had 10 stick charges, had an armlet, and also a raindrop, but it looked very promising for Enigma C, as you said, and then once again, Tim's coming in with some big plays on this Ice Path.
Yeah, he's gotten a 2-man Ice Path earlier, another 2-man earlier, and now he got a 3-man into a 3-man Macro Pyre Dual Breath to kind of turn it around. And Jackie, of course, we have to point out that big Wukong, which is going to secure his Battle Fury. As now Bane kind of started the game. This poor Bane is just getting picked off over and over again. As we said, impossible game for him, it really does feel like.
FBC going for a bit of a different item build. Usually we see just Urn of Shadows to have a bit more lane presence and have something to ignite people with. But he heavily committed, going for the full Spirit Vessel. Great against Dragonite, great against Lifestealer later on when there's no Rage, just to reduce the heat and yeah, percentage-based damage. Works really well against these tanky heroes.
Yeah, I mean, even versus, like, it's not amazing or anything versus TA, but any little extra, you ignite your Cinder Brew and then the refraction's just gone too. Sure, you can do that with Urn, but Vessel's just gonna make it, like, actually do damage afterwards too. I'm fine with it.
Sure.
And they hurt them in the mid game a little bit when he doesn't have that Aghanim as earlier, but I feel like they have backup of team fight that comes from the Jakiro and the Monkey King that allows him to go for this different route.
Battle Fury is done. Scam. He does have ulti. They will proc it. Storm Spirit zipping in on the Lifestealer. Can they? Can they actually? They can. FBC, wow. And once again, Tims, like, they didn't overlap any of their abilities, and they managed to bring him down, trading position 5 for position 1.
Did you see what cut the tree? What cut? I thought they were actually going to miss the kill because Monkey's tree got cut when he was trying to Boundless.
Did I see it? Of course I didn't. I'm focused on being the play-by-play caster. What do you mean? I'm just spitting out some words, trying to talk fast.
Very amazing.
It's excellent.
It was very close. I actually thought they were going to miss the kill because of that, but a nice chain stun ends up getting him, and that's a big kill. That's the Lifestealer who's been quietly farming, keeping himself not at the top or anything like that, but just been keeping his map presence the whole time, and now one death, it's gonna get him so far behind this Monkey King who's gone Battle Fury. He's already 2,500 gold behind. It's just gonna continue to do so. Only 1K lead for Boom, but that was a big moment, it felt like.
At least Templar Assassin's having a really good time. What I like about when you play against like these two heroes, like the core heroes that just heavily rely on dealing physical damage, is your itemization. It's going to be very easy. Like eventually your carry is going to get AC, zip again. Oh, never mind. It's a long zip, but we have to watch the replay. Check the tree that you were talking about. They did manage to bring him down, as we said. Heal not coming out. Maybe if the heal connected a bit earlier. And yeah, FBZ suddenly dead.
He's just dead. I guess it was just an overcommitment from Yopaj, and everybody from Enigma C was at the ready, so they get FBZ. And your Dream still continuing to push forward. Okay. The thing is that they do have to slow. The concern for me at the moment is it's still close, and your Dream's still farming. I don't know how, like, the matchup for me still feels very difficult for him as a Lifestealer versus a Monkey King as game progresses. Feels like it's gonna get harder and harder, but I feel like they have to slow down Monkey King. Like this Battle Fury, they have to try to find some pickoffs onto him. Otherwise, I just feel he's gonna keep skyrocketing forward. And
it's a big difference between what Lifestealer can do with just Armlet, and he's also going for Heaven's Halberd. What I wanted to say about the itemization on side of Boom is, like, if your offlaner was a different hero, maybe you know, Heaven's Halberd seems like a natural choice. And yeah, as you said, what happened on the replay, Yopaj, big zip, overextended. They wanted to follow it up. Yopaj going in once again. This is going to be an easy pickoff. Seems like Bane has been, you know, the sacrificial one for the team, tanking the ganks and everything. But we still have not seen the Fiend's Grip, I believe.
No, I don't think we will either.
For a reason.
It's going to get canceled instantly anyway, so...
What if you get stats? Like, if you get stats instead of the Fiend's Grip, the value.
The value. Sounds...
Mid lane, dropping low. Can he zip out of it? No, he can't. The overtime damage from the Spirit Vessel and the Dragonite gonna drop him low. One more.
Blinding Light.
Yeah,
Very
keeping
nice
them
push.
alive. Yeah, Blinding Light can push Monkey King out of the Wukong's command, so that's gonna be pretty big. They don't have any other abilities to reposition people out, and Yopaj, I saw him going for Boots of Travel after that Witchblade. He might need to swap things around a little bit, you know. He committed.
He committed. Okay, interesting. I mean, he can be very global on the map. Like, he can like be very show up to every single fight, like with like the Brewmaster split. You can TP on them too and stuff like that, which is nice. And also, one other thing, just going back to Enigma C, is, you know, Jokam. Look at his farm. These coddles a lot of the time.
I know you're a big fan of position 4 being super farmed, but
hey.
yeah.
It's important. It's important, especially if your DK is like struggling and stuff like that. Like, look at the itemization he's gonna be. He could actually get this game, right? Like, he's gonna go for Lotus, which is gonna be pretty good to counteract a lot of the, like, the just actually what, like, not really too many of the big things, I guess. But
against Storm, removing the Spirit Vessel, overtime damage from Jakiro. I think it's more about the dispel mechanic instead of just having, you know, something that they're really afraid of. Like, oh, I'm gonna static link myself type of a thing.
Yeah, just like it's just the dispel really versus the Jakiro then, really. Kind of interesting.
Yopaj mid lane. Needs to be careful. Templar Assassin.
Oh my god.
He actually hit him on the range creep. Alacrity having a really good time on Templar Assassin. Pretty even game. Like, first game was one-sided. Boom did stomp him. Let's see in your dreams if he got it off. Oh, but not enough.
The Sage status resist, I feel like that actually allowed him to get his rage off. I don't think they timed the stuns properly because of it.
If they get the ice pad off, I'm not sure if he dies anyway. I think the damage output is a bit limited and he gets a rage off, but maybe. We'll keep it as an option, possibility. Good thing going for Bane is that he found the big boy Philly.
Yep.
Oh, eventually he's gonna farm an item. Right now, just having boots of speed. A Templar Assassin, however, she does have a BKB. Interesting build from Mizu. Going for Force Staff, yeah, just to push people out of the trouble. I don't mind seeing that.
Even push himself out of the trouble. Like, the thing that killed him 2 times was Wukong's, right? So now he has a way to get out of Wukong's. It's a bit unorthodox, but...
we talked about how they have like blinding light to push Monkey out of the Wukongs. Like, it's something that possibly can be done, but it's mostly going to be used on himself as a defense mechanism, as we see here.
Almost the Ags on the Brew going to be coming up soon. That's where I feel like it's Boom's going to start just picking every single fight. Like right now, I feel like they're a little bit more limited to be able to find it because they are reliant on that Brew ulti to just take the head-on fight. But with 2 of them, it feels like it's going to be easier. But it does feel like Enigma C, they're finding their footing. Like Alacrity especially. He's got his BKB. He's got the Desolator done now to almost level 18. He's going to be a problem.
Top tower is under attack.
We haven't seen much from the Brew split that you mentioned.
No.
Like, we talked about the control, but these rulings, like, cores from Nigma C are extremely tanky. Like, they don't care too much about the damage from the rulings.
I do want to say, though, he did fall a little bit behind, like going for the Vessel and dying. Level 1 split, I think he was waiting to not use it because I think it actually just dies to TA. So I think now that he has level 2 split, he can actually use it a little more reliant to just not dying to the 2 mountains.
Oh, jump. They found Monkey King. There's the grip. Who's going to be the first one TPing? It's going to be the Brewmaster. It's a 5-second TP, but they got him. They can turn this into Roche. They're going to immediately go.
Yeah, that is the biggest pickup they could actually get there. The Monkey King pickup now with the Fiend's Grip too, abandoned nowhere in the area at all. I don't think Boom can react. And now Alacrity with that level 18 Deso picked up, a fresh charge for him on that damage buff, and an Aegis now too. All right.
This is their timing. Having this Dragonite, Lifestealer, Templar Assassin, these are extremely difficult to kill, and them having like Rage and BKB on Templar Assassin, there's no damage coming through the BKB besides Monkey.
They're setting up
They're not done. Stun, this is gonna be an easy pick-off if they can chain stun him, but they cannot. He gets the ulti off, and the Storm Spirit zipping in. Mizu will drop. They try to save him with the Nightmare, but that's not gonna be enough. Lifestealer, where is he? He's showing up. Where is there gonna be any kind of save? Temper Assassin's gonna die. There is a BKB, so he still has it. Bruce split, trying to control them. I think Boom needs to back off a little bit. Tim's is gonna drop. Lifestealer, some right clicks, putting in a lot of damage, and Yokam, he's still hiding. Monkey shows up finally, but they pushed him out with the blinding light.
Beautiful.
And the disarm on top of that. We talked about that, like, this is the only thing that they got against Wukongs, and they managed to pull it off.
Oh, that was, yeah, it was actually looking a little weird, too. Like, the Lifestealer might actually die there, but yeah, beautiful push out from Blinding Light. And they killed, I mean, that's the Aegis. It dies instantly. A BKB charge also on Alacrity.
I would say that's worth it for Boom. They did lose position 4 and position 3, but they got 2 kills and also took the Aegis.
Yeah, and I think that's what, is that the Brewmaster's Aghanims, I think, now done after that fight? So I think it was right before he was very close to, okay, 400.
He still doesn't have it.
So for next one, he'll have the double split, because in that last fight, if you noticed, the evasion was really kicking in. They couldn't finish him off. He would have been able to get a second split off, and we could have potentially seen a full different turnaround if he had Aghanims there. So
that's
next one.
They don't have any heroes that has a silence, so Brewmaster needs to care about stun from Dragonite and Fiend's Grip, and also right-click damage. But as I said, with the evasion, he's gonna feel pretty much okay. FBZ, I see E on this queued up after. He finishes off that Aghanim Scepter, so that's gonna be a guaranteed split in a fight.
Yep, the usual, right? Aghanim's Aeon Refresher, and then you've got to deal with like 5 lives of Brewmaster that you can't even finish off. So eventually we'll get to that point. But yeah, I think Enigma Galaxy C, they've found their footing pretty nicely in these last few moments after getting that pick off on the Monkey King, getting the Aegis. Now they're starting to feel a little bit more aggressive, even getting into the enemy side of the map, getting some aggressive wards down too.
Interesting build from Templar Assassin. He has Crystallis for now and a full Silver Edge. Maybe he's thinking about killing Abba before he can get anything off. Once he has a Shard, so that's going to be a Silence plus a Break mechanic, and he can also break Monkey.
And Brew, he has 3 different targets that he can actually break pretty nicely. As focusing the Brew, Brew has Ags.
Gets the split off.
Focused. He's Spirit Vessel, so he's dropping fast, and he will die.
Templar Assassin will BKB TP out, but the good Brew split. They're gonna get 2 kills out of this. This 4-staff on Dragonite, it's good. It got him out of the trouble, but you know, it's not a BKB.
No, and he is, at the end of the day, like a core, right? So it's a Cauda absorbing a lot of that farm and taking it away from him, but I mean, this 4-staff might end up hurting him more than helping in these later stages, as in your dream,
he does have a rage and a TP, so he's like, well, what can you do? What are you gonna do about it? Eventually,
It's so aggressive
someone is
still.
gonna get a basher, and it's gonna be probably Monkey King, because they are gonna get tired of them TPing out. He just used a rage in fast, trying to buy a bit more time until rage
Nice stun.
cooldown comes off. Nice stun, as you said, from the Centaur. Rage back up in 5 seconds. Can they burst them? Status resistance, the mischance. Rage is back online, and he's gonna live. Armor toggle, he's doing it. My man's doing it. He's at 500 HP. Oh no! The overtime damage actually killed him. Monkey King, he locked onto the Yokam. Let's see what he can do.
Boom boy. Ooh. And Jokam. They need to get... This is getting awkward. Now Mizu getting back in. Jackie's revving up the ult. Alacrity's standing in it. They're trying to...
Blinding Light pushes him out
Another
one more
Blinding
time. Ooh, and FBZ is gonna get bursted by this Keeper of the Light. Can he get anything off? Scam does use
Got a
shield
heal.
on him. But now Storm Spirit coming in. And he's
Arcane
coming in hot. That's gonna be an easy cleanup, but they're not done. Alacrity does not have a Blink Dagger. Yopash, Stoing, no! He was stowing with him, and then he gets splashed. I think that's it. They need to stop chasing now.
Dude, I can't... He overplayed his hand so much. You see him stop canceling the zip. Look, dude, he just gave 1,000 gold to the TA.
He could have zipped to the left side a bit more.
He could have they could have just been happy with the 4 kills that they just got after a crazy team fighter kicking off, but tries to push the limit a bit too much, and now Alacrity is huge. That was a big kill, but Boom ends up with a pretty big win either way at the end of all of it there with some kiting and with a bit of mistake, I want to say, by In Your Dream. Like that rage, rather than just TPing out, staying in the area, allowing them to chase him for so long, made it awkward. His whole team had to react to try to bail him out of the situation.
It's one of those where you feel like if you get that off, you're gonna be on Reddit, everyone's gonna see it. Teams will pick you up, you know, the scouts will see what you're actually doing. It's a risky move, but it can work. He's relatively tanky with just Armlet and Heaven's Halberd going for the Scotty next against both Templar Assassin and Monkey. Gonna work really well. And yeah, I talked about the itemization on the Brewmaster, how the value from Heaven's Halberd is gonna be very good, and FBZ is actually going for it. I like it.
Okay,
I
cool.
think it's much better, you know, Refresher's fine, but these Rulings are not doing as much damage, and also having that status resistance, having the mischance, so the stuns and potentially a Fiend's Grip is not gonna last as long. So I like that, and also you're playing TA plus Lifestealer, so double the value.
It is literally the best item you can get versus TA 90% of the time because it, ranged hero. It's like 5.5 seconds of disarm. It's absolutely insane. It ends up lasting the whole duration of BKB pretty much as when the game gets to the point of those 6-second BKB. So I can never argue against the Heaven's Halberd versus most range carries. And we will be getting In Your Dream almost having his Scotty finished up too. So that's going to be good for him to stick onto the MK or even slow down that Storm Spirit in some situations.
Keeper of the Light, in the end, just buying a casual plate mail.
He switched it, okay.
Yeah, there's like not much value from the Lotus Orb besides the spell mechanic, and going for bongo drums instead, so they can be slowed. Is it 2.5 seconds or 275?
For what, the drums now?
The drums, or is it 170?
I think it's
It
like
nerfed it.
1.5. It got nerfed hard, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, you're
Upgraded
right.
version.
You're
It
right.
went from, I think, 2 to 1.5, but I haven't even seen them purchase too much.
Yeah, it's from 2 to 1.5.
Yep.
Still a good item.
Great versus Brewmaster. Great versus Thunderclap. Great versus like dual breath and stuff too, just to bail you out of like, stuck inside a Wukong's or something.
We've seen it 2 times. Blinding Light on a Wukong's command works really, really well. So he needs to either pop a BKB or needs to stand in the middle of it. There is a Silver Edge on Alacrity. The break mechanic. Ooh, and there's the silence. Does he have? He definitely
Mindbreaker?
has Mindbreaker. Okay.
Oh, he's got the combo.
Okay.
He can do it himself. He can Silver
does.
Edge break the ABBA by himself with silence.
And also has a shard, so that can't possibly be follow-up silence just to be able to burst him. Because you can't, like, if you're broken, you can still manually click it. It doesn't automatically proc, and then if you're silenced, like, you can't do anything. That's always been a thing about ABBA. Very difficult to execute, but if you get to that point, you don't have to care about him getting the spells off, and this hero can't be focused usually.
Yeah. And something we actually did not touch on, this was quite a long time ago, after even the last fight, and as soon as I'm talking about there's a fight that kicks off, Yopaj gets onto Boom Booey. Looks like it's just a pick-off, but they're actually committing in your dream. They're onto the Monkey King, dropping to half HP. Wukong comes out, two of them caught in the center, Alacrity and In Your Dream, Infest onto Alacrity, resetting, getting some good melt hits. Jackie Boy dropping low, Yopaj pull onto the TA, inside the Macro Pyre, Alacrity, half HP, will be able to get away. In Your Dream, sticking onto Jakiro and the Abaddon, half HP onto him now as well. They get the Fiend's Grip onto the
Fiend's Grip on him,
yeah. The Jakiro, and Boom has to just reset. Looks like they're gonna get the split off because of that Sage, I believe. He will be able to reset and get away, but a 1-for-1 exchange for all of that.
I like what Boom is doing in the fights, because they understand, like, we can't just go in and burst any of these tanky heroes. Like, we need to get the BKBs down and then take a fight, so they initiate on the heroes that they can kill, Keeper of the Light and Vayne, and then they reset. Also, Lifestealer had to use Infest relatively early on Templar Assassin just to be able to save her in a fight, and we see the power of the Brewmaster. Like, he doesn't deal damage when he's in split, but oh, he's going for 2 refresher robes, so he can actually refresh his refresher. Nice, doesn't work, just kidding.
Also, he got level 18 in Cloak of Flames, so he is starting to do a little bit more damage now in the fight, but...
Here, Dragonite stun. They try to burst him. Didn't manage to do it, and double damage. Bottled by Yopaj.
Yep. He's got himself a Linken's, and as I was mentioning, something we didn't get to touch on, which I think is really important. Looking at the map, I was looking, I'm like, there's no TA traps almost at all, and it's because, you know, Scam picked up a gem, yeah, about like 8 minutes ago or so. So they've been really on top of just clearing out the map vision, making sure that they're the ones who's able to get the initiations most times now.
Also seeing the Templar Assassin in the fight is going to be crucial. Storm Spirit did go for the Aghanim Scepter, so they have like potentially good combo into Wukong's command, but also like Macro Pyre, Ice Bat, not an easy thing to execute.
That'll be nice though for Wukong's for sure. Especially now that we saw, you know, Wukong's, he has the Scotty finished up on the Monkey King too, so versus like this TA. And even versus, that's why we saw the Lifestealer panic in the last fight actually. It's why he infested him.
Panic.
Yeah, just the straight panic. Scotty slow. Bit too much to deal with sometimes, so definitely something they'll have to watch out for. And DK still doesn't have BKB. I feel like that's going to be really crucial for me in these next few fights. It's like if DK doesn't have BKB, I think the fight's going to be really hard.
He just straight up dies. Like, doesn't have a dispel mechanic. Playing into Spirit Vessel, Witchblade, like any kind of damage. Monkey King, like he's super farmed. Massive. He has a full Butterfly, level 23. Once he gets to that level 25, I still want to see a Basher. I think his next item should definitely be it. Just to be able to lock them down during the BKB, because what they've been doing is we're getting a lot from the map just by having the BKBs and also Lifestealer toying with them, and they need to have something for it.
He's so strong right now though with this Butterfly.
He got the disarm on TA. And
jump onto 3. Yopaj, he gets both supports and the DK in the back, almost just instantly killed. 3 of them just died instantly from an Ags pull. That was picture perfect from Yopaj.
That was beautiful. Also, he got the disarm on Templar Assassin that I mentioned, then Alacrity popped the BKB, still can't attack. This is why Heaven's Halberd is such a great item against the range.
Yep.
Carries Roshan also is there, so that's gonna be Aegis and Shard as well. This is where the game breaks. Like, this is the fight that's gonna decide like who wins the game, and Boom is slowly getting the lead in this one. Storm Spirit will be picking up the Aegis. Jackie Boys seems to be, you know, just the sacrificial one, I would say. Like, even in the previous game, he was having such a good time that, you know, they're like, well, you can't die.
Look at this again. So Jackie Boy, he breaks it, and watch Yopaj's decision of who he goes for. Look at the 2 supports in the DK. Just look how stacked up they are back there. Ready? He's waiting. Boom. Immediately gets onto all 3. And they're just dead before they can even do anything. And that's before he even has Shard. So now it's like,
clipped him.
Yeah, now he has Shard for the next situation too, so he'll have extra attack speed kicking in. He'll have more of those overload instances too, so they'll die even faster. And yeah, like you mentioned, that's kind of where the game breaks open. That Aghanim's pickup from Yopaj, just insta-killing 3. Next fights look like they're going to be a lot more difficult now after they get this. And as we mentioned too, it's like, we didn't really get to see it play out, but this was right when the Monkey King got Butterfly too, so it looked like it was going to be a really difficult fight anyway. for Enigma Galaxy C.
Lifestealer is going for MKB, and I also believe Templar Assassin is trying to get one. So you're forcing two heroes to get the items that usually they don't want to buy. I'm not saying it's a bad item, but you're always looking for something else. Yeah, she does have MKB queued up. FBZ's chasing. Man, where the bashers at? Look at this. Show me Monkey King. I want to see.
Usually they queue it up. Yeah, usually right after like 3 TPs out in front of someone's face. No, he says no. He says, I don't care about the TPs out. We're winning the game even if they're TPing in front of us.
Who can buy it? Like Jakiro can buy it. If it was, you know, a bit of a different hero, maybe they could. Mizu getting chased. Jackie Boys, he doesn't care. And another zip gets two.
There's no BKB on this TA.
Because he just used it, so he's gonna drop a Alacrity.
And he's got 100 seconds.
He invested the gold. Oh no. He bought a demon.
Well, like, why is it, the one thing for me, it's like it's spending the gold. That's bad, but it's his positioning in that fight, stepping up like that. Are they looking to contest the tier 2? That was really weird positioning from TA for me.
This is game-winning move coming out from Boom. Picking off that Templar Assassin. She's like, well, it's a 6-second BKB. I'm gonna TP out. Lifestealer has Rage. They don't have any bashers. Yeah, but you don't have any buildings.
But that's what comes into why we're seeing, you know, why get basher if they just TP out and then not have BKBs. As Yopaj again, pull on to 2, Ice Path to follow. They kill Mizu. Did he ever get BKB on this DK? We're seeing the cleanup onto Jokan, but yeah, it looks like this 4-step might have actually been really painful for the DK now. A couple times where he just gets brought down from the storm. In your dream now, the next to go. Trying to hold his ground versus this Monkey King, but he is surrounded.
Disarmed. TP out. I think it's time to call it. They are pinging the tier 4 towers, and yeah, Boom, great understanding. If they use their BKBs to try to dodge a fight, we also have heroes that can move around the map quickly. So Jackie Boys initiate from the trees, goes in, and Yopaj with the huge zip still has that Aegis. The Aghanim Scepter did one hell of a work on Storm Spirit, just being able to catch multiple heroes in the back lines, and they're 2 supports. Like, you know that they're gonna need to stand further away from a fight, and Monkey King providing vision in these fights. Top tier stuff from Boom.
Yeah, it was an honestly excellent performance from like everybody on Boom did their job perfectly. It's like Yopaj knows where he can be that sacrifice, where he's the one that's like, okay, I'm gonna die a couple of these times, but it's whatever, it's for the greater good. But then he does those moments where you're like, wow, like damn, Yopaj, like understanding exactly which targets to go for in these fights. And yeah, for me, the big thing is just understanding of the game, and it's understanding of how to pressure the map properly, and then just these little things, right? It's like you mentioned, tapping, forcing BKB, and then they force a pressure move right afterwards.
Yeah,
when
also
those BKBs are down, it's like that's such good understanding of Dota.
Also that move, and they brought 5 heroes just to invade enemy triangle and steal some of the stacks. They got a couple of kills from it. Yeah, Boom is seems to be on a different level. I just can't wait to see more of this team.
Yeah, and I love when I'm just seeing it's like it's not just like, oh my god, their carry's so good, like Jackie's amazing. It's like, sure, everybody is.
It's the whole team.
They are loving Yopaj a lot, of course, because he does deserve that, but it's the whole team. And yeah, we're gonna be looking at some of these highlights too of this game, because it was pretty beautiful. Like, looking at the early game did look really rough for Enigma Galaxy C, but they started to bring things back into the game with some nice moves, but could always feel that bit of looming anxiety from how much Boom was getting on the map with this Monkey King. He was always an item ahead of the Lifestealer. And yeah, it's been a treat to watch this. You know, the first 2 picks Storm Spirit. I don't really want to say it's a treat to watch that, because I think it's something we expected going into this tournament. But you know, it's really strong, and it was not addressed. I think that's the thing I do want to really touch on that we said from the first game. It was not addressed, and yeah, that's kind of my biggest conclusion for me after this series.
I agree. I mean, the way they are picking, this is something that they definitely need to work on. First phase Storm Spirit to not address like 1 Fiend's Grip, and also just 1 Dragonite Stun that can easily be purged off. So yeah.
Yep, we continue to see a couple of these highlights, these little replay things of some of these fights where a couple beautiful blinding lights and everything too to reset the fights from Enigma Galaxy C, but in the end, yeah, Boom victorious, as we will be throwing it to our analysts to see what else they see, what else they saw inside of these games with some of these beautiful zips and beautiful plays from both sides.
Plenty of beautiful plays in that series, but for every bell at the ball, there's got to be a little bit of an unattractive one. And well, with Nigma, Galaxy, SEA in this situation, as they end up plummeting down into that lower bracket already 2-0. Dominant performance coming out of Boom, joined once again by Wagga and Dano. Boys, this looked just surgical and clean. Run me through why this was so one-sided towards Boom.
I love how you used that word actually to describe it, surgical, because the way the Storm cut in with the Aghanim Scepter once he had it, just picking his targets, it really was just a precise incision. You know, he was like, here is where I'm going to catch them, and then they're dead. Honestly, harping a little bit on what we've already said, though, I feel like Boom is a team that plays really well around their Storm. And they used him in a fantastic way here, and it wasn't really addressed. I think when you play against Yopaj, you can't really let him through like this. Of course, it was Yopaj.
Yeah, no,
Storm.
It was pretty free, right? And even just the FBZ Brewmaster as well, right? You talk about the lack of disables and stuns and consistent jump for a Storm Spirit. Brewmaster's in a pretty similar boat, right? As long as he gets his ult off, he's basically going to do the similar sort of job, you know, providing vision, allowing your Paja Storm Spirit to zip in on further into the backlines. And then we saw at the very end, Scam, he just became a crazy at being able to, of course, get off those aphotic shields. And Jackie just coming through with that extra vision, of course, providing things like that triple electric vortex coming through from the Storm Spirit. It was all just really good coordinated Dota that they were able to provide once they were online as a unit. And unfortunately for Nigma C, even though they were looking pretty solid in that mid game, it just felt like they fell a little bit behind.
Yeah, boys, you know, we're thinking out back, who's the MVP, who's the one to look at. I feel like we know where this is going, right? There was one pass and you guys kind of kept fanboying. We already had a hint of it. It had to be Yopaj, right?
Yes, it did. Playing his Storm Spirit. But
he was
idol.
the Storm Spirit.
What can you say about him, right?
Maybe he was just that good that he was playing both Storm Spirit and Brewmaster. Maybe that's what happened.
It's the little known fact that they actually share unit control, and then, you know, he played both. He micros. Brewmaster would be one of the hardest heroes to do that with.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to be like a former RTS Grandmaster to want to actively.
I am not that. I've got those boomer hands, the arthritis coming through. But yeah, Yopaj, it just seemed like each game, it wasn't exactly hard for him, though. I'm not diminishing his impact at all, but I really want to see how he's going to perform when they actually do specifically look to target him, because, you know, you've got this superstar of a player, honestly. Superstar mid laner, picking his hero first in the entire draft, and they just didn't do enough to deal with it. So hopefully he can come up against a little bit more aggression, because, you know, that's what's going to happen at the incoming major.
And Wagga, I mean, it's not like this was totally one-sided from start to finish. Admittedly, Nigma maybe given a few generous donations at times from Boom, but did you feel like this was kind of presenting more what we expected out of Nigma? Was this more so on their plays versus them just being outdrafted?
Yeah, I honestly feel like in Game 2 they showed some signs of life, that they were, you know, playing good there in the early game. They had a lot of things going, but there was just this feeling of inevitability due to the draft. I felt like Monkey King was just becoming this, you know, super threat, and Storm as well, two cores that had a very clean game. But yeah, Game 1, they didn't really get to show too much, but Nigma, I really wish that they had set themselves up better draft-wise going into this series. Perhaps they could actually have contested Boom, but Boom seemed to have a better grasp of the game.
Yeah, I mentioned before the entire series that Nigma C are a team that really likes to prioritize their late-game potential, right? But it never really felt like they had the heroes to be able to do so, especially when you come up against someone like a Monkey King that you can just get incredibly fun, particularly against this tri-core lineup that Nigma C ran in game number 2. Storm Spirit, of course, just gets incredibly strong, doesn't even need the items, but we saw how effective the Overload bounce was as well once he was able to pick up that Aghanim Shard, and you just didn't seem to feel that same level of impact from something like a Dragon Knight that you haven't given priority of the farm towards.
Yeah, no, I completely agree that, you know, this is a tri-core draft by Nigma, and it is on the greedier side. And when you play against a high-pace hero like Storm and even Monkey King again, you know, yeah, he has his ulti, but he can still fight quite well without it. And often he had to. Look at that. Caudle, again, pushing him out. The blinding lights from Caudle this game honestly disrupted Monkey King so much in the early game.
Dragon played really well. Like, he was a clear, head and shoulders ahead of all the other supports in terms of net worth. And then, of course, that transition into his spellcasting, being able to interrupt a lot of those Wukong's commands. But it was just the weight of numbers at the end of the day was far too much for Enigma C to be able to deal with.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was pretty impressed with the level that we saw Boom coming in and playing here. Though it felt very, very clean from them. Good drafts and good playstyle understanding. So very excited to see how they're gonna match up against the next teams.
Yes, sorry, because of course these are upper bracket games. We are double elim, which means that if you are an Enigma fan, you wave the flag and you were cheering them on. Now feeling a bit disappointed, don't worry, they will make a reappearance later on. You can see how this is now playing out as RNG on the other side were able to 2-0 E-Home, sending them down. So next time you do see Enigma Galaxy SEA, it will be against a different region in E-Home, representing the Chinese side of things. But, you know, Is this what we expected, boys, from the other side? On both sides, in fact? Or is this maybe a little bit of a surprise to you, Danog?
No, I don't think it's a surprise at all. I think RNG looked incredibly dominant. They had that down performance, of course, during the latter part of their DPC season where they went and dropped God King. They picked up Flyby. It didn't look super impressive for them, but like we said at the very start of the broadcast, now they've got Kaka. I think Ghost is looking really impressive as well, so keen to see how those two teams do tomorrow when we are able to move forward. Boom versus RNG should be an absolute banger.
And, you know, you speak it tomorrow, but we've still got more action today. You can see on the schedule there already at 16:30 CST, we are going to have our next series, which will be D Boosters versus Orido Funders. So let's maybe just quickly break that one down, because I think that's the one right now where everyone's going, who, what, where, as this is the Saudi Arabian region. But it's not a full question mark, right, lads? There's a lot of familiar faces we can look forward to in a few hours.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be just this question of how well we're going to see players gel together in teams that have not played so much before. I mean, obviously, we just watched the C and we saw the China teams there as well. They have practiced for a long time, had a long time to prepare, but the teams that are playing here in the Saudi Arabia, a lot of them are just, you know, mixes that are created for this tournament. They're going to play and have to perform immediately.
And it's also the potential of a language barrier as well, right? We don't know the proficiency of a lot of the players as well in terms of English. Is a lot of the shot calling going to come on to some of the more experienced players, you know, where it might affect their own gameplay if they're a core, for example. You know, someone like Stormer, of course, playing that mid lane. It is a very mechanically demanding role, so if he's forced to do that, plus make the shot calls for the rest of his team, maybe that'll force him to suffer.
Actually, I can tell you, having played with him for like over a year, he's one of the mid players who's very vocal. He's a very vocal player who likes to say what he wants. So I think for him in particular, he would probably be happy, you know, not having to talk over a pause 5, because he can get pretty vocal.
Well, we'll just have to see how things are going to heat up after a short break, because we have got to wait. Not too long, though, so make sure you go get yourself a snack, make sure you get yourself some treats, because when we return, it's time to kick off Saudi Arabia, and there's plenty of familiar names you'll see there. I'm not going to spoil it, though. You just have to wait, tune in very soon when we continue with another Best of 3 here in Gamer Without Borders.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ भी पिलानी है, किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना कि हमारा, अब लोकलिटी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिलाए। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
A little bit more in the jungle. This observer they put down is going to help protect him as well. It's easier for him to farm in this overall area.
Ooh, with the toss up into the air. Has to be careful because he's here. Husky just running away. Boundless though. Beautiful in position. Landing on two. And comes that Solar Guardian though from Gustavo. Is going to be able to make sure they cannot finish off. So Milan will fall. Another avalanche. They've got the dust. They're seeing if they can. Yeah, they'll be able to take out MSS. The Hunt is on now trying to go and grab
He doesn't have mana.
Does not have mana. Is he going to get rooted, though, is the real question here. Purge as the bear chases him down. There it is. There's that root into an Illuminate. He's going to try to slide around, but at the end of the day, Gunner will collect his life.
Sees the opportunity to head over towards the pit. 9 is watching from the outside. Bugs are in. They know Uragi's low. Uragi's going to turn the defuse. The Hex comes in to put a stop to 33, being able to get the Doom off. Tiger focused by Fodder and Skinner. Will fall. Sonic Wave comes in onto the side. Under the three of them, the grip follow up onto Uragi. They lock down the Ursa. They'll take him out. BZM tries to TP out. Will manage to do so in time. Snaking. Couldn't quite get the hits in on time. 9 jumps over. Finishes off Misha. Over into the pit. Fodder's trying to hide, but Amar's in on top of it. Yeah. Sparta goes down, buyback comes over from Misha. He's ready to return towards the pit, brings BZM back over to the front line so he can get him with the silence. On to 9, 9 goes down.
Sorry, Puppy said.
Roshan's getting very low here. They get the jump on Boxy. So if they can burst him in time, they can't. Sentry comes down, or they can get him. Zai's in with the counterplay, jumps forward with the Ravage. They're trying to lock down Smell, but Smell's able to pop the BKB. It doesn't matter. He'll still die. They have the physical to go through it. Buyback comes in from Yapsor. Zai very, very low, but he's able to make his way back round to the safe side of the Roche pit. He'll live. A secret, they're trying to fight back. They get the arrow connection in onto Matumaman, and Nisha is in on top of it. So Matu goes down, Istania and Zai both low. They still have to continue to run. Iceland goes back in, he'll die, but he commits his life there to set up with the Burrow Strike. The follow-up Hex from Puppy comes in. Nisha, another cleanup from him on his Ember Spurs. He's got a triple kill. I don't think he's done yet. They're low on Liquid. And then Stania, TP's out in time. See if they're going to be caught by the rest of Liquid. Matu leading him with the bear. They'll get the fear off onto Celery. Trying to take out this Enchantress first, but Celery living a little longer than maybe Matu would hope. He's still trying to bring him down. The Celery will be able to glimmer, step to the side. Liquid, they've lost 2. And now Matu, can he deal with the rest of them? He'll turn towards Duracho, but Duracho playing to the edge of the bear. Matu goes down. Mickey really wants to kill this Bristle. Throw out the remnants. Is able to jump in, take him out. But it's a 3 for 2 right now. Gaming Gladiators holding themselves on top of the fight for now. Mickey. Another change comes into play, but Tofu's got the Nightmare. He's able to allow Celery to an ace to close the gap upon him. Nightmare taken off.
No remnant yet.
By the Lich. Is there going to be any potential for Mickey to run from this? He'll hold the back with the chains. Another sleight of fist in him with the Remnant. He's actually got the kill on Tofu. Ace now getting burst low, but the damage to the impetus. Can Celery get the proc? Mickey, he's living. The Frost Shield's back up on him. They can't quite finish this Ember Spirit off. Another sleight of fist.
Mickey, look at him go. The boy who lived.
They could push top, but no.
Matu's just going straight in for 9. He's going to try and get himself on top of the Lina, jump for Mosquito. He'll be able to control Matuma-man. Sonic Wave for now will push him out to the side. Tether across. Can they heal up Matu enough? Another Sonic Wave comes in. The second one there from Mickey, and that will allow them to clean up the spike protected, but no, Matu still goes down. They couldn't quite finish 33 or Saxa. Buyback comes out from Zai. Same to be said from 9. Also buying back and boxing over to the creep wave to keep this fight going. Looks towards Boxy. Boxy cannot escape. Mickey blink out just in time. 3 buybacks now from Liquid. Zai looks for the call. He's got the control out, but 9 is getting jumped. Can they finish off 9? 9 ball back for this. Would be a huge kill if they can get it. He's healing up. Can he really continue to sustain through this? He can. 9, they can't kill him. Liquid, they've lost Zai. There's a dieback from him. Jump back over to again. Try for 9. The vessel is ticking him down. Boxy manages to jump back in.
Oh my god.
Diebacks from both sides. 33 goes for the TP out. He'll make it back safely.
I'll choose Snapfire for core because as a support there's so much limitation that you can do compared to as a core player or mid or off lane, because you can get a lot more goals and items that can actually transition to team items or just personally damage build that can play your own tempo, right?
I'd say mid with Daedalus and level 20 talent. Just kill everybody in one fire, whatever that spell is called.
Core.
Too much for Liquid to deal with. So you over in the mid, an attempt to go on Boom with the BKB up.
Oh, he found the angle.
See if they can do anything with it. He's still a little hesitant. I mean, they're happy just pushing Liquid
He's
back,
fine.
taking the attention away from Roche.
Using a BKB to secure the Roche. They give it to Bristleback. Has 0 mana on the hero. That's the problem.
That's a bit of a, yeah. Well, at the side, in fact, we'll see Liquid. They're going to be able to get straight over with the fear. They're on top of Boom. Boom's getting low. Can he walk this one off? No, he can't. The Slider Fist comes out. He'll die. They'll now turn their attention towards the Timbersaw. The root is there. They're controlling him. They'll bring him down. That's a double kill for Matu. Now they'll look towards Dyrachyo. Another root's in play. Dyrachyo, he's going to lose the Aegis. Can Liquid take him out a second time? This has been a fantastic fight for Liquid. There's the fear again. Pushing the 2 of them back. Celery's out of the fight. Dyrachyo does end up killing off Mickey with the quills, but he himself will fall slowly but surely. The Spirit Vessel charge thrown out on him again.
But they are positioning themselves to actually try to take this.
Actually.
Yeah, GG. You have to be careful. Crit.
Oh, good silence.
Okay, silence onto Kezu. He can't get his Burrow Strike off as a result. He finally does so, though, as he snatches the Aegis. Nicely done from Quincy Group, but Quinn getting dropped very fast. Goes down to crit. Talking about the highest damage of the game. Not disappointing here. Ponlo has to back up. Looks like Yawar is the one that has to be careful as Nightfall casually takes him out with a Whirling Death.
I mean, can you stop them? Okay, they're going to try Matu's in. And immediately they're able to break the link.
And look at the poke damage. Look at it. Everyone just using the stuff from far.
He's going to put the Satanic Side. He's going to look for the jump on 9. The Grabify comes out. Mickey jumps forward with the starting wave. The Chrono's out. They're focusing Matuma Man. The Bash is coming in. Matu's going to be taken out in time. Instead, he is able to bail him out. Dunk comes in. They've taken out the Aegis. They get the control as well over towards Saxter. Skeeter jumping in again, looking to commit for Mickey. They take out the quad, but the buyback comes out straight away. Skeeter moving back in, looking for the Zaya. Put the cheese back up to full HP. Skeeter jumps out there. They've lost 2 heroes.
Oh, the Yules.
They've got the setup into the arrows. There anything here to save Skeeter. The silence follow-up from Mickey comes out. Skeeter's gone. Liquid they're holding.
Oh, they'll
be the ones to smoke. Matu. He'll head straight in, and he's going to find Celery. A couple of hits, and Celery's gone. Very quickly able to take him down. Fiend's Gate has been put out, but see if anyone's going to head over. Mickey ruptured, but he'll hold his ground with the BKB. He's got the Ghost out as well. Dyrachyo looking to commit for the kill onto Mickey. Will get it. Dyrachyo able to bring down the Death Prophet, but now his BKB comes to an end. The Ray Fire Blast there. Matt hits in, stun into Arrow. Dyrachyo taken out. Celery has brought back. See if he's able to head over and turn this fight around. Matu's getting very, very low, but he's got Reincarnation. So he'll be back for round 2. Liquid now look to chase down both Boom and Ace. They're both falling low. Soulbind locks the 2 of them behind. The Celery tries to keep them held back away from his cause. Ace and Boom continue to watch from the side. Zai's getting low. Jump back in from Boom. Zai, he has this washbuckle. He's still alive. He has a lot of bugs on top of him, but Zai will be able to get them out and take them down. Ace falls.
It only
putting the bear in front. There's a Dragon Tilt, good Savage Roar. That could be their initiation, but need something else. Rolling Thunder, there we go. They're going to go for Husker, but he has the BKB, and Amar's fine for now.
Straight from
Catches a real lone druid, but the bash immediately. Now Matumba, he's still in trouble, still stunned. The arrow can help with Savage Roar on top of that, and they'll be able to bring that Amar with the help of the life drain. He's surviving a bit longer, but he's going to fall. Misha, you healed up as much as you could, but unfortunately, your teammate's dead, and maybe you might be as well. If you run the backline, BCM on top of that, it's going to be a team wipe.
Now they're teleporting.
Yeah, Close to Belay's ult is starting to dissipate. Ooh, gets a nice Avatos. They're going to blow up Nightfall pretty much right off the bat, and Abed gets off a deafening blast, but you can see the right clicks from Arteezy. There's a Mystic Flare as well. It's going to be enough to take out Close to Belay. So 1-for-1 at this early stage of this engagement. Moo able to TP out in the midst of EG. And Husky trying to bring down Jerax. There's that Terrorblade Sunder on a support. Arteezy actually saves his teammate and doesn't die.
He was just paying him back for all the heal that he got before.
Well, SCA may be done for the day, but we've got plenty more games coming your way as we move on to the MENA region next. Welcome back, folks. I'm Killer Pigeon, here to bring you through the Gamers Without Borders action as it continues for the first day. And of course, we had to switch it up a little. We'll keep a familiar face, but we'll get him a new bunk bed, mate, as it is, of course, going to be Danok, joined now by Purge. Purge, how's it going? You excited for this?
Good. Yeah, very excited to watch, see how the tournament goes. We get to see a little bit of mix of familiar faces, but also some new stuff as well. So I can't wait to see who ends up winning.
Yeah, Danok, I mean,
absolutely.
We were talking a little bit about this, right, before we got on. Some of these teams are going to have a lot of familiar faces that people would have seen probably from the European region, actually.
Yeah, not even just in the past couple of years, right? Going way back, of course, we've got Funnick, we've got players like Noob. You were mentioning one of the subs for one of the teams is Mastermind, you know, a really strong mid laner from back in the day. So keen to see how that kind of experience is going to rub off on some of their Saudi Arabian teammates.
Yeah, and it's great to see, right? Like getting representation of these regions that maybe don't get as much exposure, maybe shining a light on some new people. But also, it's not just about shining a light on upcoming players, it's about giving back to those in need, which is why we are supporting a lot of charities here. In fact, $2 million will be going to charities selected by the teams here, depending on their ranks in each of the regions, to one of these 6 charities of their choices. And honestly, guys, can we just highlight how phenomenal that is? $2 million?
That's pretty high price. It's more than I'd be able to donate in my lifetime, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. You still got lots of time to make money. Come on.
That's true. That's true. No, I'm a gamer. I've got 5 years left, max.
Well, no. It's okay. Then you enter the philanthropy style, right? Maybe you'll just be working for them, you'll be sorting out, and you see how that's actually going to be dispensed between the regions. So a little bit more way towards Europe and Asia's choice, and then Saudi Arabia will float 500,000. This is all going to charity, by the way, folks. This isn't even for the players. The players, they have something else to play for. They are playing for qualification slots into a $4 million LAN, which will be hosted in Riyadh, which will make it the biggest prize pool for a Dota 2 event outside of TI. I'm sure Purge will correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
Putting me on the spot a little, but that is the been the claim so far. Yeah, I think that's about right, because most of the past majors were like what, like 3 mil. Yeah, so it's a little bit higher for
maybe
sure.
DAC, that'd be about it. That might have gone over, but that's really the only one I can remember.
Yeah,
sounds about right. And then on top of that, the other thing to note here, folks, is that across the course of this whole event, leading up and through to the main event, it's not just a $2 million that's going to be donated to charity here. Overall, $10 million will be donated to those charities by Gamers Without Borders in 2022 alone. I mean, which will put them at $30 million donated to charity in 3 years. No small feat. So big thank you to them for doing that.
Yeah, of course. We've gone through the tournament format already for Asia. We had Boom being able to take out Nigma Galaxy C, dropping them down to the lower bracket, and RNG ended up besting eHome. So it's going to be a pretty hype one moving forward there. But we've still got the first round of games to go for both Saudi Arabia, which we're taking on now, as well as Europe in the next series of the day. So keen to see how some of these Saudi players do. Obviously, they're not as well renowned, I suppose, as some of their European counterparts. So I'm keen to see what they're able to put forward on the table as we see a bunch of the teams showing now. I believe it's the Boosters versus Ooredoo that we're going to be playing play first, which should be pretty hype.
Yeah, that should be a good one.
Oh, sorry, but I was just going to say, I think it's Ooredoo. I think they cut themselves off. Apparently, it's going to be like a double E. I'm not sure the exact meaning behind it, but my favorite part is, I think you got this as well, Daniel, getting followed by the Boosters account with a note on their Twitter side just saying, no, this is not a meme team. Just trying to assure us that they are here and they are a big deal. And you have to acknowledge they're a big deal when you look at the roster, right? Pleb, Funnick, and Mastermind, part of that squad. Obviously, they've got 6 members in total, so 1 on substitute. But just those names alone, right? Those are all ones we've heard of over the years.
Yeah, it seems like a really good way to get some practice in with a semi-new roster. So, yeah, they're some well-known names. They haven't necessarily had the best results ever, other than maybe Funnick, obviously. But that's kind of like mega throwback stuff. So, might as well sign up for these tournaments and see what you can do in terms of performance, while also making money for charity. I mean, there's a lot of good benefits here for these guys. So.
And then, of course, if you guys are wondering where O1 Esports versus HSS Flow can be watched, that is, of course, going to be across on our secondary channel, so you will be able to catch that action. Make sure you tune in there, as there are notable names over on that side. The likes of Shad and Koma, just on HSS Flow alone, gives you justification to check in. But yeah, boys, looking at the rosters, having a little bit of a ganders, maybe a few familiar faces, some you're not so familiar with. Is there anyone that's standing out to you between Riyadh, Funders, and D-Boosters that you think maybe has an edge in this upcoming series on this channel?
I'm not quite sure. I feel like there's too many unknowns in both of these teams in terms of player performance, so I am not really sure who's going to win it. We'll have to see based on the game performances. Like, a lot can change, and they've also got to stay consistent too. When you make new rosters, sometimes you're still filling out small changes and adjustments in your team about how you play and how you adjust, and sometimes that gets thrown to the wind when a crucial hero that you play consistently gets banned as well. So a lot can change, really, so it'll really just depend on how quick they gel together.
Yeah, and I would say D-Boosters probably has the cooler name, so I'm going to lead with them for now, but it could also just be who picks Storm Spirit. We saw that was very much a big part of the previous series, with Boo being able to win 2 games, Yopaj comfortably the MVP of that one. So let's see if it's the same case for this series.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what kind of switch up we get. A good point that was raised by Purge is these are newly formed teams. Some of them will have played together, 1 or 2 players at a time, but never in this sort of format. So it's going to be interesting, especially see with someone like Funnick being involved, if that kind of leadership and experience is going to show instantly. Because I think it's fair to say, out of all 10 players there, he is clearly the one with the most competitive experience.
Yeah, he's got that there, but he is playing off lane, so are you always sharing that with your teammates? If he was like a captain, maybe I'd agree with that point a little bit more, but it might be a little different considering the circumstances. But hey, if they can perform well, that'll be great for them. This region is less competitive compared to the other 2, which have some really solid teams in them. But with that said, I still have a lot of faith in the other side of the bracket as well. They've got 2 Div 1 EU players in them, Stormer and Fishman. They're both an entity, and they're playing for 0-1. The 0-1 esports is their team for this tournament. So there's still very solid talent here. It's just might not be as stacked as some of the other regions.
Yeah, and Waga was telling us before about how Stormer, he's a very vocal mid player, so he can be someone that wants to take on the burden of that captaincy role. I suppose he's got Fishman to be able to help him out, but, it means that it won't necessarily be too unnatural for some of these players. And, perhaps that's sort of the case with Funnick as well, just wanting to lean on his experience and try and lift the other players up too.
Yeah, and I mean, just to kind of brush over that other series as well, like you mentioned O1 Esports, but also when you look at HSS Flow, obviously Shad is a familiar face for a lot of us. We would have seen him plenty over the last 2 years. Another one that comes to mind, LeBron. LeBron is actually the coach and the substitute. So speaking of leadership, they've got that person. I'd say LeBron, he has to have dipped toes in pretty much every team pool at this stage in Europe, right? Like, this guy has been around so many years.
Yes, he has really solid potential, and he's played in a lot of decent rosters, but he hasn't really, it's been a while since he was seen as like a super high level player. But still, that's the perfect thing that you want to bring to a coach in a sub role, is that you have lots of experience of improving yourself and your team, getting everyone better, and then bringing that to help your higher skill, heavy grinder players, allowing them to channel some of that knowledge into competitive greatness.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about the more notable players, I suppose, but this might be another one of those instances where you're only as good as your weakest link. So perhaps someone like LeBron could be really great for, being able to provide that source of rapid improvement for a lot of the other players. And I feel like the best team will win, not necessarily focusing on some individual plays and playmaking that could be coming out here.
And I mean, I guess it's kind of the mental reset, right? Like, those that have lost the most can actually kind of get your motion flowing again midway through a series. And another interesting thing to think about, of course, is you mentioned some of these players are playing on other teams right now. So should these guys qualify through to the main event, there's going to be a lot of extra grind time going in back and forth between the 2 teams. So kind of interested to see how they'll actually maintain that sort of vision moving forward. Because, of course, for those wondering what these players are playing for, like we highlighted, $4 million land. That's what they're going for in Riyadh in July. Where they'll be joined by a bunch of different games. I believe Fortnite is in there. I believe Rocket League was one of the games. So plenty to look forward to. I mean, it's kind of crazy, the scale that's coming out of this. Like, Gamers Without Borders, this is a 3rd year of doing this type of level event. Of course, this will be their first opportunity, I believe, to do it in person on such a large scale with an audience. So fingers crossed that actually goes ahead.
It'll be fun. In terms of like the balancing two teams thing, because the LAN is in July, that's going to be after the next season of DPC. So who knows in terms of rosters or what teams are going to be on, or if people are going to be in Div 1. I think there's plenty of time after they qualify for this tournament to reassess when they get closer to that. I'm sure they'll have time to practice more when they get closer to that date. And a lot of the teams that we're expecting to qualify are all Div 1 top tier teams anyways. Royal Never Give Up did great in China, for example. You've got Gaming Gladiators, you've got Tundra, Team Liquid, lots of really solid teams. So no matter what happens, like even some of these lower or mixed teams, they'll have lots of potential to practice when it comes around to the actual LAN.
And I guess
Purge, forgetting about Boom, forgetting about SCA, the number one team from the recent LANs. So can never let you forget.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think that's a cool thing to look down at SCA, but also look at China specifically. Obviously, the unfortunate news around what's happening with Stockholm, them not being able to make it. It's going to be nice to actually have them highlighted here. Hopefully, that won't be a clash when it comes around to the event for this, but it's just nice to see some Chinese Dota right now after the disappointing news that they won't be able to attend the major.
And some cross-regional play. I think that part's also really exciting to see. Even if they're going to have some ping issues, this is something we've been salivating for a long time, and we're going to get it in Stockholm. But in terms of China, this will be one way to get it.
Yeah, for sure. I know Boom in particular, them, T1 and Fnatic, a big reason behind why a lot of their improvement has been happening on the international stage is because they've been specifically seeking out a lot more Chinese scrims, for example. So, it's not something that's going to be completely foreign to them, but it's something that us as viewers are only going to get for the first time in what feels like a couple of years now. And we're talking about the ones performing at the very high level.
It's going to be interesting to see, focusing on like MENA, whether there's kind of this overlap in the flow, the way that like SEA plays their games versus how Europe is, because in some ways they are kind of the bridging, right? Like you could see a world in which some of these players are playing not only on the European servers but also on the Asian servers.
Just lock in all the servers on the list, right? Lower queue times, that's what you want?
Sometimes it helps, especially when you're in 5 stacks. Yeah.
But like we're just waiting a few minutes until we're underway with this one, and I guess like we should start like honing in specifically on that series, right? Like we've talked a little bit about Asia, we talked some about MENA. I think we can maybe spare a minute or two quickly to talk about Europe, because that is coming up. So like got to hype people up for the final series of the day. That is the most stacked region. That is the one that people are looking forward to. But Nigma, at least out of those top 4 teams, they're not going to be in the major, right? They've got a lot to prove here to show that they can still actually battle the big beasts.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot to play for, right? Number one, they have Honor, which is certainly needs to be redeemed with their current standing. They had only one series win, beating out Secret and messing up Secret's chance to go to the major. So they got that out of their season. But going down to Div 2 is obviously very disappointing for them with their storied organization. So doing well here and qualifying for the LAN would do a lot towards making them feel more confident. But keep in mind that they are still in a bit of a roster situation. RMN is going to be playing carry position for them, and he does stand in for them I wouldn't say regularly, but whenever they need a stand-in, he's ready to go, basically. He's been their longtime coach. And he's a pretty solid player. He's functioned well enough, but it doesn't give me the biggest confidence going against some of these Div 1 teams, top tier teams that are going to the major that have been crazy practicing. I wouldn't be surprised if Nigma ends up being a little rusty as a result, on top of the fact that they've got the roster swap. So I'd like to see them do well. They absolutely have it in them. I could see them getting some crazy upsets or doing well. It could happen. It's always in the realm of possibility for Nigma. Do I expect it? I think it's less likely based on how trends have been going.
Yeah, and you might even be able to say these other 3 major attending teams, they've got a little bit of their attention focused elsewhere, whereas Nigma, they can focus everything on this tournament, right? Because obviously they don't have that upcoming LAN immediately after this to play for. It's just all about making sure they can make the most of their time. They're going to be playing Division 2 in Western Europe next season, so this is it. This is the event that they have to be playing for.
And of course, if they do flop on the first day, let's face facts, not the end of the world. We know one thing about Nigma over the years is they love those lower bracket runs. And of course, that is something we have here. For those wondering, the format is double elim, so you have to lose twice before you're out. Only one team will make it through and be invited directly to Riyadh from each of these regions. Unless, of course, maybe they're just that amazing, they have to be invited back. But I'm not in charge of that, right? We'd have to see some sort of miraculous run. There's just so many teams around the world you want to bring to a huge $4 million tournament at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If only we could have all of them in the same place. Just gonna have to wait till TI, I guess that's the only way. No one else is gonna want to travel for that, I think.
That's true.
Obviously, pretty hyped for that. Even the pre-TI event, right, with the second and third places from the regional qualifiers, that'll be pretty sick too.
Ooh, that's gonna be exciting. Yeah.
So much to look forward to. I mean, it's nice to see us kind of getting back to that norm, right? We want to be back on the lands. That's what we've missed for so long. You know, other scenes have suffered, but I think we've definitely had a lot of teething issues with the switch over into the leagues format. It's nice that we're kind of there. Like, Stockholm's not going to be at full power, but it's a step closer in the right direction instead of us just having to rely upon TI.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, but either way, it's fun to have little tournaments in between like this, so that we get to see a little bit of a mix-up, get to see some new faces occasionally. It feels weird because now this is what's... I remember the old days where it'd be like, oh, there's just all these random teams that form and play tournaments, and now you don't get that anymore because DPC makes things organized, which is a good thing. And now it feels good again to be like, oh, let's see some chaos. Let's see some like random teams form and see how they perform on in these online tournaments. So perfect timing for this, basically.
It's about finding that happy medium, and you talk about a lot of randomness and that sort of thing, but you've also got, you know, obviously the high tier players, let's say. I mean, do you think they're going to be slaves to the meta purge, or are they just going to play like their comfort heroes and back themselves into, you know, take what makes them a pub beast into a pro setting?
It just depends on the region and the teams you're playing against. I think in this the Saudi Arabian one, I think things are going to be more towards comfort and people playing what they like, because they're not going to be as practiced in terms of like the top level strats. Not that they're like insanely hard to execute, but I feel like getting people in comfort zones when you have less practice as a squad is going to be more important, because then you don't have to worry about coordinating as much, and then people don't have to spend as much brain power trying to coordinate, which is going to impact their performance. For the more experienced teams, I expect those guys to just go pure meta development stuff. Like they want to get as far as they can in the tournament, get to pick their charity of choice, give them more money, and qualify for the LAN for a huge amount of money. So I think that's generally what we're expecting to see. So for this series, maybe some comfort type stuff, maybe some slightly off meta picks prioritized because some player just feels so good on it. But I think for EU, we're expecting to see more of the traditional standard stuff.
I think for Uridu as well, am I saying that right? Uridu, is that good? They have been playing a fair amount of the Dota 2 Champions League as well together. So they actually, not this full roster, but at least some of the players, again, have that connection with each other. So they might be able to bring some of their successes there. I think they beat Hydra, for example, who are a team that have stuck together for quite some time, and keep the momentum rolling.
I mean, I'm looking forward to it either way, lads. So, like, I'm just thinking right now, I'm basically going through the dirt buffs, because with the moment that Purge was like, they're going to go to the comfort heroes, I'm like, do any of them pick techies? Are we going to go down the really is there any Meepo spammers? You know, you're kind of looking for those cheesy picks. Obviously, we don't see as many of them in Dota 2 anymore, as the game is a lot better balanced these days. But we just got to keep that in the back of your mind.
This isn't bad anymore. Techies is pretty good, honestly. I'm surprised that there aren't more teams picking him. Meepo is still pretty trash, but the Techies for sure is something that, honestly, I wouldn't put it past some of these teams. Like, if there was any region to pick it, I'd probably say this one.
Yeah, I mean, it was very common, and I wouldn't say very common, but it was common in NA. We saw EG picking it. We saw the Cut picking it often. I think it even TSM, FTX also picked it a couple times for Moon Meander. It's not a rare pick these days. The only problem generally, though, is that when you jump in on techies and people kill your mines before they blow up, your hero feels really bad. So that's like the little difference maker. If your opponents are stunned when you're contributing to fights, then the hero is incredibly powerful in the right circumstances. So yeah, I definitely could see techies as being an option. I'd say the cheesier picks that we're seeing right now, maybe like Huskar type stuff. We saw, who was it? I actually watched one of the matches that Tundra played for this tournament. Their first match, they actually last picked a Dazzle, and they turned their like Beastmaster Helm of the Dominator strat into like a 15-minute push with heals from Dazzle. I thought that was really cool. That's cheese as well.
Like a drums
hero we don't see often.
Everything on top of that?
Yeah, I think he bought drums as his first item. Yeah, it was really cool to see them like, oh, we just killed tier 2. We tanked tier 2 with skeletons that they summoned from like a Dark Troll. Then they just spammed heal, and all of a sudden they're like, screw it, let's go high ground at like 13 minutes, no problem. It was really interesting. So definitely some cheese potential for sure that teams could whip out. But for this region, I'd be more surprised. I think we're going to stick to comfort outside of maybe doing some like cheesy type Huskar thing. I assume we'll see some Shaman for some fast Rosh and good objective taking. And then obviously all the other
We'll see
standards.
Storm, we'll see Death Prophet.
Yep, exactly.
That's going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Sand King was one of the interesting developments we already saw, right? When we looked at SEA Danog, that was someone that was getting through regularly, someone that would never make its way through in Europe. Kind of intrigued to see if there's going to be that same kind of prioritization when we get into the banning phase, opening up these games.
I just want to see Storm ban, man. I want something different. The last 7 games that I've cast have had Storm Spirit in it, so I'm just like, just something else, please. Anything different.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that way as well. Give me something different like Coddle, Death Prophet, like anything else. Now,
I'll take a Coddle mid, honestly, at this stage. I'll take it. Like, it's at least something different.
Gonna have to wait till next series for that one, unfortunately. But
yeah, true.
We'll definitely get at least one, I'm sure. But this series, not really sure. It'll be up in the air. Contested heroes will be most of the expected ones, of course. But hopefully some variety would be great.
Oh. And of course, we want you guys to stick around here, but if you were wanting to watch that secondary stream to watch, is it 0-1 against, I forget the name, HLO something?
Flow.
HSS Flow. Yeah.
HSS Flow. I think you just have to add a B to the end of the current URL that you've got on Twitch there. So open this one, open the other one, watch both at the same time, get some squad streaming going on.
Yeah, support both sides, because of course we have got 2 series going on at the same time for the first day, then all the action will be condensed to this channel. So, and that action, by the way, does continue all the way through to Sunday, so make sure you tune in as we have got 3 regions running every single day. Best of 3s to keep it spicy, and make sure we quickly shift into your next region. Guys, you know, if you're just tuning in and once again you don't know what the hell's going on here, this is Gamers Without Borders 2022, baby. 3 years so far. And when this year is done, $30 million in total will be donated to charity. And it's not really a surprise. When you just saw the background, you saw our amazing city, okay? We actually are coming to you live from the future where we can afford apparently everything, which is why we're able to give so much to the people in need. But
I didn't know how to follow that up. Sorry. You're right. There's all these spaceships.
I know, right? You just try and take it all in. It's like I think there's a 24-hour open bar back there somewhere. Rice. I mean, I'm game, right? I'm
yeah, the future is incredible. I mean, if you bring money from the future, I suppose there's inflation anyway, so it's very easy to throw these tournaments in. Is that how it works?
Exactly.
We talk about economics here. Is that too boring?
Oh, please. No.
Ours is going to fly now somewhere.
Professor Purge, come on.
No, that's all I got. It's only going to sound bad.
You just get shouted out by like economics professors later on Twitch.
That's the point, yeah.
Nahaz will give you a shout out. There you go.
Somewhere. I'm sure he's watching. That lad always consumes the Dota even when he's not actively, on the broadcast anymore. We do miss you, Alan. Fingers crossed we can get you out.
He's been a bit of a weeb lately. I keep seeing him talk about anime on Twitter, and not really. It's a bit of a surprising change. I wouldn't have expected him to be the one talking about anime.
I don't know. Anime is good sometimes, right? So if you're older like him and he comes from more of an academic background, I could definitely see it as one of those like over time you get exposed. You get that first hit of Dragon's Blood, and now you're like, oh, I'm open to anime now. That's all it takes.
It's the gateway anime for him.
For sure.
So we're blaming Dota still once again for all our problems in life. Now that he's a degenerate sitting in his basement watching anime, it always comes back to Dota. Yeah, of course, like I said, we miss that lad. Fingers crossed we'll see him soon. It seems like we are running behind a little bit, but hopefully we'll be able to get that on your screens for you soon.
Look at that battle cruiser going in the background. There's all the thrusters. It's looking pretty sick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I need that ride for myself.
Like by today's standards, how much would that cost? Now I'm starting to understand where we got this money from. If we were able to time travel back as we've just allegedly said we did, then clearly we just sold that tech off to Elon and got paid bank, right? Like, plan.
I like how powerful his engines were, but it was like barely moving. It's like things dragging it down. Also really like the giant globe in the background that just kind of looks like a decoration, but it's bigger than all these buildings, so it must be like actually functional, surely. It's not just an art piece. Oh, we got a draft.
Oh, yeah, it's functional draft. It looks like they ambushed us. They didn't want to have that boring stuff where we talk about the regular 4 bans. They wanted to mix it up, and boys, it's already looking a little bit mixed up.
Is Willow off regular ban? I wouldn't say so, yeah. Maybe the Ember Spirit if you're up against a specialist hero, but yeah, it's definitely not the Willow for sure. But no Coddle picked, no Pugna picked, no Storm picked. Death Prophet still in the pool. There's plenty still there. Tiny, Medusa.
IO stuff if they want to mess around with that, but usually these Div 2-ish teams typically shy away from an IO draft, in my experience, especially if they have less practice together, because it is a lineup that needs a lot of coordination between both the IO and the core and the setup heroes around the map. But I think Bane is a good way to start the draft off in first pick. CK is also a really standard, strong carry right now, can be flexed into other lanes if needed, and should just give them decent survivability. BKB on CK is going to protect him against Grimstroke and Pango as a whole. So I think this is a really nice opening by Redo.
Yeah, it should be nice. I mean, the thing I'm a little worried about is the Grimstroke. Just when he gets the Aghanim shard, if you jump on someone that's somewhat tanky and you're not getting burst 100 to 0, you actually will lifesteal back a lot of that HP that obviously CK almost entirely relies on that burst. So do you feel like the CK is a little bit of an interesting pick just to go in the end of the first phase? Like, I don't feel like this is a huge counter to anything that D-boosters have done so far.
I agree that it's not a huge counter. I just think that it's a very safe carry to pick right now, basically. That's all. I think almost every single region has been playing it. It's maybe a little bit more favored in EU than NA. I don't think we saw much in NA at all. But, you know, where that was like EG type teams, and they're pretty happy to just pick like late game Terrorblade, Medusa, things like that for ultimate late game stuff. But I think as an early pick, if you want a solidified carry, that's going to be really good at the laning stage. It can harass its opponents. It can be itemized in multiple different ways. I think it's a really safe pick. Those two together, they're going to be able to do lots of damage, stay alive, and no matter what ends up laning against them, since Pango can be flexible, I think they'll be okay. So I think it's an okay opening for that reason.
Yeah, we were speaking about comfort before. Do you think Uridu is basically just saying, look, we just want to win the lanes, and then what happens after that happens, but we need to at least give ourselves the best shot with two really strong laners in the first phase of our draft? Exactly,
and because they're generalist strong heroes, all they needed to do in some ways is protect them against these like harder carries that they don't match up well against. Deuce is a bit of a problem to deal with as CK. At least your illusions don't die to Stone Gaze anymore, but you know, the split shot, the snake damage, it's pretty problematic to deal with as CK. Morphling would also be a problem. He just scales better. You're going to have trouble killing him because his armor's so high, so your physical burst isn't nearly as powerful. So they've just protected themselves a little bit while solidifying their strong laning stage and giving them pretty decent carries. So I think that's just, they were opening in that with that in mind.
To me, it feels like D-boosters are just setting up for themselves to pick a Storm Spirit here. It pairs together really well with the Grimstroke. You get rid of a few of the strong laners into it, like the Lina, for example, and the Keeper of the Light. And it's just something that's going to enable you to jump on the Bane so much more effectively, like even the Invoker ban, right, for the EMP, just to make that lane a little bit less strong. And honestly, if Uridu went and picked up the Storm Spirit themselves, it'd still be pretty decent, right? You jump onto the the Grimstroke, you take him out of the team fight, and I feel like that goes a long way to enabling a CK.
In some ways, that's what's... I mean, the Storm could work, certainly, but against both Grim and Pango, it's maybe less good. Pango can protect himself pretty well with either roll-up or his ultimate. Grimstroke can ulti Storm and keep him locked down. The silence against Storm is also pretty obnoxious when good players are playing it. So in some ways, their opening, their response allowed them to give the flexibility to pick it here. And now they grab another generalist, the Hoodwink, very likely going to be their 5, most likely. Or, sorry, could be opposite way. Hoodwink for Grim 5, depending on what they want to do. They're still very flexible in their draft. I like what they're doing so far. And then they could just pick Storm after they get to see both of Redu's second picks, assuming that the game looks okay. Because right now, it looks pretty solid. He can jump around. They have good disables, obviously, from all their heroes. But if Storm is playing well and they have vision advantage and they get the jump, I think it'll be fine for the D-boosters if they do want to sneak it in.
That's the thing I'm really looking for from Uridu in particular, is they need that vision advantage, right? You know Hoodwink is going to constantly be playing in the trees. You know that Grimstroke's one of those heroes that likes to build very offensive, as opposed to, you know, things like the Glimmer Cape, for example. He loves the Aether Lens, he loves the Aghanim Shard. So if you can get on top of him, you are quite capable of bursting him down. It's just having that information that you need to be able to make those sorts of plays. So something like, well, I wasn't really thinking the Skywrath. I was thinking more along the lines of the, you know, Clockwork, Earth Spirit, Tusk, those style of heroes, but it's a decent synergy as well with the Mars Arena Spear combination, just to be able to, again, have a very effective laning stage. It really feels like that's where Uridu are prioritizing themselves.
Yeah, normally I'm a little bit unsure about Sky. I know it is semi-popular right now, but it is pretty vulnerable to getting killed. But if you look at the 3 heroes that D-boosters have, any 3 of those heroes comboed by Skywrath Mage is definitely worried. Obviously, Pango can protect himself with some items, but either him following up on Mars combos, a CK stun, a grip, even like a sleep to set things up. Sky looks really effective in this match so far, and even against a Timber, he's got decent options in terms of an impact here. So I actually really like the Sky pick in this match for Redo, and then D-Boosters go for the Timber.
Yeah, with the Timber, I mean, he'll need to itemize pretty defensively, right? Like a Hood into a Yule Scepter just to be able to obviously dodge the early magic damage. The getting rid of the silence onto yourself, pretty damn important as well. The other thing is, honestly, even the Bane is pretty decent against the Timber, not for the armor aspect, but just for the heal regen. If you get the Enfeeble on top of him, can be kind of nice. Also, it reduces the cast range, so Timber Chain isn't anywhere near as strong as a retreating mechanism. So I feel like that's going to be a pretty decent matchup that Ooredoo have so far, but it certainly does give them a little bit of extra damage that they were probably lacking. And of course, against a couple of strength cores, Timber's going to be pretty decent.
Yeah, that's true. The solution against the CK, I think, is the reason that I like Timber the best in this circumstance, because, and Bane as well, because as long as he's getting sustained regen from the creep wave, he'll be able to solidify his lane here. With the Pango shifting lanes as a result of the Timber pick, though, this basically means it's going to be Pango mid, and this gives Ooredoo the ability to counter pick him, which is good for them if they can.
Do you still have the flexibility to run the Timber mid or off lane, like interchange the Pango and Timber so that they can't necessarily lock you in?
I mean, I guess you could put like Timber safe lane, put your carry off lane if you really want to or something like that, but I'm quite sure that they're going to want to put the Timber laning against the CK. But no matter what happens, it'll be a decent matchup.
Unless Ooredoo go like a Conquer mid, then maybe you can put the Timber mid still, but I don't think they're going to go ahead and like say, oh, a Timber, we'll pick another strength core.
All right, so looking at the drafts at this stage, what are we missing on each side, right? Is there any boxes that haven't been ticked in rounding out your drafts here?
Yeah, carry for D-Boosters, obviously, and Ooredoo is looking for their mid-hero. Most likely, they could obviously be flexible and put Mars there. D-Boosters banned out Viper, which is a traditional off-laner that kind of crushes your safe laner. Maybe they're worried about something like Viper Timber as well, or something like that, or Viper against Pango, but they're going to end up with the Pugna, a hero that we completely forgot about. Definitely one of the top heroes in the meta right now, easily the top 6. A lot of regions picking it in the first phase. The spell damage reduction that you get from Netherward is incredibly good. It's very good this game against D-Boosters. They have a lot of nuke heroes. It's good against Timber as well to limit some of his damage, so I like it. It does seem to be a core though, not a support, so I don't like core Pugna as much because he is vulnerable to being killed, and this is going to force him to be frontliner a bit more. And then against a hero like Tiny or even Pango, he's a lot more vulnerable as a core. So it does accomplish some of their needs, which are killing towers, which they did not have from CK. CK is not the best tower sieger. So it solves that problem a bit, but it opens up some new ones that D-Boosters might be able to exploit.
Yeah, the Tiny also solves D-Boosters' lack of damage issue. Like, I know the Timbersaw solved that, but when the Pugna's picked into that, then, you know, it kind of goes back and forth. A, you're so much more vulnerable because you're wanting to cast spells all the time, and B, of course, you've got that minus 25% damage. So Tiny, very nice pick to be able to round this one out. It just melts these supports as well as the Pugna. Could be a Sky mid, maybe. We don't know. We don't know where these picks are going, but we'll have to wait and see. I think we've got a couple of casters waiting in the basement to be able to tell us what the action's going on.
Well, I believe we do. I think it's about time to actually head over to them, because you know what, folks? You can't spell MENA without adding in NA, which is why we've got 2 NA folks for you, Moxie and Jenkins, on the line, ready to take this one away.
All right, well, I guess we are basement dwellers coming out of the North American region here. But I think this is going to be a great matchup here, Jenkins. What do you think?
Whoa, there we are. Hey, welcome to the basement, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about the smell. Yeah, it's a great matchup.
That's
coming
only
out
on his
here.
side.
You know what? This is a very large basement. There's lots of corners you can go stand in if the smell's too much for you. But what's not too much for me, as a great transition, is this game that's in front of us here. Pugna, Skywrath Mage. Sky's one of my favorite guys right now. I feel like this is an underrated guy.
Are you going to elaborate on that, or are you just going to
Nope, that's it.
Our audience wondering here?
That's it. He's underrated. Now, he does big damage. I think people suck at Sky. His win rate's like 52% in pro level pubs, which is, I mean, that's good. Like, that's pretty good for how much he gets picked. But I even still think, like, a lot of people pick this hero, and it's hard, man. It's a high skill hero. Like, if you get caught out by a Tiny, you just die. You just die in like an instant. He's like such a low armor hero, but you never lack damage if you have a Sky, which is amazing.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think of him in terms of being able to harass very nicely. The fact that he does do so much burst damage right off the bat once he gets that level 6 as well. I know, though, there's a couple people, though. I know Fogged is one of those that has talked in the past saying that, you know, the problem with Skywrath Mage is that his ultimate is just so easily dodgeable if you get yourself any sort of, like, a Force Staff or something like that.
You know what? With Fogged, it's always problem this, problem that. Listen, every hero's got problems. If you didn't have something that could counter the hero, it's 70% win rate. You know, so there's a lot of great setup for him this game. No matter what lane he goes to, he's got setup. You have a CK stun, you have Mars, you have Bane. So I think we're good. And on this side, we have a tiny Grimstroke lane. Speaking of setup, lots of stun and damage between those two heroes.
Do you remember there's this one guy who sits in Twitch chat all the time, and every time that Grimstroke gets picked up, he talks about what an abysmal win rate that this hero has within, like, pro matches.
He does. I mean, that's...
Shout out to that guy, keeping the tabs, keeping the numbers going.
Yeah, that guy is right. That guy is right about the win rate, but I don't know. It feels like if you have coordination, it's actually a really good hero. What do they have to, like, combo with it this game?
I mean, you
Not
can
really.
Maybe the Pango. You know, you send the Pango in and like have him with the Inkswell or Timber Chain sort of thing.
Yeah, they have like the Inkswell combo, but it's always really nice when you have both. You know, when you have something to also combo with the ulti. Like that's why Doom feels so good. They're actually gonna go for Skywrath and for armor, he's dead.
Man, you were just talking up Skywrath Mage, but unfortunately, this time around, he is going to be the first blood, so a little bit of a curse coming out here from Jenkins.
Yeah. I mean, he is against Tiny. That is one of the more difficult heroes to play against, just because of the physical damage that he does. Like, we could see the tree damage there. It took him from, like, 10% HP to 0.
Oh, here we go. We've got that Inkswell combo. Not going to be able to connect, though, and Falcon's sitting a little bit too low. His Monster Kill's just going to chase after him over here. Needs another hit or so, but does have the salve. So it looks like he's going to survive as the chase is on over on the court. Bloody Massacre just barely going to survive. A lot of skirmishing going on in this bottom lane.
Yeah, they're doing very well in this lane between the Tiny and the Grimstroke. It is pushed out, but like Mars, just such low HP. And on the top lane, we see the same thing. Like Dire, they're getting really pressured in both of these side lanes. This is not boding well because the mid lane is, you know, it's a Pango. He's going to run around. He's going to use his ult. He's always going to do kind of fine in this lane. It looks like they're kind of set up to have 3 solid lanes here.
I mean, the one thing that you do have to be concerned about, right, when you have this Pugna in the middle lane, is that if, you know, the Pango decides he's going to start moving around, he's going to go take that ultimate to another lane, you probably run the risk of having your tower taken, and the mid tower is super important. In fact, Evo forced to pop that water rune here, as he got a little bit low. But you have to be mindful about that, and I'm almost wondering if they might rotate something over into the mid lane to the Pango instead of sending him off to the other lanes, because like you said, the other lane's going perfectly fine.
Yeah, you can. I mean, both of these supports can set up for a Pango for sure. Like we talked about the rotation of the Skywrath to the lanes. Both of these supports on the other side also have good lanes to go to, like doing stun on top of the Pango, or like throwing an Inkswell in the Pango. Like that will net you a kill. Is he gonna stack? No, there's no stacking action happening. Not too close to the minute mark. Just gonna walk back to base.
I mean, Mars is one of those heroes that, you know, can just stand here, isn't going to be, you know, too concerned at this point having the level 3 online, but does have to still be careful because they do have a pretty killer combo down here. And top lane, still pretty quiet. I mean, we've talked a lot about the Skywrath Mage, but can we talk about the fact we got a Funnick Timbersaw?
We do. And it's a pretty solid game for him. I mean, like, I know a lot of people will look at a draft like this and they'll see like a Skywrath Mage, a Pugna, and like, yes, there are answers to the Timber. It's not a totally unanswered hero, which is when people used to pick it in Dota, but these days, it's kind of just like a really stable hero that you pick when you know that the lane is going to go well, and his laning is going great, as we see a rotation here to mid.
Oh, Mad Frog, is he going to TP on time? No. That's a nice kill going over here to Russell, who is standing in for Noob today, I believe. So, good showing here from that stand-in, as we do end up losing that Skywrath Mage again here in the bottom lane. This is a very scary combo, and the harass coming out from these two is very much substantial.
Yeah, it looks like they're really getting punished for the kind of early feeds. Not even so much as like the deaths, just being harassed and like kept out of golden experience range. Like Tiny is having such a free game down here.
That's very, very nerve-wracking in my opinion, because you look at this lineup that's coming out here from the Radiant, from the boosters, and it is a very early sort of tempo setup. So if you can start getting this Tiny to accelerate early, it's going to prove to have a lot of problems.
Yeah, and Tiny is actually like he's in like the top 10 win rates on Dota buff for heroes against CK, presumably because as CK's illusions scale, Tiny's damage also scales in a cleave, so you can easily kill those illusions. You kill the illusions, all of a sudden CK's not so much of a scary hero. As I feel like P1's gotta go down to this.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's out of position.
But I mean, that again, it's a little bit more space here for Pleb to go and hit creeps or just do whatever. A nice double avalanche, a toss up into the air on the Skywrath, but a good spear will ensure that monster kill will be fine. They're just going to keep kiting Tiny right now. They've got the Ancient Seal, just keep him silent. But the rotation here from the Pango, Rolling Thunder will get used, and that will secure themselves a kill.
Yeah, that's why Pleb was being very aggressive there. He knew he had a Pango coming along. Pugna.
Like, this guy's always aggressive, though. Every time I watch him play, it's kind of his preferred way of choice, and for heroes as well, being very aggressive.
He's on a good hero for it. He is a good hero for it. I feel like Tiny is the type of hero that likes to actually be active.
It's another nice setup here with that Inkswell again. It's a little bit tough to take down a Mars, but knowing that they have no more stuns, Blood Massacre is just going to be able to teleport away.
Good TP, but not... Honestly, not exactly what you want when you pick a Skywrath plus Mars lane. Like, you'd ideally like to be the one that's pressuring. Slaw, he goes bot, he uses the CK ulti. I don't think you can really do much.
I'm not sure what's going on, because we also have mid tower. They do connect with that bushwhack. They've got the Nightmare, and kind of interesting situation here, right? Because I talked about if the Pango decide to rotate, that tower is going to get ripped to shreds. But instead of watching, you know, Pango rotate, they've sent over several supports to the mid lane to assist the Pugna to help ensure that they can take the tower down a bit earlier. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, we have the classic 3v3 mid that always seems to happen when there's like a pushing type hero, and the thing with Pugna is like, yeah, just it gets denied. Like, there's nothing you can really do about it. I know a lot of people these days just kind of accept that Pugna is going to get the mid tower. Obviously, like, you want to delay it as much as possible because, as well as like, you know, a Tiny, it's very similar type of hero where you see a lot of people making early rotations with the tree toss because it does so much tower damage. Like, you just know against certain heroes in Dota you're going to lose towers, and the best thing you can do is delay it. And like, these heroes are balanced in other ways, right? It's like, you know, maybe they're not the greatest at like team fighting, or they're like squishy like Pugna. Like, there are other ways that you can deal with them rather than stopping them from doing the thing that like the hero's designed to do. So you just accept it.
And get a little bit of a pause, but we're seeing now, you know, they took the top tower. They have all of these heroes that were trying to put pressure on the bottom coming out from the side of Ooredoo. But now Funnick, of course, he's a Timbersaw. Timbersaw is going to go over to that lane. He's going to protect the tower. He's going to continue to farm. And right now, like, they don't really have a good solution for Funnick. They're going to have to send quite a few heroes to try to deal with him, which will open up the map a lot more. I like this move that's coming out from them currently, but they do need to address, you know, you've got Pleb up here. He's got himself a nice deep ward over by the outpost, so he's pretty well protected. And then, of course, you've got the Scrabble over here in the mid lane.
Yeah, you can just, like, D-boosters, they basically just want to hold this bot tower for as long as possible. Unfortunately for them, they're playing against a Pugna. They lose the mid tower. But if they keep like 3 heroes mid and put effort into pushing that lane out, they have their Tiny farming top, they have Timber farming bot, then what that means is you're just consuming more camps on the map than the enemy team is. Like, you're going to get more gold, and you can see that reflected in the gold lead. But there are answers. Like, Funnick is not unanswered at this point. Like, the reason he's being the reason that he feels unkillable right now is because Skywrath Mage is not level 6. Once Sky's level 6, you can kill him with the Sky plus a stun. As long as he sees Pugna on the map, he doesn't have to be afraid. But now that he doesn't see Pugna, who's actually running towards him bot, he's got to be really careful. You can see what he's doing. He's just chakramming the wave and as far as possible away and bringing it back. Because he can die, for sure.
Sure, the supports, yeah, they've got their TPs if necessary. They can always go down if they see. In fact, they're not even going to go for the TP. They go for a cheeky smoke play. So we'll go wandering through. It's a good idea because they have placed up these aggressive wards over on the side of Ooredoo. They're going to see what they can make happen. Continuing to just see that Chakram pushing out the wave here from Funnick. They do a little bit of long-range sieging. Rolling Thunder coming in comboed here with that Inkswell. They've got their eyes on Monster Kill. They've got the sides. They just cut down slowly, and they're going after Monster Kill. It's a great rotation coming out from Pangolier and the Grimstroke.
That was a nice combo that they pulled off. Like, he actually hit the Inkswell stun on both heroes. I don't know if you've ever done that before with the Pango, but it's really not easy comboing Rolling Thunder. Like, oftentimes you'll hit one hero with it because you can just focus on like bouncing back to them. But he actually hit both. Like, he kept the Inkswell on both of those heroes.
It's clearly a combination that these two have practiced. We've heard, our panel was saying they'll probably go for more of these comfort picks, and you can kind of see that experience here. But they do come back down immediately here. Coming out from the side of Ooredoo, they still really want that tower. They're putting a lot of effort into it. They're looking at Monster Kill here. Mad Frog also coming over. They'll smoke. Try to get a nice angle, get that little bit of the Sentry D ward off. Chakram continuing, but smoke's gonna pop, except for over on the Pango. Doesn't have the Rolling Thunder for another 15 seconds. But perhaps, okay, the Swashbuckle forward again. Oh, the Inkswell connects over onto two. They've got their eyes on Russell. They'll take down Monster Kill. There's gonna be the Timber Chain forward, plus the Jogger, plus the Bushwhack. Just like that. Beautiful synergy coming out from the side of D-Boosters. And now they have the Rolling Thunder up, so anybody who teleports down here needs to be very, very careful.
Yeah, this one move is like winning them this game right now. Holding the bot tower with all of their heroes and having their Tiny just farming top, like...
Oh no, oh, the CK! Bushwhack doesn't quite connect here. Funnick going for the Timber Chain forward. Doesn't want to give any sort of breathing room here for the CK. He's running through the trees. You can't hide from a Timber Saw in the trees. As all of the TPs come out, this is looking a little bit scary now for Mad Frog, who's going to try to scurry away. He's got decrepified. He's going to... Oh, they whiff. They end up missing the arena. They still end up getting that little squirrel, though, as now Evo is running for his life. Does have the Inkswell. Will be able to make it out, but that is a lot of teleports, a lot of resources used for just a little support.
Yeah, not what you want to see. And I mean, it's the bot tower that they want when they're making these moves, right? It's like you don't want to be playing in your own triangle. You know, that's supposed to be your safe haven. And it's like they're not even able to pressure like Pleb up here in this top lane, for example, because they have this pressure that's happening in the bot lane and in triangle to deal with first. So, D-Boosters are doing a really good job at just like being absolutely obnoxious with their positioning.
This is like the one thing that's very concerning to me is the fact that we have not been paying attention to Pleb at all. He has had free reign of this top area. And they're gonna move I like the way the P1's playing here. He's throwing his body in just in case there's any smokes. Does run into the gank, so he's going to pay for it, but it's gonna allow Pleb plenty of time to just go and teleport away and continue farming.
Yeah, great positioning from P1. I mean, the entire game, the enemy team has not been up there, and to read the one time that they actually go to kill your Tiny is that's really solid. And now they just kind of flip the map. Pleb is now playing towards that bot lane. He's huge, man. I mean, he's gonna have his Aghanim shard if he wants it. He could probably even go for the full moon shard before he finishes the Aghanim shard.
Yeah, you have to wonder what the comms are sounding like right now over on Ooredoo, just because of the fact that it feels, I don't want to say desperate, but they're really clumping together, moving as 5, trying to get any sort of pickoffs, but it definitely feels like the boosters are reading them very easily here as Funnick. This forward is going to go pop the smoke. They'll get off some of these spells that they want, but there's the arena over to the side. Massacre landing it, and that's like we said, Funnick taking a lot of damage, but not quite enough to get the kill, as they'll end up losing skulls. Down will go Russell. They'll chase after Monster Kill. They've got the Silence, they've got the Phantom's Embrace. This is going to slow him down, and they'll figure out yet another kill.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Ooredoo, man. Like, this is just not what you want. They walk up with the smoke. They almost get Pleb. Like, he was just barely out of the range of the Bane Fiend's Grip, and then Funnick is the only one there. They don't really want to use their spells to kill supports because at this point it's not worth it. So they try to use it on Funnick, but Funnick, he's got a lot of strength right now. He's got the Hood of Defiance. He managed to get that off. Even the Trusty Shovel in that fight is 75 HP. Like, he barely survived. This hero's super about these kind of thresholds where, like, they press everything on you and you don't die and then you barely survive and then regen up. And that's exactly what happened. That's a Timber's dream, you know, where everything gets used on you, you survive at 10% HP. That's the dream right there.
Can't discount that shovel. Definitely one of those things that a lot of people forget about with some of these neutral items, especially when they have an active. They do have, you know, other attributes that are
stats, yeah.
pretty important. Yeah.
Yep. He also, I think, had 21 charges. Like, he used a big one there, too. And if he dies, I think it is actually worth it just because Redo are behind at this point. And Funnick is huge, so... second on net worth, but... you know, still, you want pleb. I mean, ideally you want pleb, but you'll take the second on net worth with how this game is going. Beggars can't be
Thunder
choosers.
in the bottom lane, chasing after Russell here. Be able to follow up with a nice bushwhack, just sip off it to the side. A swashbuckle will seal the deal. As you can see, Massacre is just gonna run back away to his tower, rejoin with Skulls, because they don't want whatever else is about to be running at them here in this bottom lane.
You know, this is more like of a chill kind of map for Redo, at least as we look at the replay. Let's see, did he have some wand charges? I mean, yeah, it's like he's so close to dying, uses the wand, almost even dies to like the Pugna ward, and it's just enough that, like, what are you going to use on these other heroes if you've used your Fiend's Grip, your Pugna Suck, your Mystic Flare? Like, where's the rest of your damage coming from? Because it's not coming from CK right now, I can tell you that much.
Not yet, anyways. Though he's doing a decent amount of like farming, trying to find these spaces where he can get what he needs. Does have the armlet online. He's got the Oblivion Staff, but they are hunting him pretty.
Oh no, he ulted then disconnected. No.
God. Oh no.
That's not good timing. Oh my boy. I mean,
right. And it is right underneath the ward.
He did get scouted by that ward there. You are right.
That feels bad.
It's also scouting his Echo Saber about to arrive to him, but I think honestly that's probably a farming ult. I mean, he knows that there's people up here behind pleb. Like, you're not going to go for a solo play on a Tiny with 2,000 HP right now as a CK. Like, that's just... I don't see that happening, so I feel like this is a farming ult.
If you're done with the game, but no, I don't think that's the case, like you said.
Maybe it's a desperation, like, let me just try to solo kill this guy as if nobody's behind him, but I seriously doubt that Slaw's going to go for that. We'll see, though. Maybe I'm caster cursing him right now.
Well, let's see. I think you back off, especially after a pause like that. No way. Yeah, he's just farming them into the jungle. That's the safe play here for sure.
Yep, which I like. I mean, there was that, like, you know, 3 or 4 minute period where Redo just were not farming at all, just desperately trying to get that bot tower. And I think they've realized that, like, they're not going to be able to win a fight. They're not going to be able to just, like, run 5 men at a tower. Deep Booster's just going to fight them. They're going to actually put up some sort of defense and just farm. Just farm until you get some item timing. Farm until you can actually smoke and take a pick off. Like, take fights smarter.
Do a little bit of a scan over here by the Roche, but they do have nice Roche control over on the side of D-Boosters. Should they decide that they want to go for it, I'm sure that's something that, you know, Redo's a little bit concerned about because they're effectively just pushed out of their own jungle. They've got very small amounts of real estate to be able to allow the CK to farm. And, you know, this Mars has been struggling. He's getting closer to that Blink Dagger, but definitely, you know, feels like he's kind of been struggling this game to find these kills, get these arenas that he's been looking for.
Yeah, this is not really an ideal Mars game. I feel like with Mars, if you fall behind and you're getting this, like, late Blink Dagger, it's really, it feels like a support, you know? You feel like Winter Wyvern or something like that, where you're just kind of about that ultimate into Spear, rather than being, like, you know, like an Amar-type Mars, where you're running around with, like, Satanic and Armlet.
Is there really anyone else like an Amar-type Mars, though? Let's be really honest here.
Well, people do, like, people learn from that, right? Like, people try to play Mars like that ideally now. It's just that like this does happen if your laning doesn't go so well. But they're gonna go for a smoke with the blink. Ideally, they want to take Pleb or they want to get Evo here.
And they don't want
That would
Funnick
be-
over there in the mid lane. Ignore him.
Yeah.
Right, it's Russell scouting out. They'll drop the ward. Okay, there it is. It's beautiful. Get the spear off. They're going to see what else they can do, but they need more damage as Monsterkill's just taking too much damage from Pleb. They'll turn back around, and they get that little bit of a set off, but they'll lose Russell. Pleb, though, is not looking super healthy here. Might need a little bit more of assistance, but there it is. The sharpshooter coming through. We'll be able to take out the Chaos Knight. The buyback coming out from Skyrock as now Bloody Massacre is forced to run away. Skulls, oh, he gets spotted out. Gets the brain sap off, though. We'll get Mad Frog, but does eventually fall to Funnick. It is looking like an absolute massacre, as Bloody Massacre is the only one to survive out of that.
Yep, surprisingly, he is the lowest net worth core, does end up surviving. They just kind of ignored him. They're like, all right, dude, you already arena, you're worthless at this point. We're going to take out your CK, we're going to take out your Pugna. I mean, this Pango is just playing, like, insanely well. Like, he's just there in every single fight with the roles. Like, between him and the Grimstroke, I feel like nobody else on D-Boosters really needs to even do anything.
No, they've
Pango's
been
just winning every fight.
Just a great dynamic duo, the two of them being able to, you know, connect with the Rolling Thunder plus the Inkswell. Those silences have been on point, especially with the double silences coming out with having the Soulbind. Definitely looking very good over here, but they go over into the Roche pit. It's like throwing me off seeing like the cool guys tag, seeing the Chillax tag. Just
I know,
like, oh, yeah,
I know.
but they're deboosters. But
Same here.
you know, this Roche is going down pretty quickly, and they can't contest it over on the side of Riyadh. They have to just let this happen, and that's the scary thing for them. Because this fight is coming to their doorstep, and they're not ready. They're not prepared for guests.
It is, and you're playing against a Tiny who is probably the best sieging hero in the game. I mean, I hate to say it because I feel like that's the part of him that's been nerfed, and it still feels like everything else buffed, right? That's the only part that got nerfed, and it still feels like he just takes your building so damn quickly. So it's not like you can just, you know, stall this game out, because if he wants to just start hitting your high ground with a BKB, you have to fight. And he is getting that BKB, so he's planning on going high ground. Hey, Rita, they read this.
Yeah, they do, and this is a decent amount of damage, but the Rolling Thunder again coming out from Eva again. Nice kill coming out from Funnick. So they get the Fiend Script off, though, over here on the side, so they will slow down the Pangolier just a little bit. Funnick also gonna take a bit of damage, has that Flamethrower Shard online, though. And they go for an immediate smoke play. They want to go back in. They know they've used a lot here. Mad Frog leading the charge, looking for the Bushwhack over onto Slav. Will be able to connect as they go. They drop the Avalanche, and they've got plenty of damage to take down. The CK's double Soulbind coming out here. Evo chasing after Russell and Skulls. Get the Decrepify off over onto the Pugna. Zipping right past in, though, past those towers. Funnick will be able to get himself yet another kill. This mid tower looking very juicy. Oh, God, they go right back in the toss. Russell, you got way too greedy, my friend. What do you think you're doing? You're dead now.
That was an interesting kind of like fake back there, where D-Boosters, when they started moving into like the tier 4s, they second-guessed themselves, you know? They're like, okay, maybe this is a little too deep. And so when they turn around, it gives the Pugna this false sense of security that's like, oh, they're afraid, I'm going to turn around and go on them. Yeah, like they go for the dive here, but with the Decrepify and... I mean, that's the tier 4s. Like, I don't think you're that interested in going in there. They turn and they get killed for it.
Yeah, I was surprised that he decided to go back in, but like you said, it's that false sense of security. Man, look at Pleb. He's ready. He is so ready to go back in. Okay, Bloody Massacre, though, does find himself the Pangolier, so they should be able to go and burst him down. That is the arena gone, though, so they still have the Aegis online for Pleb. They can see exactly where he and P1 are, though, so they'll feel a little bit more confident now being able to walk into their jungle, continue to farm up over here on the CK, who's desperately trying to get that BKB.
Yeah, just ulting off cooldown to farm. They really need a BKB. I mean, this Pango's such a problem. I feel like the way that you fight right now for a redo is either you catch the Pango at the start of the fight and kill him, or you don't fight at all. That's it. Like, you need the BKB. Otherwise, this Pango's way too much of a problem. And even then, I still think that D-Boosters has such an advantage that you probably want to start a fight by killing the Pango. I mean, if you can kill the Tiny, sure, but like, what are the chances you're going to kill a 2,500 HP hero who's, you know, able to basically two-shot your Mars? Like, it's not happening.
He still has the Aegis, too. I'm surprised that they want to go in and fight on this double silence again with the Soulbind. Okay, a good Nightmare plus a Fiend's Grip. They're going to be able to go and just get rid of the Grimstroke. But they already use... Oh, that's a big ultimate to be using for his support. Rolling Thunder coming through. Beautiful Avalanche coming in as well. So take down Russell. They'll take down Skulls. And they're looking to get themselves a Chaos Knight. And by God, they'll get it. It's a double kill. Followed up with the kill over on Skywrath. The whole team is just dead.
Yep, they didn't even lose the Aegis there. I feel like Pleb is trying to lose it at this point, and it's just not happening. So this is going to be your whole base. That is a Tiny you're up against. Okay, looks like D-Boosters, they're going to show some mercy here. Well, Funnick's not.
Are they? It's Funnick. Funnick's got his flamethrower. He's like, let's go, boys. Let's get some damage on this tower.
Yeah, I mean, this Pango, just... What?
Look at that! Look at that beautiful synergy between this team.
I like that he doesn't. I like that he doesn't go for the Skywrath there, right? Like he turns around and realizes that like his team's got the Skywrath dealt with, and if he goes for the CK, that Pleb can actually keep the Aegis alive, and that Pleb can kill the CK. It's just good team fighting. Like whatever the comms are for them, it's resulting in very solid team fighting. Like this looks not even close for Iridia. Like they look like they're on another level.
It just feels like they're a little bit more cohesive, where it feels like I feel like they're scrambling a little bit. And again, these are, you know, some stacks that do just kind of get, I don't want to say slapped together, but, you know, don't necessarily have that synergy going on like some of the teams that we watch during the DPC, because they're forced to keep a roster together. But
yeah, these guys definitely have synergy.
Oh, for sure.
They legit have synergy, which is cool to see. Like it might even be something as simple as like a couple of these guys like party queue together a lot, and so they play these combos just to, you know, for fun. It's like that's honestly enough. Like as long as you've worked on the comms before, that's all you really need to do. And it looks like they have with like how they're playing this.
I mean, that's one of the things, right, that we've kind of been missing a little bit. Like when we look back at qualifiers, back when you know, everything was like an open qualifier to be able to go in, you could change up rosters. I know both of us, especially coming from like the NA and the SA region, are fairly used to seeing familiar names, but seeing like certain groups play together, it reaches a point where you have to be careful though, right? Because there's only so many times you can pull off, I don't want to say cheesy combos, because it's not necessarily cheese, it's just well executed. But eventually, you know, these teams, they are going to get wise to it. They're going to be watching your games the further you make it, and they're going to be banning out the heroes that, you know, concern them the most. So you have to have some other things in your pocket.
Yep, sometimes there's a limit to just, you know, stuff that you've like had time to practice with a teammate, you know, based on what's like also strong in the patch. Because sometimes like you have tons of strategies, it's just like they all suck. Funnick,
that is all right. They get the Fiend's Grip off, so they do a little bit of damage, but they end up losing. Oh my God, they're just losing everyone. Pleb is just murdering, ripping through everyone, showing off that BKB. They call GG. They've had enough. It's an ultra kill, and the boosters are looking very, very strong.
Yeah, they look great. I mean, well, obviously the big play that I think made this game look so good for them was the call to hold that bot tower, as well as the like team fight execution in order to do that. Just the Pango this game, like he mad carried this with all of his like rolling thunders. It's one of those things where like watching it, he makes it look easy, you know? But it's not. Like, anytime there was a fight that started on one of his teammates, it's like he was there and instantly he already was rolling in anticipation for the fight. And he just blinks in and the Bane Fiend's Grip is like instantly interrupted. Like, he gave them absolutely no way to get back into the game. And man, yeah, they looked really good. They looked like they've actually played together. They practiced with each other quite a lot.
well, I don't want to take anything away from, Riyadh. They probably have been practicing as well, but it looks like they're going to need some stronger strategies to be able to bounce back here in game number 2. But yeah, hats off, to the Pango and also to Grimstroke. Just the synergy that the two had, the way that they moved around the map was very, very impressive. That, like you said earlier in the game, it felt like the other guys, they could join if they wanted, but they were getting so much done during everything there. But of course, guys, this is just game number 1. It is a best of 3 series. So we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Well, they'll be wishing they could have a redo after that one, but I'm afraid that's not the way these series work. Instead, Ooredoo now one game away from being knocked down into that lower bracket. With the performance that D-Booster just put up, it's hard to argue with it going that way quick. I'm, of course, once again joined by Pudge and Danog to break down the action. Boys, do we call that gaming or do we call that bullying? Because it definitely looked like a one-sided affair, Danog.
It seemed a little bit like bullying for sure, but you have to remember that for people that were watching, we did have Russell playing on the Pugner instead of Noob. That was a last-minute change, I believe, so that could have potentially shaken them a little bit. I think we do need to really highlight the effectiveness, of course, of Pleb playing on the Tiny as well as Evo on the Pangolier. I thought they both played amazing games. And yeah, Pango, for whatever reason, he was just free to roll around every single team fight. The Fiend's grip seemed to be targeted towards someone else the vast majority of the time rather than trying to lock him down. So it felt a little bit odd, but well, the D-Boosters, they definitely took advantage of it.
Yeah, I think what D-Boosters did so well is they exploited the Ooredoo's burst potential, basically. Skywrath Mage, Pugna, Mars, Bane, it's like a lot of single target burst damage. So what they want to do is move around the map getting kills, and they weren't able to do that against Pleb. He died 0 times that game. So if he's able to avoid all of these early ganks because Evo and Funnock on the Timbersaw are able to miss or at least dodge some of those combos, which they did in the safe lane with sentries and observer wards and good play. If they avoid all those while Pleb gets farmed, eventually Pleb matches up against a CK who's slightly underleveled, and again CK is a single target physical damage hero who has minus armor. So Tiny, with his abundant HP and abundant armor, is just countering CK in these mid and late game moments. So basically Ooredoo didn't get the ball rolling, they didn't get all these snowball kills, and that didn't allow CK to stay ahead in net worth. So they were undermined by Timbersaw, they were undermined by Tiny, and as a whole, just really good play by the D-Boosters.
I guess one thing to look at here, you know, we mentioned like the target of these Fiend's grips who you should be looking towards. Felt like Funnock was doing a great job of putting himself in the way of a lot of this fight. And is this to his credit, or do you feel like this was mismanaged in the way that they were initiating on the side of Ooredoo?
I mean, part of it was that Funnock did so well in the laning stage, right? He had the most CS out of anybody else when the laning stage was ended, so he channeled that into a fast hood. His skill build wasn't even that defensive. He had 2 points in his passive. He maxed out Whirling Death and Timber Chain first because he felt confident in his ability to survive, because with the enemy's lineup being almost entirely Magic Burst, he didn't really need that much reactive armor. He just needed a hood, and he got that from the solid laning stage. So some of it was Funnock, certainly, but some of it is also the supports, you know, setting things up nicely and making a good circumstance for for the D boosters to win team fights.
See there in that more recent team fight, Pleb, he did have the Enfeal on him for one of the first times in the entire game, and it took him a fair amount of time to actually chunk through the Chaos Knights. So there were avenues potentially for them to be able to come back, but unfortunately they just never eventuated.
Yeah, I guess maybe one thing to think about when we looked at the start of the series, we talked about this whole concept of just focusing on comfortable picks, right? Comfort heroes for each of these players instead of trying to formulate a high-level draft. Maybe one thing to look at is possibly targeting out bans, because I did feel like when we got into that game, Phonic, if there's one hero that comes to mind for him straight away at the moment, it is Timbersaw. That has to be probably his most played hero in competitive. Do you think that's maybe a switch up in Game 2, is maybe just target out those hot heroes that you know they like to go to instantly?
It could be a solution in this circumstance because Tiny was so effective against CK at the later stages. The downside is that then they can't ban Medusa and they can't ban Morphling. I would rather play against Morphling, I think, than Medusa most likely in the current meta, because Medusa feels more effective at almost all stages, but that's the trade-off, right? Either they don't pick their obvious carry in the first phase and then allowed to get counterpicked later, or maybe they just ban the Timber. That's another option too.
Yeah, and you could see that D-Boosters were putting a lot of emphasis on the Timbersaw as well as the Pangolier, right? Because we had the Bloodseeker banned out, so maybe it's something that you just need to consider perhaps going for that one a little bit earlier on. It also discourages things like the Death Prophet and the Leshrac and the Razor, if those are also picks that D-Boosters are quite comfortable with. So maybe worth considering. Even the super tanky heroes, right? Like the Tiny, the Chaos Knight. Once you get Aghanim Shot and Bloodseeker, it's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one thing to think about is that when we looked at the drafts, we did seem to kind of favor the side of D-Boosters a little bit. Like, looking back at that, was that a big concern? Do you think maybe it was a little bit too pigeonholed coming out from Eridu? They maybe didn't have any fallback plan if the lanes failed, Pudge?
I guess you could argue for that partially, but I think it was... The lanes didn't go like super bad, like their net worth was semi-comparable. It's just that they weren't able to execute on their kills, basically. They never effectively pressured the safe lane. They played in the area, they looked for kills, but if they don't execute it correctly, they're gonna lose kills. Like if Pango begins his roll, the fight is over for D-Boosters, for example. So that's part of the things that made it really difficult, because once he starts rolling, you can't deal with him at all. So I think Mars's net worth was also a little bit behind out of all the cores. He had the weakest performance. So like that's going to delay his Blink Dagger. That makes it hard for him to initiate and start team fights. So there's like little things like that, but mostly it comes down to initiation, in my opinion. If Eridu just found the right initiations, they can win fights, take tier 1 tower, open up the map, maybe pressure Tiny. But they weren't able to do that for whatever reason. Most likely vision, positioning, initiation, things like that.
Yeah, and even just the Pugner, right? I feel like he was really low on net worth in that game in particular. Oftentimes when we see the Pugner, it's picked up as a position 5 just because you can play that medic style. You can enable one of your cores. You're not one of these mid laners that's super capable of catching up with flash farm. It really needs to be on the back of a lot of these objectives that you're taking super early. So, well, wasn't effective for them. And you can just see Eridu immediately saying, well, you played an amazing Pangolier last time, Eva. We're not going to let you do it again.
And I guess one thing to maybe think about here is we have to keep in mind that it was meant to be Noob in the mid, right? Rusilla last second standing for them. Do you think that maybe kind of affected the flow? Like, we don't know for sure if Noob's the vocal player in the team, right? Kind of leading the way. But it does feel like when you pick someone like Pugner, you're being put in that position with the game plan, right? You need to be leading the kind of early mid transition for your team.
I see the desire to say that, but again, it comes down to what they needed in the draft, and that sometimes happens. You look at your 4 heroes and you're like, oh, we have really bad tower damage, guys. Oh, well, we could pick Pugna. It's pretty good in the game. It's going to combo a Skywrath Mage. They're like, all right, well, let's make it work. And maybe it's not the hero he wants to play, but it does maybe make some draft sense. So it could be either a mix of the player swap or just that he's forced to play that role because it gives him some tower pressure, and something like a DK looked bad because there was a Timbersaw on the enemy team. So that's sometimes the situation you're forced to be put in to make the draft seem better.
Yeah, and I even just... See, I want to say I like this opening better because I feel like Grimstroke is a top-tier support. Obviously, it's just so flexible with what it's able to provide. Lockdown, silence, D-push, great ultimate, leash, every other component under the sun. But it does leave things like... I'm kind of surprised the Death Prophet hasn't been picked up here. It just feels like a really solid overall hero, just in terms of not only being a support option. We've seen across multiple regions, you know, you can play it basically any position except safe lane carry. So it's still going to slip on through. I wouldn't hate to see it picked up now. I mean, especially against something like an Ember Spirit, right? A lot of the damage does come not incredibly rapidly unless the Ember comes super farmed, you just full on 5 remnants onto your face, that sort of thing. So
yeah,
like a DB is still pretty decent.
I totally agree. It's definitely maybe the best hero in the meta, or the top 3. But the weaknesses of the heroes, you're not very good offensively at ganking. You're extremely good defensively. It's a great flex pick, so it's great opening your draft with because you can put it basically in any role. But offensively, not the best. So that can be a weakness. Obviously, it's incredible at killing towers, very good at Roshan, very strong at team fighting as a whole, with just a few minimal items, either Glimmer or Ghost Scepter, stuff like that. But I would say that if you have a pressure playstyle in mind, DP is maybe a bit harder to execute. So I could see some less practiced teams favoring her in a draft compared to top practice teams.
Well, you talk about ganking potential. Puck provides that in spades, for sure. Dreamcoil as well for an Ember Spirit locks him down very effectively. You've also got the Grimstroke to assist with that. Kind of surprised they didn't Storm instead of the Puck, to be honest, just for that extra layer of gap close, a little bit less vulnerable, I'd say, more likely to buy something like the BKB, which makes a Hoodwink essentially useless. But, clearly that might just be a puck, comfort thing with a Puck.
Yeah, definitely could be. They're multi-purpose kind of. They accomplish slightly different things. Puck should be really good at comboing with Grimstroke as well. It's definitely not the worst substitution. There's ups and downsides. More defensive capabilities. In some ways, more mobile in the early game on the Puck side versus Storm. Storm is more of like a commit, and you're stuck in the fight until you get a Caudal pairing or something like that. So this might just be a little bit safer for them to open with in the first phase, even though it's a bit weird.
They're going to get rid of here because obviously no Pangolier. Of course, Funix Timbersaw still in the pool, could be an option. It was the Puck. So we do have first picks, so deboosters are going to be able to have the better ending to their draft, both being able to have no response to the second and last phases. But you could just see they're like, all right, well, you revealed your comfort, we're going to get rid of a lot of it.
Wonder if they're going to ban CK now due to the Timbersaw ban in the second phase. That's kind of likely from what I would assume. Yep, there's the CK ban. That one was pretty choreographed when that ban was there. Maybe there's another strength hero you could abuse now in the safe lane that Timber would counter.
I mean, not necessarily in the safe lane. Like you can pick a Wraith King, but Wraith King's not great right now. Underlord still in the pool. It's not terrible against the Ember Spirit. It's not terrible against the Puck. If you go for the Atos build, could be an option. I mean, especially with the Tiny still in the pool, I really feel like Underlord is undervalued. If you have, it goes both ways, right? Like Tiny plus a strong support can just bully an Underlord out of the lane and then it's horrible. But if you get out of the laning stage in a decent spot, then I feel like Underlord's in a really good spot to protect you and the rest of your team with the Atrophy Aura, as well as the later stages of the game with a % base damage with a Firestorm to make it not as bad of a matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he's a terrible hero right now. With that said, though, the Night Stalker ban, I think, makes me either think that they're trying to protect Puck from being able to weave in and out of fights, or they're worried, or they want to pick maybe a carry that's vulnerable to being dived here. And a little bit surprising to see an Ogre pick. It's fallen out of favor a little bit, but it's a good pick to just snag here and not reveal literally anything in your draft. I think it's the only thing it indicates to me is that deboosters are totally down to pick Tiny again because it's going to amp him up really effectively. But basically, no matter what carry they go for, Bloodlust will still be effective.
Even just the Medusa as well, right? Like that's still in the carry pool right now. And I mean, Ogre does essentially nothing for Hoodwink, and the Ember Spirit, it doesn't really do much against the Puck either, just because you're going to be quick enough on the fingers to be able to dodge out any kind of stuns, phase shift the Ignite even. So yeah, it doesn't reveal anything, but right now you are kind of minorly pigeonholed. There was also this big window where the Aghanim Shard on Ogre did literally nothing, but apparently it's been fixed. Haven't had a chance to test it myself, but a little bug has been fixed right before the major, so that's
actually
kind of
nothing. Like it didn't even do damage.
Literally nothing. It returned the little fireballs, but it didn't prevent the damage.
Okay, so it did do damage, but it didn't prevent the damage.
Which is what you buy it for. You buy it for the 85% damage reduction.
Okay. But is the damage that it shoots back to you, isn't it just like a raw number? It's not like based on how much damage you take, right?
Yeah, no. It did like 100 damage or something.
There we go.
That.
That's and cosmetics or something. I don't know.
True.
Put particles on the screen. They're going to pick a DK here. as a potential flex offlaner with Grimstroke. I actually like this. It combos well with that hero. It's a great initiator. It's tanky, so it doesn't have to be Puck necessarily going in first, which is sometimes preferred. It'll give them solo pick potential, more than enough disable to set up Inksol afterwards. Gives them great lockdown against Ember Spirit as well, so that'll make him even easier to kill. So far, I really like what Aridu's doing with their draft.
With the push as well, it'll be quite nice. I mean, the damage burst isn't... actually, they pick up the Medusa. Okay, I feel like that's a little bit of a block pick, because I feel like if the Medusa wasn't picked there, D-boosters would have absolutely done it. They just go into an anti-mage. Okay. We've seen it go kind of back and forth against the Dragon Knight, but ever since that slow has really come into the equation, I think AM comes out on top with the full mana burn every single time, especially if you put, even just the 1 point into the Bloodlust early on to give the AM even further chase potential.
Yeah, I doubt they would have picked AM there if there wasn't a Deuce on the enemy squad. It would have probably been a different carry, but it seemed very clear to them that's the hero they want. Grimstroke's gonna have a really tough time now. The hero already struggles to defend himself against divey carries, and having to worry about even reflecting silence back on yourself means that AM is not too concerned. He can also reflect DK Stun too, which is kind of cool. He's got solutions here. But he's potentially vulnerable as well if Aridu does a great job initiating. DK Stun, Grimstroke follow-up plus Puck. That's a lot of disable that could lead to AM dying. But on the bright side, at least there's not a huge amount of single target physical damage that they have to worry about. And Medusa almost always isn't going to be able to contribute to killing AM unless AM is in a big team fight. So I think AM's a really, really solid pick here.
Yeah, you got a good point. I mean, particularly around the follow-up damage, right? I feel like they do have ways to lock him down if he's caught out of position, right? They got the Dream Coil, they've got the Inkswell for that AoE stun, not targeted, but where's the damage going to come after the fact? That's the real issue for me right now. So I think that's something that they might try and address with this last pick, but we're assuming that it's going to be a support, whether it be safe lane or most likely safe lane, right? But not really too many safe lane support heroes that are going to be able to provide too much of that additional burst potential for an anti-mage.
Yeah, I assume... they're expecting Undying something to like lane support that'll really wreck an offlaner. And it would also help stabilize the Medusa. I wonder if they will do something like a Jakiro potentially to give them some more layered disable to follow up. Could be okay, but it is kind of weak against being dived by heroes like Ember and AM, so that part's... But a lot of those like lane support fives, I mean, they could just do something like Bane as well. Would be kind of straightforward. Not very good against AM. You kind of want AoE to help deal with Manta.
How do you feel about Treant Protector into this, just for the overgrowth potential? It's decent damage. You can layer out the Nature's Grasp over it, protects the Medusa a bit.
Overgrowth is good, and yeah, it would stabilize Medusa's laning stage, but it's basically countered once AM gets Manta anyway, so that's a natural of his item build. And they don't really need to defend towers that badly at the moment based on the heroes that D-boosters are going for, so I would lean towards no, most likely. Leech Seed isn't that good either, so I don't know. I don't see a lot of upsides. There are some okay things about that idea, though. But I think
it's a very
probably better
picks
picks
for sure.
Yeah, another really strong lane stabilizer from Lich. Physical survivability, some disable. Could have been okay, but would have been a surprise to see a Lich picked. I guess, it's really good with Grimstroke, obviously. Double joint. Oh, okay, you're right. They picked the tree anyways. So, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of it. It is great in the laning stage. It will be able to stabilize Medusa. The armor that you give your allies is just going to be okay. It'll, make your towers more survivable. But is there anything else that any other reason you think tree's particularly good here?
And they do go the Underlord, okay. I feel like even just the 1 point in the living armor could be very effective for the Puck's lane as well, because you're going up against the Ember Spirit who loves to spam out the Sleight of Fist, so the additional armor could help. And I was just really looking for a position 5 that did something when you're finally able to lock out that anti-mage. Yes, you can have the Manta style, but you're still going to be inside of a coil or stunned up by the Grimstroke, right? So at least with the overgrowth, there's a little bit of that damage over time. Nature's Grasp does a little bit on top of that, so that was really my mindset there. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's what they had to play with, basically.
Yeah, that's true. The team fight aspect of it is really strong, obviously, and not to be undermined. If they do have good initiators. So yeah, Tree can follow up, and then maybe his overgrowth will be really value there.
Okay, so starting with Purge, just really quickly, like who are we going for here? Is it a 2-0, or have we got a long series on our hands?
Ooh, I mean, it is a really, really good AM pick. I gotta say, Underlord's a bit weird, but I'd say probably a 2-0 based on how they played last game. Yeah.
Yep, I'll be the same. Maybe the game will last a little bit longer. It won't be as much of a stomp, I don't think, but still favoring D-boosters.
Well, D-Boosters sounding like they could be the favorites here, but you know what? Let's actually check in with our basement dwellers and see what they think, as they'll be taking you through the action for game number 2.
All right, well, coming from you hot from the basement. Of course, it is Jenkins and I. And Jenkins, it sounds like we got a bunch of haters over on that panel. They don't believe in Riyadh Thunder.
No, they don't, Moxie. And much like the dead rat in the corner of this basement, I smell a rat on the panel. And that is Purge Gamers Kevin. If you're out there, you don't believe, and you should believe, they can do it. They can bring it back. I do really like the D-Boosters draft, though. I really do.
A valiant effort. Yeah, you know, one of the other things, too, like you see, we've got Noob, who is going to be playing this puck. This is actually one of his heroes that he got a lot of, I don't want to say notoriety, but like some attention for, was like that and Melina. So I am very excited to see what they can do over on Riyadh, though, with, you know, having Noob back, not having Russell. But yeah, you know, the D-Boosters lineup, it looks pretty solid.
30 seconds.
It does. It does look solid. I think this is a really good anti-mage game. You basically counter all 3 cores of Riyadh to a degree. You know, DK, you drain his mana on the lane. You don't really care if he's this, like, tanky guy because he has no mana. Puck, very great mana void target. Medusa, you obviously drain all of her mana. Very solid anti-mage game. However, I do have high hopes for Noob that he could go for some, like, right-click puck build. You know, Witchblade into, like, eventual Desolate or something like that, because I feel like there's not much to deal with this AM. If he gets off to a good start on Pleb, it's going to look really good, unless Noob goes for some physical damage build.
Get a little bit of a nice start over here in this top lane. Seeing the Grimstroke go and land that double stroke of fate. Dragonite was able to grab up the rune, so it's looking pretty good. For the most part. But yeah, I'm interested to see how aggressive that Pleb is going to be playing this anti-mage as well. If memory serves, like we talked about this in game number 1, this is a player that likes to be aggressive, likes to play things like this Tiny or whatnot. But I have this... It's been a while since watching him, but I definitely seem to remember him being very aggressive, something very similar to like Pakaz out of South America, who, you know, plays these heroes that usually, and I mean, we talk about aggression, we're already seeing that aggression coming out right here, right now. Does have to be careful though, because he's taking a decent amount of damage, and they've actually just coming up. Yeah, so I guess I just went with the curse. My goodness.
Yep, a little too aggressive. I mean, I can understand it. You're on AM, you're playing against the squishy Grimstroke. You know, you're playing against Dragonite, you want to drain his mana. But until you have level 2, level 3, you know, you can't blink out. You don't have that counter spell. Like, you are able to die.
Yeah, maybe perhaps thinking that he was going to burn off the mana so that way he wouldn't have the other Dragon Tail, perhaps? I'm not sure.
Yeah, something along those lines. Oh, Pleb? Going for a little bit of a pause here. Needs to reset mentally. His team's yelling at her. He's probably yelling at his team, typical carry player fashion. Still CSing decently up here, though, despite a bit of a first blood blunder, I would call that. Let's see, how are the other lanes going? This bot lane, we're about to hit level 2 on our heroes. Monster kill. Yo, dude, you're a little, you know, little squishy. Low armor, tree and protector. Actually does living armor himself, so all right. Almost gets himself killed. Now he's going to pull the lane back. Top lane again. All right, more aggression. DK actually goes
going
down.
the way. Yeah, I think they wanted it this way. The first time, but... And they're going to go in for another one. They're going to go right after Skulls. And yeah, that's just 2 kills going off to Pleb. So that fear of having this anti-mage starting to accelerate early, starting to get a little spooky here.
Yeah, I honestly, I mean, we'll see what build he goes for, but I do feel like a Vanguard build, like he would not be able to die in this game if he gets a Vanguard. It's just, it's too much HP and there's too much magical damage coming out of the side of Riyadh. So we'll see what he goes for. I feel like with a Vanguard, he could like run at the Medusa early and pressure a lot. But also, if he's having a really good game and he feels like he doesn't need that tank ability, like he can just go for the Battle Fury and just, you know, get super fat.
Another stun coming in, this time turning around over onto the Ogre. Be able to connect, and Fleb trying to just burn off some of the mana, trying to go and harass. Just blink away.
Yeah, he's got his Ring of Health now if he wants to go buy it. Bloody Massacre. He's going for the stun. I feel like he might be a bit out of position here, though.
Yeah, he's not looking too healthy right now as he is getting chased down. Falcon looking for this opening, but doesn't have any mana left, so not gonna be able to go and throw out any stuns, any slows, but Pleb, he can just blink forward, and he says, oh, nah, you're not even worth my time. Although we do have enough mana, so Massacre has to be a bit careful. Little Ignite getting tossed out, but it is just a level 2 Ignite.
Gonna have to use another salve up here. Yeah, I mean, this is both sides in this lane kind of harassing a lot. You know, I'd favor anti-mage.
This aggression is pretty funny to see between the two of these guys, though, for sure.
Yeah, it's like neither of them are really farming that well in that lane just because there's like so much harass coming out.
Do you see rotation, though, coming out over into the mid lane? They're going to try to make some plays over onto Noob. In fact, we'll be able to go and make sure that he doesn't have that regen. Does have a little bit of living armor, though. And he's just going to try to make up top, although Eva also running over there. I think Noob should be able to grab it in time. Oh, you said so low. That was a little scary, but we'll be able to refill the bottle.
Yeah, cool. I mean, cool call for him. I feel like most people will just back off at that point. You know, scared that you're going to die to the Sleight of Fist, but trusting the Treant armor to actually protect him. Knowing that the Ember doesn't have anything other than just the Flame Guard, which had, you know, timed out.
And a little bit of bottle service here for Noob in the mid lane, so he's very happy. But I did like the play that they made with having the Hoodwink rotate and try to, you know, pressure for the runes, because those are so important for a puck.
Yeah, puck versus Ember. I mean, any like Spirit versus Spirit or Spirit versus like Spirit type hero, you always want to go for those runes, even at 4 minutes. Bloody Massacre might actually take the... Nah, it's Ogre.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's Ogre.
It's all Ogre now.
Yeah, it is. It's all Ogre for Ogre. I mean, he's got to run back to base. He's maybe gonna get a pull off though.
Get the nice pick off though here. You know, Hoodwink does enjoy being around trees, and when there's a treant on the enemy team, is going to be able to take advantage of that for sure.
Yeah, not exactly the hero that you want to be standing in trees against is that Hoodwink. So, somewhat of a counter for, you know, for that reason. At least in the laning stage, like it's somewhat of a counter. I mean, outside of the laning stage, not really, but it is funny how that works.
We'll toss back a little bit more here, but do have some movement coming out. As P1 taking the long way around here. We'll run into Skulls, hoping probably to put some pressure over onto Noob. He does have some wards on him as well, so just trying to do a little mission here. What else is going on, though? Again, this rotation coming out from Hoodwink, proving to be very, very useful. As they do manage to make sure that Noob cannot refill that bottle again.
Yeah, both mid laners are unhappy with this right now, basically. Like, the supports all show up. As a result, you have this like 2v2 support battle on both sides. And so like one of the supports just denies the rune for the other guy, which means neither mid gets the rune. And then both side laners are just like, all right, get some solo XP. Not bad, not bad.
Interesting to note that we aren't seeing any sort of like real stacking going on. You can see that we do have like the sentry ward that's been placed over here in this one camp, trying to make sure that, you know, they can't get any sort of acceleration, but not a lot of mana here on Bloody Massacre. As you can see that P1 making his way over, opens with the Fire Blast. They're just gonna start chopping away over at Massacre. Throws out the Dragon Tail, does have that living armor, but trying to make as much possible, as much happen here in this top lane, knowing that he doesn't have a support here, and they are just going to town. Again, fairly tanky, to see those body blocks coming out. It's gonna take a lot to take down Bloody Massacre, but they have enough, especially with that Mana Void, as Anti-Mage just hit that 6.
Yeah, that Mana Break slow just looks so good when you max out Mana Break, which is what most people do these days. Even against like a DK who has max passive, still able to actually end up taking him down, like slow and steady, you know. But they got him there, like 3 points in passive on DK. So he's, you know, the fact that he has 3 points in passive and he's still dying, it's not really not a great sign.
It's just a testament to how aggressive that they've been in this lane as well, right? Because normally, you know, you see a DK and you're like, it's going to be pretty difficult to take him down. We're not even going to bother. But Pleb and this, you know, this Ogre have just been running at him non-stop, it feels, in this top lane, which is why the CS doesn't look as impressive as it normally would for an AM.
Yeah, it's funny. You'd think like Anti-Mage is not that good against, you know, a DK type hero because DK just has this passive and like you can't mana break a passive, right? Like doesn't do anything. But you know, the inability to use his stun ever, or, you know, any of his spells, it's like you're gonna win trades with DK not by like killing him, by taking his mana. It's the same thing why like people picked Bounty Hunter versus Timbersaw mid. It's not that you're gonna kill the Timber, it's that you steal his gold while you're hitting him. Other heroes get nothing for hitting him. So Anti-Mage functions exactly the same.
I mean, that's just the beauty of this game, right? The fact that, you know, there's a surface level to it, but then also there's all these like mini interactions where you're thinking about maybe not necessarily winning the lane, but top lane, they go for the Dream Coil. Pleb sitting very low, but looks like he's gonna survive. They try to go for the Slight here. Eva joining back in. We'll push everyone back. So they did pop the Dragon form to be able to try to pull off this gank, but this Anti-Mage still alive. Just got a Ring of Health. He's gonna go heal up and make his way right back into the jungle.
I feel like nothing can go right for these guys. Like that's just unlucky at that point. That was a good gank. It was a great try. Like I think that should have killed Anti-Mage there, but like he just has full wand charges. A few damage rolls were like not high enough, and he survives with, you know, one hit away from dying. And the DK ticks almost took him down, but they just barely didn't. It's just unfortunate.
And we get that Fiend's Gate coming out. The team shows up, and they get themselves a quick kill over on Medusa, and they'll get themselves a double kill as they take out Treant and put some pressure on the tower. Talk about that global presence. But they do realize that the Ogre is alone here in the top lane, so they are going to try to make a kill come out of this, perhaps put some more pressure on the tower, but P1's making them work for it here. Eventually will fall to Bloody Massacre, but now they got to push a wave and be able to safely hit this tower as Mad Frog, again, this hoodwink, just so on point here with these rotations. But you can see the bottom lane with that Fiend's Great. Everybody just shows up and does their part to take down the Medusa.
Is this a replay? We're watching the replay here.
It was a replay, yeah.
That was a replay. I did not see the replay. I was too obsessed with the Fiend's Gate. That was a really cool Fiend's Gate though. Like he used it to go back to base to heal up, and at the same time his Anti-Mage was TPing out of top when he was really low HP, surviving that gank. And so it means that he can come to this bot lane and kill the Medusa, even though he actually TP'd to the fountain and got full resources. So I've never seen Fiend's Gate used like that. Usually it's used like aggressively, like you're going through it to do something, not like, you know, he basically put a teleporter up for his team to use. Like back when he's like, here, Anti-Mage, come, you know, come to where I am. Almost like a recall instead of using it like a Boots of Travel, you know? Most people use it like a Boots of Travel.
That's an interesting concept. You have to be a bit careful here, though. They use the Overgrowth. They've already used the Dream Coil, but they just don't have enough lockdown here from Pleb. Just a little bit too tanky as now Falcon. He did rotate, trying to keep them alive here. Good bushwhack coming into play. Noob, he wants his final kill, and he will get it. But now they have to chase down Monster Kill. They'll get that. And Noob, oh, the Slight coming in from Evo, ensuring that they clean up. And look at this. They've got a Cardi Wave here in the bottom lane. They've got a couple of heroes dead. This is a very valuable rotation as now Evo making his way back to the mid lane. Does get silenced up, but the rest of the team is nearby.
Ooh, that was nice. That actually, it's gonna net them a kill.
Yeah, that is indeed.
Very nice. Was it Mad Frog and Evo? That was Grimstroke and Ember Spirit from the previous game, right? Or sorry, Grimstroke
Evo is currently the...
And Pango,
yes,
Pango.
Yes, the Pango.
Okay, yeah. These guys have synergy, man. These guys have like, they're bubbies. They're definitely bubbies. So you can tell when somebody is a pair of bubbies, and that's them.
You love to see it. It's always nice when you can see these core players that have that one support that they've got super good synergy with and kind of travel around together.
Yeah, it is nice. There's not enough friendship in Dota.
Could all use a little bit more friendship in our lives. There's a lot of animosity and frenemies, I guess. Again, Dusa, though, oh man, they know exactly where she wants to be. They'll use the Dream Coil here from Noob, but there's no mana left, so end up taking down the Dusa. Followed up, though, with the double silence. They can turn this back around. They'll be able to take down P1, and Evo looks like he'll be next to fall. Funnick also silenced up. Does have to be careful. They go in for the Bushwhack. They're trying to buy a bit more time here as Funnick turns back around. He wants his kill over onto Bloody Massacre, but he's getting kited left and right. So a nice team fight coming out now for Riyadh.
Yeah, very nice triple coil there, or maybe it was a double coil. Bot lane, he should be fine on Pleb.
He's playing with fire a little bit, though. He's been sitting very low. Oh, but of course, you know, he digs himself up a salve, so...
Convenient,
no
very
problem.
convenient.
Gaben does favor the core players, apparently. Oh, and now he's got his little Ogre Magi. He's gonna walk right into Bloody Massacre. A little bit of aggression, but you have to be careful. The teleports are coming in. Silence will be placed over into P1.
Sorry, that replay's on the screen. I'm still looking at this replay here. Yeah, the Ink Swell in both games has looked super effective. It's funny, like we talk about that hero being, you know, there's always that guy in chat that's talking about how it's like the weakest hero, really low win rate, et cetera, et cetera. But it looks so good in these competitive games as Pleb just gets a straight up solo kill. Doesn't even need his Ogre to press any buttons. It was legit just a solo kill on the tree.
I mean, the tree's been down there for a while now. Sharpshooter connecting in the lane, but they go and they drop the Dream Coil. Mad Frog running around in circles, trying to dodge around. Funnick doing the best he can, but they'll end up losing that Hoodwink. As now Bloody Massacre is a low. No mana left over on this Dragon Knight as they chip away over here, but again, fairly tanky. Evo, though, joining in. Looking to get out some damage. There it is. They'll drop the hold. Noob is going to fall, and they'll end up losing Bloody Massacre as well.
Oh, look top. Look top. Oh my god, there was an illusion rune right there. Noob was legit just about to get to it and dispel the ignite. Like, his corpse, if you click to where his corpse is, it's right on the rune. He was legit one tick. Like, one extra millisecond, and he picks up a rune and dispels the ignite. That is so sad. They can't catch a break, man. They can't catch a break. I feel like Riyadh is actually playing pretty well this game, but things are just not going their way.
It's these little tiny mistakes, right? Or maybe not even mistakes, but just these chances of fate that can really just throw everything off. That's one thing that I know the guys are always saying during DPCL. They'll hold that thought. Bloody Massacre jumping in over onto Evo. Does manage to go and land that Ink Swell. Can they burst down fast enough? Yeah, they'll be able to take out the Ember. They'll go for the Overgrowth now over onto Hoodwink. That'll be the next person to fall. And now the chase is on. They see P1. Pleb kind of hanging out over here on the side. Decide whether he wants to go in. He does see Noob. Immediately try to jump away. Drops the Dream Coil over onto 3. And they're kiting very nicely right now over onto Riyadh. But doesn't matter. They'll end up still losing. They'll lose skulls too. As P1 and Funnick. They're pretty tanky boys. I'm not sure, though. They'll turn back around. They are just playing with their food, it feels a little bit like now. But, okay, yeah, they'll be able to take down Bloody Massacre. Eventually, they'll lose P1, but they'll cut down a tree. And somehow, during all of this, Pleb still surviving.
You know why he survived? It's because he dug up another salve and then used it for like 10% HP and then jumps back in. Every single time this guy's at like 1% HP, it's like, oh, I have to get out. Oh, I'll go ahead and try and dig up a salve. He does dig up a salve, and then he can go back in and get 2 more kills.
Thank you. Even get salves delivered to him here too from Mad Frog.
Check this out. Check this out. Like, so he goes in, almost dies. Another 3-man coil, 4-man, whatever. He's about to die, blinks out. He's like, oh, don't mind if I do. I'll go ahead and use my trusty shovel, ticking down from the DK spells. Like, he can't go in right now. Digs up the salve.
Oh my god.
Now he can go back in. He's got the salve to work with. It like gives him just enough that he can go back in. It's so goofy that things like that can happen in Dota. You know he's not banking on it, but he digs it up like thinking, if I do get the salve, then I can go back in. And then it just happens, and he's like, all right.
Top lane, though, another fight is breaking out, and they'll lose this Dusa yet again as Skull's trapped in the tree line here. Do have some silence out, but it's a couple slides, a couple walks around here from Funnick. We'll be able to make sure that they land that Firestorm, and they'll put pressure on the top tier 1 as well. Feels bad when you have a Treant Protector over on Aribo and they keep losing these towers. They just can't do enough here. Middle lane, though? Again, Noob trying to just put out a little bit of damage here with Bloody Massacre. They'll go and they'll double up on the ults here as they eventually are able to take down Pleb, which is a big one, but now monster kill. He's taking a lot of tower damage. This is not looking good for him. The slight comes through, collects, and Bloody Massacre is going to be the dragon flying away here, as they're not able to get the tower, but did manage to get themselves an anti-mage, so that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, surely like Pleb goes down at this point, you know? Like, I feel like he's been really pushing the limits here.
Yes.
And
digging up salves in the last minute, yeah, I would say so.
Twice, yeah, not just once, twice. Yeah, I think that's a deserved death. Like, he's playing like he has a Vanguard.
Dusa getting held in place. The Pit of Malice. They just have so much damage. Bloody Massacre does blink in. He's trying to get the assistance. Does manage to land the Inkswell again with that blink. The Soulbind off over here on the side. So looks like they'll be able to keep the Medusa alive. Evo, though, sitting a little bit low. They've got a silence. Could be the Stone Gaze getting popped by the Medusa. But again, getting held in place. Funnick just being in a great position at all times here. It's going to be very tight here for Dusa, but she is going to survive. Bloody Massacre, though, is not looking too hopeful as he's trying to get a kill on the way out, but won't be able to finish off P1.
Dusa that whole time had 21 charges, so he was actually just kind of debating there. Aridu, they put themselves out of position a little bit, like they split up in the team fight, and it results in losing the DK. I think if they play that fight a little more together, that might actually end up going their way. Although Anti-Mage was not even there. Like, Pleb would, you know, he's doing the reasonable thing, which is farming with the Battle Fury, which is probably, you know, what you should do. You're not exactly tanky to show up the fights right now. Like, he's showing up with the Battle Fury, which is very greedy. But once he has this Manta style, then it's actually reasonable for him to show up, and the Dusa doesn't survive like that. That fight goes a whole lot worse.
I mean, that's the scary thing right now as you look at Slaw, and he's sitting at 7.7k net worth, where the Anti-Mage 9.9. And granted, Adusa is one of those heroes that can farm and move pretty quickly. Oh, look at this, the Fiend's Gate already getting dropped. Team showing up. It's going to be a little bit off the mark, though, with the Pit of Malice, but they'll follow up with an Atos. This mana is just gone, and so is Slaw.
This is not a hero that we see... How do I say this? I feel like Underlord is underutilized for what
He's been showing up a little bit more recently. Like, if you watch...
He shows up a little bit.
Pleb? Oh, the Meteor Hammer coming into play with the silence. They've got the lockdown. This is going to end up in a kill, though, is the question. Yes, it is. So, again, they'll end up losing Pleb. Skulls will fall here. Monster Kill also not looking like he's going to be able to survive this as he gets cut down. But they do manage to slow down the AM again. Top lane, silence gets placed over onto Evo as Bloody Massacre following up with the Dragon Tail. It's gonna be a little bit difficult to hold down this Ember Spirit, though, because he does have these remnants up. So without that lockdown, it's like Evo should be fine. Noob tossing out just a casual orb, just trying to get some vision, trying to poke, be annoying, get Evo out of the jungle. Doesn't have that kill potential, doesn't have quite enough lockdown as he'll zip back up behind the tower. And buyback down to the bottom lane. They don't want to lose this tower. Massacre again drops a fireball, has a shard online. Not a lot of mana though, so follow up. We'll be able to stun up Funnick, and they'll be able to take down the Underlord as the rest of the team is gonna back off.
Oh my god, Ogre actually survives. Chad Ogre. Yeah, that was a cool buyback. I mean, you know, he was about to respawn, I'm pretty sure, and he buys back anyway just because they realized that it's the only way that they're gonna save the tier 2. Good call, very good call from them. It's a weird call, but it's a good one. It's a hard one to make.
I feel like they can't afford to lose this space, right? Because Dusa needs to be able to go and hit creeps. They've got good vision coming out from the side of the boosters over in the triangle. That's where they constantly are jumping on the Medusa. So yeah, I think that's pretty solid judgment to make sure that they can keep this room.
Yeah, I agree. And if there's any time to fight, actually, they're going on the DK right now.
They are going over onto Bloody Massacre. Ooh, Evo. All right, the follow-up, though. Good Pit of Malice, but Pleb jumping forward is just going to be able to interrupt monsters, so he can't do anything. So they end up losing Tree. They end up losing DK. Skull's now running for his life. They've got a couple of these illusions to do a little bit of damage here, but this is not looking good here for the Grimstroke as he gets pinned to the tree, and down he falls.
You know, I mean, at least during this time, I know they lose 3 heroes, obviously not good, but at least during this time, it's not one of those fights like in the previous game when this was happening, everybody on a redo was showing up to the fight, and then still it was going poorly. Like, at least at this point, they have Noob who's farming, they have Slaw who's farming bot, so it could be worse, and you can see that reflected in the gold lead. This is nowhere near as bad as what last game looked like, although it is closing in on them. They do want to make something happen pretty soon.
I mean, this bottom tower is not long for this world, I have a feeling, and that's going to make it a lot more difficult for Slaw to be able to get out, hit these creeps as needed. And already we've got, you know, we've talked about there being a bit of a lead over in this anti-mage, but that growth is just going to be so much bigger if they end up losing this tower. In fact, Bloody Massacre teleporting down immediately. Noob also getting into position. Do a little bit of scouting with the orb. And they'll just push it out, but D-Booster's still firmly in the area, not willing to give up a single inch of the space.
And they go smoke for Medusa because they know that there's this like overcommitment to defending the bot tower because you know that they have this tree and they want to just keep healing the tower, so... Although Slaw, he reads
Look
it.
how fast Slaw's just like, something's not right.
He draws the arrow. He's right. That's exactly the way that they took. They are literally right there in smoke.
And they don't have any vision either. Like, that's the crazy thing about it. It's just like, okay, no one's showing on the map. And it doesn't seem like they're pushing, they have to be beelining for me, you know? So good intuition coming out from Slaw.
Yep, for sure, for sure. I mean, if they're not pushing the tier 2, like, with the lead they have, like, what the hell else are they doing? Roshan is really the only other answer. And they, you know, they could take it. Deep boosters at some point. Like, I feel like Roche would be kind of free for them. It's just tough when you're Dire. Like, when you're Dire, you want to play bot because it's the enemy jungle and you want to get that tier 2, but that's, you know, the opposite side of where Roshan is, so it does suck to be Dire when you're winning. But suffering from success, you're winning, so.
Top tower is under attack.
Again, you can see some of this movement trying to flush out. Do have the Grimstroke teleporting directly in, but we'll cancel it. Just gonna see Mad Frog over here. Noob is also... No, he decides against it. He says, nope, I don't know where other people are. I want to get out. He's going to leave. Skulls is going to leave in a body bag, most likely. As Pleb just giving him a couple clicks here. So a good call by Noob, I think, to back out.
Yeah, that's, I mean, that's an example of, like, where there were two different ideas going on. Like, Grimstroke wants to go in, and Noob is just like, no, dude, like, I'm split pushing. Like, I'm cutting waves here. Like, I don't think this is a good play. And it results in this goofy thing happening where, like, Grimstroke could have gotten out, but he cancels the TP, and it's like there's no amount of juking in the world that he can do to survive there.
Got the move over towards this mid tower now. Still have the tier 2 up bottom. They're healing it up, trying to keep it alive, so that's something going very well for the side of Aridu. But they do have to be careful because every time this Deuce, there's only two places that Deuce can be, and they're so quick on the side of D-Boosters to immediately realize, okay, she's not here. We know exactly where she is now. Let's make the move. Let's interrupt her farming.
I feel like Slaw's been doing a pretty good job this game of cat and mouse, though. You know, it's like he's still very farmed. 12K net worth in a game that's looking pretty rough. Like, he's not... Other than, like, the very early game that we saw, like, he's not getting caught out that much. He is kind of reading their movements. And when he has the BKB, that's the timing versus anti-mage, because then you can't actually be, you know, mana broke.
Right. Again, like, there's not a lot of vision being placed up. Like, we do have this one ward over here on the eye spot over in the Dire side, but that's mostly just for Noob, I feel, for when he's kind of split pushing, because that's really all he can do right now. He's got to be able to do a bit of split pushing, buy them some more time, buy them time for Monster Kill to be able to go and heal up towers, because otherwise they get pinned, right?
Yeah, and it's keeping them in the game. Like, Noob is actually huge. He's more farmed than Evo, who's on the winning side and has total free farm. You know, free ability to move around the map as he pleases, but Noob is huge. I mean, Kaya and Sanj, Boots of Travel, Witchblade, like, this is a very farmed puck. Magic damage build, though, so Noob is going to be focusing on killing everybody but the anti-mage, and I do worry, like, how do you kill the anti-mage with these heroes? You're banking on your Medusa. He does have a Crystallis, so he's going for, like, a right-click damage build. So eventually Medusa can kill AM, but not yet.
He just needs so much lockdown, which I guess is the issue here, as Pleb is feeling very bold. Does get silenced, double silenced even with the Phantom's Embrace. But do have to play a little bit carefully and more on the defensive coming out from the side of Aridu. Do have the Blink Dagger, though, from Tree and Protector, so that'll be able to get them in a nice position. Just have to be careful that they don't lay the ults on top of each other, because we have seen that a couple times with this Puck Dream Coil and the Overgrowth.
Yeah, and now Pleb has full Scotty as well as Manta style, so it's not so easy to just like, you know, tree and ult him or coil him. Like, he has enough HP to survive these spells. It's gonna take like a full set of lockdown with Medusa hitting to take down Anti-Mage right now with these items he has, and he's going for a BKB as well, which is gonna make him like basically unkillable. And the question is like, okay, maybe if he goes for a battle or goes for the BKB, like they lack damage because he's gone for that item. Maybe that's what you can bank on, but he's definitely not dying when he gets the BKB.
I mean, sometimes that's all that matters, right? Is the fact that you're able to survive the fight, get a couple of these extra clicks out, get the kills, get the gold, and then live to fight another day. Even
yeah, I mean,
not everything goes perfectly.
I suppose the reasoning is like, if you're pleb, you believe that your mana break is really what's going to be doing all the damage here, because you're up against Dusa, DK, and Puck, 3 heroes that don't like to be mana broke. So like, you just go for these tanky items after your Battle Fury, because you know if you don't die, you're going to win anyway.
They see this AM. The question is pleb Spidey Spence? Oh boy. Yeah, they see him. He immediately does, yeah.
He blinks into them and survives. That's so funny, because he dodges the DK stun just barely.
Gotta imagine how much breathing room that would have given them if they were able to get that kill.
Feels like a little
fast button pushing.
Yeah, does feel a little too late. Like, I think they need all 5 heroes to hit to kill him, but you know, even then, the question still remains, like, is it enough? And I don't know, with you know, 45% magic resist and almost 3,000 HP with the Manta style, like, they legit might not have enough damage with their lockdown to kill him.
I mean, they're at least hanging in there. They still have quite a ceiling that they could hit, but Bloody Massacre does get jumped on. And there's so much damage here. Inkswell does come into play, but not enough to keep him alive. So a nice pick-off coming out for the side of the boosters, and Rito probably getting a little nervous about this, but see Puck poking around here. Managed to get himself a nice little pick-off, but might pay for this with his life. In fact, he's definitely paying for this with his life, not with Funnick there to be able to throw. They just have so much lockdown, I feel, too, coming out from the side of the boosters as they do find monster kill. Okay, the follow-up, the BKB already getting dropped. Go for that overgrowth, but and Funnick just like, wait, you guys are killing without me? Drops the Fiend's Gate just so he can get there as fast as possible.
I gotta say, shout out to Mad Frog for resisting the urge to tip there. If an enemy mid-puck suicides to kill you as a support, I can guarantee you 90% of players have the urge to tip there. But just keeping it good-mannered, you know, knowing they're winning, doesn't want to, you know, feel like he's punching down right now. He knows Noob's gotta go for these kills, you know. That's respect. I can appreciate that. Because if you're a little hoodwink and a puck goes on you like that, you're thinking about tipping that guy. I mean, let's be real here.
I mean, you feel like there's a little bit of desperation just hoping for like whatever you can grab, but
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely going a lot better though than game number 1, where they felt very far behind. This time, you know, kind of keeping pace has been difficult. This anti-mage is massive, but you know, you do have that Dusa. There is the possibility of, you know, perhaps you take a couple good fights, you get a couple good pickoffs, but it is kind of a hope and a prayer when you take a look at some of the, yeah, look at this. Oh, monster kill is dead.
Magic thyself out of that.
Yep.
Well, the rest of the team is over here, and I don't think they want to be. Pleb already getting that bloodlust, sees himself that Medusa, the blink forward though coming up. Bloody Massacre has Mad Frog over on the side, and they burst through a lot of this mana, but all right, the Stone Gate's coming into play. Already lost the Hoodwink here. Looks like Slaw will survive. Skull's hiding over on the side. The fine Bloody Massacre. This chase is still on. They really will. Look at this Fiend. Look at this Fiend's Gate. Funnick says, no way. You're not getting away. Oh my God. The GGs get dropped.
And that's GG. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, boy. I mean,
Radiant's top tower
tough game. Tough game. It looked like a great anti-mage game. Pleb was playing like kind of a maniac, but it was working out, man. Like he ran the calculations. He just knew that he could go into every fight, survive at 10% HP. He knew he could get the Battle Fury. He didn't need to go for like you know, the Vanguard build to be that aggressive. Like, he just trusted his instincts with the hero, and he ended up being very farmed. And I don't know. There's no like calculations that you can run in your head where an anti-mage at this point in the game dies. Like, if you get to this point, which is why they call GG, even though they weren't getting Raxed or something. It's just like, how the hell are you ever going to kill an anti-mage twice? He didn't even have his BKB yet. When he gets that, it's like, it's just impossible. Like, the stars need to align.
I mean, they put up a pretty good fight, you know. It definitely was a little bit better than game number 1, where they felt very kind of, I don't want to say outdrafted, but just fell too far behind. This time, again, they did start to fall far behind, but you had a Dusa, you know, Puck was trying his best to push out these lanes, but it proved to be a little bit too difficult for them to push into deboosted, especially, like we said, Pleb, just an absolute monster. Evo just looking excellent over on that mid lane. Just, this is a team that, you know, clearly has the synergy, work together, and...
Yep.
You know, we're seeing the fruits of all that labor and practice or whatnot. So yeah, congratulations going over to the side of Deboosted. They are going to take the series 2-0, and we're going to take a short break, guys. But when we come back, we will have our panel talk all about it.
Oh, Big Dad Noob tried to step in to save his boys, but at the end of the day, it ended up being too easy for D-Boosters to dispatch them down to that lower bracket 2-0. I'm once again, of course, joined by Pudge and Daniel to break down the action. And boys, even though there was anti-mage in the game, there definitely was plenty of action in this one.
Yeah, there was. Lots of fighting from the start of the game. I think the MVP, from my perspective, was Funnick. I thought his laning stage was excellent. He was jumping all over the place with his ulti, and it's a rare case where Underlord is really, really powerful. And the abuse of the hero that is exploitable that most other offlaners can't do is that you can dumpster carries without killing them, and that's with just your aura. If you're against a passive safe laner carry who has a just normal-ish support that like stabilizes the carry, you just get so much more base damage that you out-deny your opponent. And early on, he had like 14 denies. That translates to his mid-game team fight, his late-game team fight, and the rest of his team also played well, but I think Funnick really stood out that game.
And the Fiends Gates as well. They always just seem to be in the perfect spot to be able to catch out that Dusa whenever she was farming. I thought that Pleb got pretty damn active as well. You know, how many times do you see an anti-mage look to rotate to the opposite side of the map just to be able to secure a kill onto a Medusa? I thought he did it fantastically well, while still, of course, being able to obtain all of that farm. And kind of like what Jenkins was saying during the game as well, it reached a point where, how do you kill this man? He finished the game level 25. Game only lasted about 31 minutes or so. So I thought, from my perspective, Pleb was really the one to drive the win home, even though it was Funnick that set him up for the alley-oop.
Yeah, that's pretty fair to say. Yeah, Pleb played really solid. His ultimates felt powerful. It wasn't just that he killed cores, he also really countered monster kill split push. As you can see, he ended up buying a Meteor Hammer this game to try to push out lanes to give space for his Medusa. If you can kill those counter pushers, even just by yourself, it's a lot for map control on the map and giving you more kill opportunities. So yeah, he really did accomplish a lot.
And of course.
So Pleb, my boy, he was able to get the MVP. And yeah, you have to wonder, I wonder if things might have been a little bit different if instead of the Meteor Hammer, it was like a Blink Dagger Rush instead for the Shield Protector. You know, try and take fights into the Ember Spirit, for example, before he's able to pick up his BKB, win those team fights. And by doing that, by removing all of the heroes, of course, from the map, it passively frees up space for the Medusa as opposed to, you know, just shoving out lanes instead, because by doing that, you're kind of taking away a little bit of the space that the Medusa has to farm as well.
Did you think that maybe they didn't expect to need to defend themselves or go aggressive like that? I mean, usually, you know, anti-mage historically, not really a hero that you see getting aggressive, but maybe the writing should have been on the wall earlier. I believe he ended up getting a double kill in the laning phase at 2 minutes in.
After feeding himself away.
Yes, exactly. So kind of a mixed signal coming out from the AM. I mean, it's not a hero we see too often at the moment, right?
It's not. I see it banned, I think, more than I see it picked. It's like one of those like, oh, I really don't want to play against AM kind of heroes. But this game they confidently picked and they played it really well. The first rotation to the safe lane to kill the Medusa was excellent. A lot of that really does come down to Underlord ulti. It's like they planned so many times to go kill Medusa. There was that time they smoked in the mid lane around maybe like 15 minutes. Then they just sat in the tri-camp waiting for the Medusa to come back so they could jump her again. They just put constant pressure on her. She was pressured in the laning stage as well. If you just keep that going throughout an entire game and continue to get kills, you're going to snowball completely out of control, and that's what happened.
Yeah, completely. And I'm keen to see how it's going to progress forward when they go up into their next matchup. I believe it's more likely to be 0-1 esports that they're going to be coming up against, who also got that 2-0 victory. So, you know, for me, D-Boosters just played a very solid game of Dota. You know, there wasn't anything exceptional that came out from them, but they just seemed like the more polished and well thought out team in terms of drafting, map movements, and even just coming down to individual plays.
Did you feel like this was a better showing coming out from their opponents, though? Like, you have to keep in mind there was a switch up, Noob returning, who's meant to be there originally. Did we feel the impact of Noob? Like, does this seem promising for them when they move into that lower bracket game in the coming days?
It's definitely in a matter more because he had the most CS, I believe, at least at one point in the laning stage. He was out CSing the Ember. Some of that's going to be killing small camp, of course, with orbs, but Noob definitely outperformed compared to what Russell did, unsurprisingly. Everybody has heard of Noob before for good reason, but you know, it just wasn't enough this game, and that happens sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the team fights that it was looking like it might be okay, but for Uridu, but never really turned out that way, just because of a few lucky things, of course, being able to dig up that salve, got the Mana Void off, which I think barely killed the puck in that situation, and once it got to that point, you can even just see here, looking at the Anti-Mage's net worth, way too far ahead from a Medusa who, you know, her big strength is that she is able to flash farm so effectively, just never seemed to be able to get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, she never reached it at all. I believe she was the poorest core at 13 minutes into the game, which, you know, you can talk about catch-up, but I guess the thing to highlight is just the relentlessness, right? It was amazing the way that they were able to actually close the match quickly, and really big credit to Ember especially. Like, he sacrificed a lot of his net worth to keep that constant presence and pressure.
He did. It's
all about identifying the win condition, right?
So now that we've got that kind of done and dusted, you know, obviously we're going to be looking forward in the coming minutes because there is still one other region to play, and only one of you will be joining on that panel. And I think it's worth looking forward in a second. But first of all, just rounding thoughts on this. Like, is there any surprise here? Did we expect 0-1 Esports to be out HSS Flow? Because that was on the other stream.
I did, based on the fact that they've got their mid and their 5 position are on Entity. That's a Div 1 team. They managed to stay upper bracket, by the way. So legit Tier 1 players in terms of divisions. So the fact that the captain is there coaching the squad, I think, is really helpful. And they have an impact core player. I think that makes a big difference towards allowing you to pull things from your other team into this new group. So I'm not super surprised to see them win.
Yeah, and even just the fact that 0-1 Esports was the direct invited team. You know, they didn't have to play qualifiers, so clearly even the supporting cast of Saudi Arabian players, they're very solid in their own right as well. And probably for this one, I was expecting it to go a little bit more towards D-Boosters, but I honestly wasn't expecting such a good performance to come out from Funnick as well. You know, he's been in the scene for quite some time, and he's still really impressing.
I guess the interesting thing is it feels like Funnick always performs really well in these last-second environments, right? Where the teams come together and you kind of get to play your own style of Dota. I feel like that's where he's really been able to highlight himself time and time again in that off lane, right?
could see that, yeah.
So now that we've looked past that, we've got to look forward, right? Because there is one more series to be played today, one more region to be done. And I think it's the big one that everyone is looking forward to. So we've got to hype it up a little bit. Some of us will still be in the panel, some of us will be gone. But of course, it is going to be Team Liquid versus Tundra as the EU region will be rounding out the day. So what are we thinking on this one, lads? Like, is there a clear favorite? Are we expecting a very tight series? Maybe the tightest series of the day, maybe one going 3 games?
I could definitely see it. I mean, it's going to be a really, really close series. Could go either way. Tundra has been playing more matches recently, from what I understand. But yeah, it's going to be a really good one. I don't know what's going to happen until it happens.
The thing I'm most excited about for this matchup is that these are both teams that aren't slaves to the meta. If they feel like something is strong in their own hands, they will go ahead and pick it. You know, obviously 3-3-9 for Tundra, they're the big proponents of that. And we've just seen Mickey be very flexible over the years with what he's able to play as well. We'll probably see some IO come out from these teams as well. Of course, Saxa as well has such a great flexible hero pool, really likes to play, you know, the position for Monkey King, which we haven't seen too much of just yet. So keen to see how that one works out. And, you know, of course, on the B stream, we've also got Gaming Gladiators taking on Enigma Galaxy. So for the European region, it is still pretty stacked.
Yeah, I guess one thing to kind of think about as well is, like, obviously with Stockholm just around the corner, are we going to be saving strats or are we going to be going all out? Because at the end of the day, this is to qualify for a slot into a $4 million LAN tournament, right? Like, it's not that comparative we usually see in the third party where maybe it's 100K, and although that sounds like a lot of money to us, teams kind of shrug and they maybe mess around or they don't reveal their secret strats. What do you think, Purge? Are we going to actually get treated to the highest level? Are we going to see something new?
Yeah, normally I was just going to say, oh, there's no way that they're going to use their strats here over saving it for the major, which is going to qualify them to TI, make them way more money potentially. But the prize pool is really big right now, so could be something. They'll definitely be more willing to try out some slightly weirder stuff. At the very least, it's a good practice session for potential major strategies. They can test some things out because there's different conditions for live matches versus LAN or versus scrims. So, but I think both teams are going to go all the way. They'll try their hardest and try everything that's in their book and do their best to learn from it.
Yeah, I think it's one of these ones where, like, you're not going to reveal the entire strat, but you might say, okay, we'll pick these 4 heroes that we know work well together, and we'll see if picking, you know, for example, this hero instead of that hero to substitute in, just in case our strat's banned out, works out, and see if they're able to still make that happen in... I don't even want to call this practice. Like, this is the big deal, to be able to qualify through both for the charity's sake for now, as well as their own sake for the future.
So, plenty to play for is what I'm hearing from my analysts, which is why you're going to want to stay here because we have one more series done. That's right. SEA/China and MENA done for the day, but Europe still to come. So make sure you get yourself something tasty to eat and be back in your seat because shortly we should be underway with Team Liquid versus Tundra Esports on this channel, a series you definitely do not want to miss.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई। चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ पिलानी, किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना कि हमारा अब लोकल टीम में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिलाए। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
To the Gamers Without Borders tournament. We are here with day one. If you've been hanging out with us all day, you already saw some wonderful games from our Asian and MENA regions, and I am joined today for our European games. We've got 2 games for you, one here on this stream and one over on the B stream, and I've got Purge and Waga helping me out on the panel here in the studio to talk about mostly Liquid versus Tundra.
Hello, and thank you for the invites. I'm so excited. We're finally at the EU part of the tournament. I mean, this is what I'm the most excited for, and we get to see, you know, Liquid and Tundra, 2 of the big teams. What are you thinking, Purge?
I mean, yeah, I'm really excited to see the match. This is a little bit of a preview before the major, basically, for some major quality teams. So I'm curious to see what they're going to pull out in terms of strategies. We already saw Tundra do some slightly interesting stuff in the qualifiers for this tournament. Obviously, their opponents weren't like Tier 1 or Div 1 EU capacity, so maybe they're trying some flexible things. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them, either of them, do some wacky stuff here.
A lot of times when we have tournaments outside of the path to TI, we talk about experimentation and, you know, trying different things, like you said with Tundra in these qualifiers. Are you expecting to see a change up from the DPC? Oh, and before we get into that, let's talk about this tournament a little bit. So if you are just joining us, the Dota teams right now are playing as part of a $10 million charity activation going towards humanitarian relief for the charities that you see up on screen, like UNICEF, Direct Relief, Gavi. These are all humanitarian aids. And the Dota division is actually going to be participating in $2 million of that charity relief. And together over this year and then the past 2 years, Gamers Without Borders has raised $30 million for charity. This is a really special activation to be a part of. And I don't know, something I feel like we don't get to do that often in Dota.
Yeah, it's cool to have a tournament where you can, you know, do some good. The players obviously are happy to compete for some prize money, but said before that it's exciting that they can also choose, you know, which organization to give something to. Even just the groups here, I believe the position that you take is giving you a lot of choice for giving away this prize money.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a ton of money to give away to charity. There's lots of need in the world right now, all over the place. So really happy to see them giving back.
And the way that this breaks down, so like I said, we have 3 different regions throughout our Dota 2 event this week, and it's Europe, Asia, and Saudi Arabia. So Europe and Asia will each have, you know, 750,000. So together, 1.5 million that they'll be donating to charity, and then Saudi Arabia will have 500,000 that those teams get to donate. And like Purge and Waga were saying, every single team, just by making it into this event, either through invitations or qualifiers, is going to be able to pick a charity to donate to. And then based on how they place, obviously, is how much they get to give away.
Yeah, that's great. And I think there's prizes in charity across all the different regions, or all the different games as well. It's not just Dota, it's other ones as well. So it is pretty cool.
And so you've seen, you guys have been here already today. You've seen some of these other regions happen. But for tournament format, I think we've gotten a couple of questions about this. So we have the 3 regions. There are 4 teams in each region. 2 of those teams were qualifier teams and 2 were invited. So here in Europe, our qualifier teams were Gamers Gladiators and Tundra Esports. And our invited teams were Liquid and Enigma. They're going to play in a double elimination bracket. The seeding has already been done. So today we've got Liquid against Tundra and then Enigma up against Gamers Gladiators. The winner of these, the top team in each of these 3 double elimination brackets actually qualifies to a $4 million tournament that is taking place in Riyadh in July, which I know it's been brought up on the broadcast several times today, but we are operating under the tagline that this is the largest third-party prize pool that we've ever seen. I believe it does beat out the DAC from 2015 prize pool.
That's really good. Lots of money floating around and a lot of really good teams. So we'll have really solid matches, both online and online. So should be a really good one.
Well, and we already saw a couple of matches today. So give us, Waga, let us know, just give us a little taste. What happened in Asia this morning? What did those games look like?
It looked like Boom Esports showed up to play the same way that they have done in the DPC in the last 2 seasons. They have been playing outstanding Dota. I believe that they are the strongest team over there. You know, obviously they have been winning and placing first place, but yeah, they 2-0'd really easily with, honestly, a similar back-to-back draft. We had a bit of a stubbornness, I would say, in the drafting almost. But yeah, for sure they were looking dominant, and also in the Saudi Arabia part, we had you know, a little bit of a smackdown going down as well. It was fairly one-sided.
Yeah. And now, right now, we're looking at the Europe bracket, which I laid out before, with Liquid up against Tundra, Gaiman Gladiators against Enigma Galaxy. So on this stream, we'll obviously be covering Liquid and Tundra the most heavily. But while we've got this bracket up here, Purge, for Gaiman Gladiators and Enigma, you know, you watched them a bunch in the DPC, you've been following these teams. What should viewers expect to see from those two?
For the other stream, I anticipate Enigma as the underdog of these 4. Obviously, a very storied organization. They've won TI before, but in the last season of the DPC, they ended up going 1-7. They only beat Team Secret as the only team they ended up were able to defeat. So they ended up getting relegated, going to Div 2. So I expect them to do the weakest of the 4 teams, but they always have that star potential. They have a lot of potential to do well, but they are also using their coach as their one position player right now. They haven't found a permanent replacement for ILTW or whatever roster issues they're trying to solve. So I kind of anticipate Enigma is in a bit of a weak place right now in terms of practice and performance.
Yeah, I have to agree that I don't think that they are necessarily as strong as they could be, even though with their coach, they did take down Secret. That was perhaps just the factor of, you know, Kuroki versus Puppy. A lot of people talked about how, you know, it's always going to be a showdown when you have that. But I'm looking towards Gaming Gladiators. I think they are a phenomenal team. I think they're really dangerous and possibly the strongest team out of all the teams in this tournament right now.
Okay, and now we can. That's a little taste of Stream B. You get free analysis for that here, everybody watching. If you want to actually catch those games, I believe they're being casted by BCOP and Black over on the B stream. So for now, on the A stream, we are going to focus on this Team Liquid versus Tundra matchup. And things are a little different in Dota now than they used to be with the DPC. When you look up the history between these two teams, they've had all of, I think, 9 matches against each other in the past 8 to 9 months, which is a little different from the old days of battling it out in a different qualifier, sometimes 3 different qualifiers every day. Does this lack of games against each other, you know, cause a disadvantage? Because drafting is so important. Is it harder for these teams since they don't play as often?
I feel like they probably have a pretty good idea of what each other are doing. There's so much focus during the DPC on every single game that's played, even though you don't have the same intensity as when like a lot of big tournaments are run back to back. Every single match matters so much, and I feel like it's being, you know, looked at under a microscope just to find the mistakes that teams are making.
Yeah, that's really true. I think both teams are very dynamic and ready to pivot, though, so that's the part that makes it more tricky. So even though there is a bigger microscope on every move, they're always ready to develop new strategies and adjust to the meta. But with that said, the meta has been a little bit slow, or at least stale, in terms of best heroes in the meta lately. So maybe it'll be easier to digest what your opponents are going to do, but I think openings and first phase bans are where things get tricky, basically, because if you can develop strategies that are tricky around those, like opening Caudal, that's like the Tundra special, right? You can play it support, you can play mid. If you played support, there's tons of different combos you can abuse. It like enhances things more and more down the line, so there's a lot of tricky stuff like that you can do, even against top tier players, to try to get a one-up over them in the draft.
Okay, so opening pick Caudal is, we're going to say, one of the best flex picks for Tundra right now. When we're getting ready to look at Liquid's draft, what are they really favoring to flex with?
I'm still keeping an eye on Sand King, honestly. It's just a hero that's really big and important overall. I feel like Liquid are, like Perch said, super flexible as a team and have a lot of different ideas of how to play. And they're very good at adapting to the team that they're playing against. So I think they're probably, you know, gonna do their homework and be ready for Tundra here in this matchup. But for me, the most important thing is both these teams have real star potential in the mid lane. Nine and Mikke, both of them are exceptional, very mechanically skilled players. I mean, they can truly put on some hurt if they get a good start. So I think the rotation towards mid lane and the rune control is going to be super important.
How much should we expect the supports to be helping in those rotations, right? How often should we see them to be active in the mid lane, or are they just letting Nine and McKay face up against each other and not really getting involved?
Really comes down to what heroes we're gonna see. If you see, spirit heroes, typically they want runes more. Puck wants runes really badly. If you have those type of heroes mid, then more likely that supports will be coming in towards mid. So we'll see after probably the first phase. We can already sort of tell how the mid lane might be. But yeah.
Yep, they've taken out that Sand King that you had your eyes on. You're not going to get to watch it this time around.
But it does let the Coddle through, and they can pull it away from Team Liquid. Maybe this is a bit of a bait, like, oh, we're going to grab Storm. We could grab Coddle. You're going to have to grab Coddle now, make them play it and have some counter it. Or maybe they just, this is what we were talking about last series. Storm seems to be the hero of basically every region right now, just by how powerful it is to have the mana cost reduction. You just can always dive, get lots done, initiate, and Tundra's going to go for a tiny IO.
Yeah, it's a bit painful, right? Because if you think about it, they open Storm, so what are you going to do? You can't really block both Coddle and IO. That's probably a thought process here as well, that both of these are good combos. But now upon seeing perhaps the Tiny as well with IO, you probably don't want to go Coddle because he's too burstable. I feel like Tiny actually does quite well against him, and the Relocate can catch out Coddle a little bit. So they go for a Timber. Wow, that's an early Timber pick.
We saw Timber in our last series, right? It's pretty successful.
We did. Yeah, we saw Oridu. They ended up opening like a really early CK in the first phase. The Timber got picked like at the end of the second phase. And they basically just like lane abused him a little bit, made the pick less effective. But the Timber makes perfect sense here, right? If you're expecting a lane against a Tiny and an IO, two strength heroes, you should be able to abuse them really well. And typically IO pairings don't do that much damage. It's more about keeping the carry alive. So if Timber is moderately to severely survivable against a slightly offensively weak lane, he's going to basically be able to do whatever he wants and get a lot of abuse out with Whirling Death.
Yeah, I think you don't have to be locked into that these heroes have to be laning together from the start, though. You can do some form of switch up here in the draft if you're Tundra, and I think it would be wise to do so. Because otherwise, you just 100% are working to dodge the Timber matchup, and he can always like chase you and try and get that matchup again. But if you get some other +5 hero that can support Tiny really well in lane, a ranged hero perhaps, then it can work out more to your favor. Something crazy to me that we haven't seen much, but a suggestion is already keeping an eye on perhaps a Silencer +5. You're against the Storm, you're against the Timber. It can make sense. I'm not really advocating you should pick it straight away, but it's worth considering at this point.
It's always one of those dangerous heroes because it's like if you silence as your team goes in, it feels amazing, or if you react to their BKB, but if they go on you first, you're like, uh-oh, I'm already dead. Doesn't matter that their silence already on me.
Yeah. Probably more likely we're going to see something like a Rasta or something. If you want to make that switch, then you have some disable and also more playing towards the meta. I mean, Rasta with his wards and the shard, super strong.
That's true.
And the Roche ability with him now.
Yes.
Now, are we seeing teams actually take advantage of that early, or are they waiting until they have an advantageous moment later in the game?
They just do it like as soon as Shaman hits 6 from what I've seen. You smoke with like one other hero and you run in there and you take Roche, and then gives your team an early Aegis, which allows you to take like some nice advantageous team fights and tower pressures, that kind of thing. So even though the hero can be a little mediocre in lane, the tempo that it gives your lineup is really fantastic. With just literally just that one pick, you're like, oh, Roche is done. Completely solved.
Now, Waga was saying that there's the possibility pick a 5 who is a strong laner to deal with this Timber Saw. Would the payoff of Shaman later on be worth having that mediocre or weak laning choice?
I think.
I think it can definitely be worth it. Rasta is usually not the strongest there. As we overanalyze this, I think it could work, but they go into another line, going for the Grimstroke, which is a very cerebral approach, I want to say, against the Timber Saw. You throw out your W, then the Timber can't even pull back his Chakram if you time it correctly. And in general, he just struggles to kill off the Silence.
Mm-hmm. And the leash is really good for both heroes. They're highly mobile, so if they ever do get caught together in a team fight, that's also going to give them a lot of good control that they were kind of lacking. Another reason Shaman would have been effective. Yeah, they have lots of disable. That could have been good. What I was going to say about the Tiny lane, it's that if Timber matches up well against Tiny, I'd worry to put a Shaman with him anyways, because then you don't have a way to necessarily stabilize against the lane counter. So maybe it's still more of a little bit of a niche pick at the moment, but maybe we'll see it sometime this tournament.
Is Grimstroke with the stun and tiny toss combo, is that strong enough to deal with Storm Spirit with the added silence too?
It's certainly a good start, but I think they need something more. Like, they have some stuff against Storm. This has been the story, right? And hopefully they watched and learned something from the C games that we had earlier, where Storm was picked in the first phase just like this and then not properly counted. You have, some disable, and it's a good start, but I think you need to follow through and add even more lockdown on Team Tundra, or you might just see Timber and Storm run rampant in this game.
Yeah, that's true. And it's not just disable, you also need damage on top of that. Hitting the right balance is very difficult at times against these top tier players, because they usually know where 60% of your players are at any time based on map movements and things like that. So it can be hard to get those kills. But yeah, they end up going for the Shadow Shaman, and they grab the Coddle as well. So that solves some mana problems for both Storm and Timber, and gives them Roche control that they would have been lacking with Storm and Timber, and still makes their draft semi-flexible. So pretty decent amount of disables, good follow-up, counter push, stuff like that. I like it.
Yeah. Is it surprising that they left Coddle in the pool with a Storm Spirit there?
I think the bans that they went with made a lot of sense. A lot of teams just don't want to play against Medusa, honestly, in the current patch. She's very difficult to deal with, especially if you're running a tiny lineup. He does not do well. And similarly, you can look over to a Lone Druid and say, well, it's just, a hero that Liquid are extremely good at using, and it's hard for Tiny to be effective against a Lone Druid. And the only one is like, okay, you ban Lich, but I think Lich with Timbersaw, you throw Frost Armor on him and he dives in, can be super disrupting in team fights.
Yeah, I'd give them some protection against tower sieging too if they want to go that route. That's the one I was most surprised about, was the Lich though, personally. And then they go for a CK. So does this mean they're pivoting the Tiny? Or is it a CK offlane?
Yeah, that's the good question, because CK has been played offlane so much in the recent patch as well. But I'm surprised that they went with the CK. I was going to suggest it earlier, but looking at the fact that there is a Timbersaw, you're not picking one more core hero that's a strength hero, an illusion strength hero against Timbersaw, who easily clears it. There's also Blinding Light from Coddle. It's a bit of a rough game for CK. I think he's going to be offlane and just utilize his early aggression potential.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. And while I agree with what you said about like the Timber counters and Blinding Light can be a problem, he's going to easily be able to like kill Shadow Shaman or Coddle if he gets the catch on them. So it kind of goes both ways. They have some tools against him, but if he's just an offlaner and he lanes pretty consistently well, he's going to be good at initiating potentially if he gets a blink to play with Inkswell, and he just needs to get on those supports to guarantee those kills. And once those heroes are out of the fight, it's going to be a lot easier to deal with Timber or Storm.
With seeing the CK pick, how do you expect them to lane it? Do you think it's IO Tiny, or do you think you're going to see that Grimstroke going with Tiny?
I don't know. Probably Grimstroke CK, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I would lane the Grimstroke CK. The two of them are insanely potent, and especially if you want to do what I was suggesting, like rely on the early aggression potential of CK. Like an offlane IO CK is very farmy. An offlane Grimstroke CK is very fight heavy. So I think I prefer that. And looking forward here, I think they could add something like an Ember Spirit or a Void Spirit to their draft, and they will have a great amount of disable and very good fights. The only downside with their team is like not the best tower push, but Tiny, he'll solve that later on.
They're kind of banning based on somebody else being like the offlaner still remaining. I guess they could play Necro mid as well as another option, but with the Underlord ban, kind of seems like that.
Yeah.
So they're expecting Tundra picking an offlaner, and that this is potentially a Tiny mid?
Yeah, I mean, Mick is the type of player, or Nice type of player who is good at finding kills. You also have the potential for even some form of core Grimstroke. Can also be played against the Storm. I would be hyped for that because, first of all, we don't get it too often, and second of all, I actually think it's really strong. But yeah, I'm very surprised that they're banning offlane heroes in this situation.
Yeah, it's a 9 specialty, right? So it's a little bit of a throwback. This is like the hero, like the weird mid hero that he played like 3 or 4 patches ago. But definitely a possibility, and it's forced Team Liquid to kind of ban all over the place to compensate. The one I'm really surprised about is the Clinks ban. A lot of people think Clinks is a weak hero. I think he's okay, but anyways, they end up going for Kunkka. and that gives them good lockdown, gives them some counters against relocate, which is really nice. Some more AoE, some good team fight. I think it's good.
Yeah, I think that Kunkka is solidifying their draft pretty well. I mean, we see the entirety of what Liquid have, and it's honestly pretty good. They have a bit of everything. The one downside is they don't have the most orthodox late game carry situation here. So if they get dragged into a late game, it will be a little bit gimmicky how you're going to approach it. But they also have the type of supports who can become very powerful as the late game comes around.
Kind of makes the Timber the late game carry, actually, because like Kunkka's pretty physical, and I'm thinking, how do they kill Tiny? He's gonna have huge armor, very survivable. You just give him the Whirling Death and some pure damage and he can die. So if they can set tempo really well, get out of the laning stage in a good place, and then execute well on ganks while defending against tower pressure from the Tundra side, then I think their lineup could certainly work. They just got to ride that like net worth advantage and not make too many mistakes, and they can get by without a typical carry.
That's the situation if we go super late game, though. What is their strategy to take it that late and follow that, or are they looking to, take those early Roches and be really aggressive and be in their base before the 30-minute mark?
That's a good point. Roche is definitely part of it because it's going to allow them to accelerate faster than normal, especially because they don't have the most traditional physical right-click carry. But yeah, just set tempo, stay ahead, pressure the map.
Yeah, I'm thinking with the Pango, though, coming in as the final hero here, I'm a little bit favoring Tundra and what they have. I think I really like their draft.
Okay, so Waga's going to favor Tundra and Purge. Who are you favoring here?
I gotta say, skipping the traditional carry, I'm a big fan of that. I think it's kind of boring. Maybe not necessarily good, but in this case, I like what Liquid has. They've got the Storm, they got the Caudal, they got Timber Saw against all these strength cores. Pango is good, but I think Liquid can take it.
All right, well, our analysts are split between the two teams, and now we have our amazing casters, Moxie and Jenkins, to take it away and see who's going to win this first game of our series.
Got a great series here for you guys here in the Western Europe division of the Gamers Without Borders. We've got Team Liquid versus Tundra, and it seems like both of them have some really strong drafts here, Jenkins.
I was muted, apparently. Do you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I was saying a bunch of bullshit anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's get into the game.
It was a little interesting, right? Because they did pick up that Storm Spirit and the Timbersaw, two heroes that tend to be a little bit, what's the word? Vulnerable, I guess, if you get them picked up a little too early. But yeah, it seems like, Liquid has a very straightforward plan, what they want to do. And it's all about that tempo, just like Purge and Waga were saying.
I do feel like a lot of these, pseudo cores like Kunkka, I do feel like Gammon Gladiators did prove that they do a lot better in the late game than I think people expect. Same with the Timbersaw, with the new Aghanim Shard, or I guess it's not that new, but with the Flamethrower, you legit do a lot of damage, and a lot of people are picking up the Aghanim Scepter too. So I do feel like a lot of the time you have these preconceptions of Dota from a few years ago that late game Timber, not strong, doesn't do damage, but man, it actually does a lot more damage than a lot of carries can.
Definitely had some changes, like you said, bringing up the Shard, having the Flamethrower, making this hero a lot stronger than it was before. But the thing that I'm also worried about here for Liquid is we talked about this laning, right? Just how strong, you could be with I'm guessing the IO and Skeeter are going to be paired up for the most part for now, but Saksa being on the Grimstroke paired up with any other stun, anything that can get in there, and there's just a lot of really good pairings that can go along with this Grimstroke.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even in this game, we see the pairings also with the Soulbind. Double Toss is pretty solid. Double Chaos Knight spells, that's insanely strong. You can double Reality Rift, double Chaos Bolt somebody, and with the Aghanim Shard, you're getting 2 illusions instead of just 1. That's tripling your damage for just a Chaos Bolt. It's really insane. So yeah, they definitely have really solid synergy, but you are playing into a Timbersaw with 3 strength heroes. That is one downside here. I think Zai is slated to have a pretty damn solid game here.
I mean, Zai always makes his heroes look pretty gosh darn good, but like you said, yeah, the draft definitely favoring this Timbersaw early on. It's all about if he can keep up that momentum and if they can put the pressure down. But got everybody headed off to the lanes. And I guess we're just gonna see what Liquid can do here, because Tundra has been looking very, very strong recently, especially.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, like Liquid had the start of the season was tough for them, but they like absolutely brought it back. Tundra as well, actually. They were having a bit of a tough start of the season, maybe not as bad as Liquid, but both teams look like top 10 teams in the world for sure. So yeah, there's going to be some insane Dota. I mean, that's why the draft was so crazy, because there's just like mind games happening on a lot of levels here. And these teams are very used to playing against each other in scrims and in officials as well.
And it feels like we're watching DPC again. And as the guy said, a little bit of a preview towards that, the major, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. Top lane going, yeah, decently for Tundra. Doing a lot of harass here. Zai really getting pressured at level 1, man. I mean, that's
when
what
they
do
have
against
to
a
be
Timber.
pressuring him, though.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He doesn't have any reactive armor yet. He's relying on those tangos for the regen. He doesn't have an IO. So, of course, he does have a Boxy who's going to be able to give him a salve, heal him back up again, but...
Yep, that's basically the job of a support these days. I mean, I hate to say it because I feel like it's been that way for about, closing in on like 2 years now, but you're just a tango and salve bot as a support, and it seems to only have gotten worse. And the funny thing is actually like these two teams are a big reason why that's a trend. I remember watching, Tumby.
Matu. They realize that Insania is not there anymore, so one more hit, and Saxa will claim the first blood.
Just showing the strength of Pango plus Grimstroke in the lane. It's so much nuke damage once you hit level 2 on both of these heroes.
Just good decision making, realizing that Insania is not there, right? So taking advantage of it, trying to really punish Matu.
9 almost got Mickey here. Not gonna use the tree toss, he would need another hit. But he did toss him to the tower. Yeah, we didn't see the ink swell, but obviously the ink swell into shield crash came out there first, setting that up, just abusing the fact that Insania wasn't there.
Interested to see if we're gonna be getting a lot of stacks getting made by this Keeper of the Light. Generally something that we do see. We'll be able to escalate a lot of this farm. So, the stealth up Matu, not the end of the world. Definitely doesn't feel great, but we'll be able to recover fairly easily.
Both sides have great stack takers, honestly. You have the... top lane? Nah. Zai's fine, right? Yeah, he's got one.
Zai's going after Skeeter here. I think Skeeter has to be a little careful with the way that he's just playing so aggressively. Another salve over there for Zai. Straight from Boxy. How do you feel about the fact that supports are just pouring salves down their core's throat? Ooh, nice shackles though, holding into place.
On the whole creep wave.
Oh goodness. Oh, looks like Skeeter's gonna be all right, but took a lot of his health there.
Yep, that is an IO. That is what IO does. IO wins lanes. It's so hard to pressure an IO lane. I feel like that's a huge reason the heroes picked is you're just guaranteed to do at least decently, You're never gonna lose an IO lane because you just sit there and regen and make somebody unkillable. You really have to mess up to lose an IO lane, and we can see why. The overcharge is just so powerful.
Oof, the water runes getting taken just like that. Definitely going to feel bad for poor Storm Spirit. Definitely one of those heroes that would like to have a full bottle if possible, and missed out on it this time with some good rotations from the supports.
Probably the most effective bottle hero in the game, to be honest. A rune on Storm Spirit does so much.
Like that or Puck, I feel too. Something that's very mobile and can take advantage of all the mana or arcane or whatever,
I just feel like an arcane rune Storm with 3 null towers. It just feels like the guy's got infinite mana these days.
It feels dirty, for sure.
It feels disgusting.
Boxy? Oof. Almost.
Zai does pull a wave in front of his tower, so I think in this sort of game, if you're Liquid, you're looking to just get your Timber levels, and then your Shadow Shaman can stack up the Ancients. They can stack up a hard camp and
Zai can just get super fat. Like, the game's really about Zai. It's not so much about the supports.
Yeah, that makes sense. And again, that is one of those heroes that not only does he make space, he also eats up a lot of space. But paired up with a lot of the very like aggressive heroes on the side of Liquid, I think could pay off very, very nicely. So making sure that Zai's getting those levels, he can be a nuisance. They don't have super great ways of having to deal with him early on. Seems pretty value.
Radiant are scared.
Yeah, because this game needs to go like really late in order for them to actually have a chance of killing Zai. Like if he's even remotely on even farm, you can see here like how little damage he takes. He's got like almost nothing to worry about. I like the way that he itemized, you know, infused raindrop, magic stick, soul ring, bracer, no boots, just like small efficient items. So you're over that threshold of like being, you know, being burstable with the few nukes that Tundra does have. Zai is realizing all he needs to do is just stay unkillable this game.
Mickey was trying to go for that play, but it's not going to be successful because the rune is, of course, top. So Snake King will be able to secure it here for 9. He's going to refill his bottle, and he's going to be a very happy Rock.
Yeah, and I expect, although 9, he did see Mickey on the ward. He saw the remnants being dropped, but no, it doesn't end up getting him. I can see Mickey going home and then TPing to a lane and going for a gank right now, just like farming up the camps, giving his support mid, and going and ganking a side lane. That seems like a pretty good play.
Now this is a nice setup here in the top lane. They are going to have to rotate quite a bit. They've got Snake King, Saksa, and of course Skeeter, but they just don't quite have enough lockdown to hold Zai. But we'll be able to give a little bit of breathing room here. At the same time, Matu's having a pretty nice time in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that leaves Matu solo, and also Insania to pull or stack or do whatever he wants to do. He actually has it stacked a couple of times, this hard camp. So that will eventually be taken. So a little efficiency coming out of Liquid here from Zai being so unkillable up here. Mickey is ganking top, by the way.
They just dropped that ward, though. Saksa realized that, and look at the way that they're playing so defensively now.
They're
They're gonna go for it anyways. The teleports are coming in though. The drag back over onto Snake King. Gonna try to do as much damage as they can to this Isle, but Mickey not prepared for it because they just rip him apart. Smatu gets a kill on 33 in the bottom lane. Zai, again, very tanky. He's got 4 heroes on him, but he is still just trying to fight his way through, trying to get damage over onto Snake King. Sitting very low though, has a couple stick charges left. He's gonna try to buy a bit more time. The new coming through Chakra comes out. He really wants to kill on Snake King, but he's not gonna be able to do it.
That was just beautifully executed by Tundra. I really like that they see that the Storm and the Timber are paired together, which is like a terrifying pairing right now. Like, these heroes are super strong, but they don't just go and sit in the tower, you know what I mean? Like, they actually walked up and made it look like they didn't know that this was happening, but they were also close enough to the tower that the rotation from 9 could come in. He TPs into the trees. They get the silence off because Saksa, obviously, he's prepared. He sees with the ward that he put down. And they get a kill on Storm Spear. That's absolutely huge in killing Zai. I mean, this is a hero that's not supposed to die at this point.
But I mean, it did take 4 heroes in those rotations. Is that then worth it? Because it does take so much time and make some space?
No, I think if you're Tundra, you're totally cool with this. Okay. You have a Storm who's supposed to be snowballing, you know, who's got a Coddle to back him up. Then you have a Timber against 3 strength heroes at this point when you have very little nuke damage. So killing him right now is like, that's not what you want for the Timber team. Like, you want this hero to feel unkillable for like 20, 25, 30 minutes, something like that, because it's a game where that can actually happen. So you kill him a couple of times, this hero falls off, you get an extra item on CK, all of a sudden CK feels like the Timber counter instead of the other way around.
Right. Good rotations then, for sure.
Stupendous.
Continue. You can see that we have a rotation coming out from Boxy here. It's top lane. Already, again, they have this nice ward. They've got the vision. They know that he's on his way. So Tundra definitely prepared for whatever is getting tossed at them. No level 6 online just yet for Shaman either, so you don't have to worry about those serpent wards. But Skeeter and Snake King, they're holding their ground here in this top lane.
Yeah, they really are. They're basically playing the regen game. They realize that, like, yeah, Timber is against 2 strength heroes. Yeah, he could kill them, but like, you know, what happens if they just run at the creep wave instead and clear that? So I do like how they're playing this. Like, the best way to deal with the Timber, and I know this because this is what like Owie taught me, and he's the coach of this team, is you just don't counter him and you just run away from him, and then he doesn't do anything. Like, that's an idea for dealing with Timber, and that's exactly what they're doing.
This rune control has been so on point from Tundra. Every time that a rune's come up, there's almost always been, you know, one of the supports at minimum in position already, making sure that Mickey is not going to be able to refill the bottle. I don't think he's gotten a single rune, actually. Has he gotten like one water rune? At the very least.
Maybe a pathetic water rune or like
yeah,
a
but he hasn't gotten
not
any action runes.
Not a big boy rune. No, he's got all the boring ones. He's been having a very tough game. They've really neutered him, which I honestly feel like that is a big reason why Liquid is such a strong team. Is like Mickey just pops off in like almost every game that they do well.
Sure. Oh, Boxy getting rolled over here. They have a reload coming in hot though, so they'll put their attention over onto Zion. They have plenty of damage when they have all the heroes, as they do tow out the boat. But silence over onto Matu. They'll throw a hex out over to 9. He is so fast, but they'll be able to go throughout the shackles. Mickey trying to decide if he wants to go in. I don't think he does because they end up losing Boxy. So Mickey just gonna have to ball lightning out. 9, he still has that haste rune. He's got the blink dagger online. He's hunting. He's hoping that he can get someone else here. In fact, does manage to see Matu, but the blink will get canceled out. So he's just gonna head on back to the mid lane.
I just realized something as that fight was happening, by the way, that it might actually be that Tundra considers that Io is a counter to Timber, because if they have this idea that the way that you deal with Timber is that he's not actually that strong if you just ignore him until the late game, then Io is like one of the best heroes in Dota for just ignoring people, because not only do you have the regen factor in the lane where you just ignore them and regen through the harass that they do, like on the map, if Timber TP's bot, you can be pushing out top and then relocate to him and fight bot. Like you can ignore him on the map as well, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So traditionally you'd think that Timber counters Io because it's a strength hero.
Oh, Mickey, that silence, it hurts. He's gonna try to dodge away. He's sitting so very low.
She's fine.
And he's just barely gonna make it out with 30-something hit points. Nice smoke play coming out from Tundra. They're really putting the pressure down over onto Liquid and making it very difficult for Mickey to be effective as they get tossed back here over onto Insania. He's gonna just heal himself back up using that Illuminate. I like the moves that Tundra's moving though here.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job with the map right now. Like you'd think that the IO would be with the CK, but like CK with his ulti can just like free farm push up bot lane with his illusions. So
comes another reload in. They don't care about Zai. They're gonna just take down Boxy. He's already gone and dropped those wards. We'll chase back though. Toss right back into all of these heroes. All 5 heroes, honestly. Snake King is just gonna go back home. Says, all right, have fun, boys. I'll see you later. And they'll get another kill on Zai. Tundra playing this draft beautifully, especially like you said, against a Timber who should not be dying to this extent if you want this draft to work.
Yeah, they're making Timber look like a pretty bad hero here. I mean, on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, Timber does have like a 44% win rate or something. So like I don't know. I can't say exactly why that is. Like it still feels like a strong hero against these strength heroes, but there are ideas that work against it. Like those obviously do exist. I remember seeing actually Tundra. They picked Timber into Monkey King because they thought that like, okay, sure, Monkey King counters Timber in lane, but then out of lane, like if you can just get through the lane, then Timber cuts down all of Monkey's trees. It's interesting to see how these matchups change over time with just like fresh ideas that pros have on how to deal with them. And this Timber, it's like he's just being ignored until he's the only one left, and then they kill him. And it looks pretty bad.
Mickey has not been able to do anything. Like, look at this. He's forced to just go hide back. He hasn't been allowed to really, you know, he participated in one gank top that immediately got turned around on him because of just the way that Tundra reacts with like lightning speed.
Yeah, that like ward play where they baited with that top ward, like absolutely made this game look so easy for them. That's like what got them the opening into this game, and they've like taken advantage of it ever since.
Sania was trying to do some simple wave pushing out, but you can't do that when there's an IO online, and he's able to just bring some friends down. So another kill here for 9. Snake King being very effective as they push away over onto Mickey. They drag him right back in. Again, couple big hits coming out from this Chaos Knight. Even get the Soulbind out over onto Boxes. Mickey, he can't move. He's stuck in place. Low takedown, Mickey. Boxy just holding on for dear life. Matu is here, though. They might be able to turn the tables around. 9 taking tower damage. Okay, he will end up falling, but there's another kill. Boxy will get chopped down. Skeeter is just having the time of his life. Saxa will fall eventually. Guys, there is still a tower up over here. This is just ridiculous, the way that they're just running at one another. Another chakram placed over on Snaking, but he does have the tether out. And during all that, he still had 33 over here on the side. He wasn't even there yet.
No, he's just pushing waves. And he does have his Spear Vessel on 33 too, so Timber, Kunkka, these high HP regen heroes, they're not going to look so strong now that he's got this item. So like Tundra, they've already made Timber look pretty rough in this game, and they've... this is the part where they're supposed to be bridging the gap where Timber looks really strong until they get their Vessel, until they get their, like, you know, late game timings with CK where you can burst Timber before he gets reactive armor, stuff like that. But like, if Timber's looking like this now, just imagine when they actually put a Vessel on him and CK has level 12. He's got those 3 heroes, or 3 illusions instead of just, you know, him and an illusion. Like, it's going to be big damage.
Being placed over onto Mickey. Does manage to take off Phantom's Embrace. Gonna have to zip around quite a bit, but look at this. Look at the positioning coming out from Tundra. Snaking trying to hunt over here. Can't quite find. He's gonna go right past Skeeter, though. He'll continue to try to break down trees, but again, this is not how Mickey wants to be playing the Storm Spirit. Right side, though, a little bit of some pressure being placed in the mid lane, but immediately, okay, there it is. There's that Vessel like we talked about, interrupting Zai's Timber Chain, and again, the reload coming in hot. This is looking like a dead Timber. 4 deaths now over on Zai.
And Mickey's still just sitting in the trees, bottom lane. Oh, boy.
See Boxy's desperation play here on the top lane, too. He dropped the Serpent Wards.
Yeah.
Trying to get any damage that he can. The bottom lane again, though. Mickey just, like, this is Saxa. This isn't someone who's supposed to be able to do this. Oh, the Soulbind 33 is here. And they just clean up, man. Oof.
Yeah, that's the second time Boxy has connected the Soulbind on Mickey, which feels so bad because, like, you want to get there to help out your Storm Spirit, but... like, ironically, you're the reason that he can't get away in you know, both of those scenarios. Feels really bad. Did Nine not see Insania? No, he didn't. Insania's just, like, hugging the tree line.
Please don't look over here.
Now they see him. Oh,
now they definitely... Oh, Skeeter. He was like, come back here. Nine's gonna walk right into him, toss him up in the air with the Ava. And there it is. Again, another silence over onto Zai. He's been trying so hard. This game has just been so difficult for him. It's just too much damage. He'll end up losing Zai. Saxa will fall, though, on the back line. And there's the BKB now coming out from Matu, but he doesn't seem very confident about it. So get the shackles off over onto 33. They end up losing Mickey. And now Matu is forced to run away, as is Boxy, but Boxy's not going anywhere. They chase him down. They'll go after Matu, and that's going to be a team wipe on Team Liquid.
Good Gaben. I mean, this is a shellacking. I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's just a shellacking. Like, nothing is going right for Liquid. This is not what they wanted out of a Timbersaw or a Storm Spear. Like, Tundra just has answers to both of these heroes. And I mean, the Caudal, the Shadow Shaman, they haven't really even looked like heroes in this game because, you know, they're supports. They with their cores having such a hard time, I feel like it's hard for them to look like heroes, but Tundra just showing that they know how to perfectly execute around this Timbersaw and around the Storm Spirit. Both of them just don't have games.
I can see Mickey just getting locked down too hard. Mato, he had to pop that BKB, and it does let him survive for a time, but the team just is lacking here.
Like, Matumba has a game, but it's just him. And it doesn't feel like Kunkka is good enough in this game. There's no reason that I can... You're not against, like, Broodmother or something like that, you know, where you're cleaving all of the spiders. Like, I just don't see a reason why Kunkka having a good game is going to win Liquid the game here. Unless his game was so good that he's able to, like, 1v5 or something. He'd need to be absolutely popping off for that to be the case. So it's just, like... There's just not much you can do because the heroes that you're trying to win off of the back of are having such terrible games at points where they're not supposed to.
So, what does this come down to now, right? Because Liquid's obviously, they still have to play the game. They still have to find these openings. Is it something where they just have to be very, very crafty about pickoffs? Oh, you can't though, not when there's an IO. Matu just showing up in the jungle. They thought it might be safe. Is gonna have to pop the BKB, and he's sitting so very incredibly low. He's gonna try to teleport away, but Skeeter's not gonna let him.
420.
Zai is being
we did
chased
it.
after.
It's 420. We did it. We have the number.
We got the honey haha number.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Anyway, what happened in that fight? Somebody died.
Yeah, Matu. Matu popped his BKB. He got spotted, and I was asking, is it one of those? Oh God! All right, never mind. Well, they do get the kill on Snake King, but now Boxy forced to run away. Does have the Glimmer Cape, but they've got the dust. They've got the answers. We'll try to buy a little bit more time here using that blinding light, as now Insania is gonna just teleport away and leave Boxy to his death. And we have a whole other little miniature fight going on over here on the side. As Zai, that is not where you want to be. Oh no! It's a massacre.
That was a very strange thing to come back to. I don't know what I just watched. There's two men on a hill together. One of them died. Goodness.
That does happen, King of the hill, I guess, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh man, it just never stops. It never stops. Tundra just keep going from one hero to kill to another. What do you even do?
Some insane pickoff. You need some crazy good pickoff.
How though? Because this IO just brings someone else. It's like, oh, stop picking on our buddy. He just shows up and he's got a Chaos Knight who just slaps you a couple times and you're dead.
Yeah, realistically, it's like, it's some like Storm zip into grip on like the Pango, and then Kunkka like boats and torrents the CK that comes in. Like you need some disabling the entire team of Tundra while somebody is also getting focused and killed. And then that happening like a second time as well in the same team fight a little bit later. Like that's just Dota. That's just what he's soloing Roche. I see.
Boxy.
Okay, dude. I don't know about that, bro.
I thought he was gonna get stunned for sure and just die in the pit, honestly.
Holy shit, they're gonna walk into Roche and be like, what? It's at 50% HP.
Thank you for the present. We're still going to kill you in this game. Oh my god, yeah, they are.
Oh my god. Oh, disaster.
Oh, no, Liquid, not like this.
We're just like, oh, all right, juicy. Don't mind if I do.
We'll let them do. Oh, the double damage too for Skeeter. Oh no. Oh baby, look at that. It's going down.
That warrants a tip for sure. Come on. There's got to be some tipping action after that.
They're too busy winning, man.
Yeah, that's true. Focused.
I'm getting some insight as to how Grumlow plays here on some of these games. Oh, Boxy, run for your life, friend. All right, didn't have any vision on him. I'll settle for some creeps.
Well, Liquid's doing.
Oh, they're reloading. Oh my god. Oh, that was so close. One more hit, and that's a dead Matu.
Too. Like, that's such a tanky hero. He's got almost 20 armor, 2,200 HP, and he looked like he's just paper.
Just like that Coddle looked like he was paper.
Yep. That is definitely who you would expect to get bursted like that. Not so much the Kunkka.
Not the Kunkka, no.
Well, Mickey has BKB now, 9 seconds. So, jumping the Iowa
nice,
Tango.
but look how tanky they are and how much healing as well, as they just, all right. Gonna try to make some plays over on tonight, but the drawback here from Skeeter, it just does so much damage. They still have not managed to finish off 9 as they end up losing Matu. They'll lose 9 eventually, and they'll try to defend a bit more here. Skeeter popping his own BKB. He's got the IO next to him, does have that Inkswell on top, trying to chase after Zai. Will land the Chaos Bolt, go right back in again. That is a very dead Timber, but they won't back off. They still have the Aegis, is now 33, diving in pretty far, just slaps Boxy across the mouth. My god, Tundra.
So, that scenario that we spoke about of like disabling one guy while the backlines are being like AoE disabled, this Inkswell Aghanim Shard is going to make that very hard. You could just purge all the Shaman spells, the Shaman Grip, the Hex, the Storm Grip. I mean, the only thing you can't purge is the X marks. So, yeah, Skeeter could just be so aggressive here, and he knows he's got the backup of that Inkswell. He's got such a low cooldown, too. When he respawns with the Aegis, he gets another one.
He's got a perfect game right now. 12-0 and 8 currently. Like, playing this Chaos Knight absolutely just to a T. And it looks like Liquid, they're going to try to get some of their vision back, try to reclaim their jungle. They smoked up. And right now, it looks like they're going to be fine because everybody's moved over to the top area. This is looking like a very difficult game and has been for a little bit. Yeah, they go for a smoke. They're spotting Zai over here. Rolling Thunder from 33 to open up, followed with the Chaos Bolt, the drag back. They did the Glimmer, but doesn't really matter. They've got the vision, they've got the control. And Zai, he's still alive, but he's gonna get dragged right back in again. Drops the Chakra. So chase after Insania. 33's in pretty deep here. Does have to be careful because Mickey, he really would like this. Look at the soul bind off. Chase over onto the back line. Zai still alive. That was the initial target that they went after, but they eventually managed to take him down. Hex over onto 9. Skeeter's here though. He's got the BK. He's got big boy punches. They'll take that out here as Boxy will fall. Chase after Matu. They've got the Inkswell. They've got the Silence. They've got everything. 9 perhaps going just a little bit too far though. He will eventually fall, but 33 is just continuously chasing with Skeeter. They still have that Aegis online. 14-0 and 10 on this Chaos Knight, and these buildings belong to the side of Tundra.
I actually really like Nine's aggression here. Like, I feel like it looks like he's maybe going too far, but he's like choosing to sacrifice himself in order to turn like a couple of pickoffs into just like an absolute disaster for Liquid. Like, he understands that he's diving into the tier 4s, and like, yeah, obviously that's stupid, but what's not stupid is like, you know, killing enemy cores that otherwise wouldn't die, and then he just trusts that Skeeter is going to carry the game. He's not a carry tiny, he's a mid tiny, you know, so kind of taking from like the toss back support mentality, because in this situation, like, it does make sense.
I mean, it's controlled chaos, right? Because this is something where, you know, 9 throws his body and we're looking at it and we're like, wow, that's a little crazy. It's a bit deep there. But because he does this, Liquid's like, okay, well, we have to face him to get towards everybody else. And that allows Tundra to kind of orbit around and pick and choose what they want to do. As Zai here, bottom lane, oh my goodness. Good blinding light, buying a little bit more time here. Uses the Yules. They've got the vision, though. Will interrupt that Timber chance to follow up with a boat. But 33's just having the time of his life. He is just pinballing around back and forth. The Zippin, though, coming out from Mickey. All right, they'll end up taking down 9. But look at this damage. Or rather, 9's still alive. Takes down Zai as they'll finish off with Boxy. 9 slapping away, Mickey to fall. They need a little bit more space here. No, Skeeter jumps forward here with the reality of drag back. Chases after Insania. Team wipe going towards the side of Tundra. And that Aegis gets reclaimed and the G's get dropped.
Well, every game we've cast today has been a stomp, so I'm hoping for a little more competitive of a second game. I mean, Tundra just dismantled them, dude. I mean, that was like clinical. I don't know what that means, but it was definitely that. People say that one a lot.
Textbook. It was by the book, you know, very clean, very, you know.
They wrote the book.
Yeah, they understood the assignment. That's another good way to put it. Do you understand that one?
I didn't do assignments, but yeah, I mean, okay, just this idea of, you know, ignoring the Timber and using the IO to relocate and like just regenning through his bullshit in the lane and focusing him last, and the rune control versus the Storm Spirit. Like, if you're Liquid, you're thinking like, you got to try something mega different, because like Tundra, they've got your number.
Yeah, definitely think they need to maybe revisit what they want to do. It was a nice approach trying to do this early kind of aggression, but unfortunately just couldn't get their feet quite off the ground. Or rather, Tundra shackled them, honestly. But, you know, 2 really great teams, 2 teams that everybody's very excited to watch. So, you know, it's only game number 1. We will see if they can bounce back in game number 2.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all of these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Well, I think Jenkins said it best with good Gaben. My goodness, that was a little one-sided. Definitely, maybe not exactly what we expected from the draft. Now, was it Purge? You thought this non-traditional from Liquid was going to make it work. Did they stray a little too far from the path?
Oh, they were non-traditional. They lost all 3 lanes, and that makes it very difficult to play regular Dota. So yeah, the Kunkka got first blood at bottom when Insania went to go check the bot rune. So that was a big mistake. They got Grimstroke ahead. Soxa had a very good game. When Mickey ganked top lane, he got killed, and Timbersaw got killed while Tundra committed 4 heroes to that rotation. And basically, once they got ahead, the whole goal of Liquid's draft is to stay slightly to moderately ahead and continue snowballing. It never happened. They were just behind the whole time. Chaos Knight's damage was really good. Nine got a Blink Dagger stupidly fast. He went like Brown Boots, Blink Dagger, so that he could go around getting stuff done on the map. They got so much done. Zai did not play Shadow Shaman. Boxy did not play Timbersaw, but everything else there looks right. And Tundra just played really, really solid.
Yeah, I think the big key component for me in this game is the fact that once they were done with the laning stage on the side of Tundra, they could either just run all 5 together or leave Wisp with someone split pushing a side lane and then reload in and fight. Essentially, the idea was always go together, and Storm just didn't have a game. I've never seen Mickey shut down this hard almost. Like, he just didn't have anything. Like, laning stage was not great for him. It was okay. He did have the top CS, but he didn't get like rotations that you wanted outside of out of the laning stage. But in the mid game, there was nothing. There was not even a chance of doing something. It felt like.
Yeah, this is the big moment. He tries to catch Snake King. He gets stunned by Skeeter, and then Sox is there to land the silence follow-up, which guaranteed his death. Much later here, we're 15 kills in already, 4k gold advantage, and Tundra's just pressuring the map really effectively. Skeeter sits up in the front, doing lots of physical damage. Mickey got some kills here. I believe this was Sox's maybe first death of the match, but we just didn't really get to see Team Liquid play the game that they wanted to. And Boxy was able to accelerate things a little bit. They took top tier 1 tower, but they didn't get Roche at a good timing either. So it was just Tundra running over their opponents constantly with their net worth advantage and their really solid damage.
This Timbersaw Zai really wasn't able to accomplish anything. Tundra was just on top of him the entire game. Do you think that that Timbersaw pick was a mistake, or were there other issues with this draft?
I think that Timbersaw should work on paper, and the lane, honestly, I think Tundra are just very strong at playing their laning stage, though. The way that they handled the Timbersaw during the laning stage was quite phenomenal. They put a lot of pressure on him before he got level 2, and that's where you can, set yourself up for success against the Timber, so he doesn't get those high levels reactive armor and you start struggling. I think the Timber was fine, but the overall approach of this draft is not allowed to ever fall behind. So if you lose all 3 lanes, like Perch said, then you can't really get into the game the way you need to. You don't have a fallback plan with this type of draft. You need to win early.
Yeah, and that's just what happens sometimes when you try to eke out those little advantages. You say, we're not going to play traditional carry, we're going to do slightly better in the laning stage, and we're going to use our better early mid-game fighting to get a moderate advantage, but they just happen to lose their lanes by a moderate amount, and then it just snowballed from there, basically. And they pressured Storm so many times, especially all the Grimstroke ulti catches that guaranteed he couldn't ball away. Those were really crucial as well, because that gave away all of his potential to even get a kill or to survive and waste opponents' time. So everything went bad for Liquid in that match, unfortunately.
I know that CK and Tiny are strong heroes on their own, obviously. This is the first time in 7.31 that Tundra has gotten both a CK and a Tiny. Do you think Liquid thought with the IO Tiny they didn't have to be concerned about the CK, or were they kind of thinking maybe they'll pick that up because they like that hero? How did that hero make it through the draft?
I mean, CK is really solid, but the fact that Tiny was already there means that picking CK was surprising, because those are normally, traditionally, their best position for both of them is position 1. So it was just a bit of a surprise thing.
Not only that, I mean, there was also the Timbersaw. You're picking this hero. Timbersaw was already on the board. They picked it into a Timber. I think they were not expecting this. It was not on my radar either. But it worked out beautifully. Tundra understand that they can build a draft here that's very good at playing off each other. Every single hero has such good kill potential with the next, and yeah, they just made it look easy to beat Liquid.
And Jenkins made the point that you think that Timbersaw counters IO because of the strength hero matchup, but the ability to basically ignore the Timber when you want to. Is this something universal? Teams should be, looking at this performance and saying, okay, Timber versus IO, let's not try this again.
I think there's a nuance to it that I agree with Jenkins, but I also think it's not necessarily like, oh, they have Timber, now we're gonna pick IO into it. I still think Timber is happy playing against IO players in general, but you can utilize the map a little bit better with IO. So if the plan is to run as 5 and be strong enough that the enemy can't contest you, which they did here, I think then it worked great.
So what's Liquid looking to do this game now that we're getting into the draft, the bans are starting to come out?
Looks like shake up the deck in a big way or flip the table, because the bans are already very different, I believe, than what we saw last game. Doom has actually been trending in basically all regions a lot lately, so not surprised to see him banned, but it's going to be a very likely different opening from the previous match.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that Liquid can do well as a team as well, is their ability to adapt. They have some great coaches and analysts in this team as well. They do a lot of prep work and a lot of study. Like they're like a do your homework type team. So I think they will be, a little bit shook perhaps by how badly they lost game 1, but they definitely shouldn't be out of answers to deal with game 2.
Yeah, and they do not want to deal with that IO. Clearly, that's moved up in priority there, banned out first phase.
Yeah, but they're still going to open the same way. They, again, pick Storm Spirit first. That means that they're confident in their ideas. They just need some small adjustments. And the IO stabilizing the laning stage for the CK against the Timber is apparently a little too much. I feel like if it was not an IO and it was a more traditional 5, I feel like the CK wouldn't have probably had enough sustain to deal with it. He probably would have gotten rolled over, but CK already has a lot of sustain himself. It's just kind of like, in a lot of ways, like the perfect laning carry right now. Just covers a lot of bases, has disable, can team fight, like it covers a lot of things. So maybe taking IO away from there is going to leave that option open later.
And Tundra still confident in the Grimstroke. I mean, why not? Worked great the last game.
It's a pretty fantastic hero. I mean, we saw the impact of the bind, but there's also the fact that the silence chase after Storm even if he jumps, right? It's not an ability that disjoints. That actually led to a kill on the Storm in combination with the fact that he got the soul bind on him as well. So Grimstroke is one of the better heroes for bringing down Storm, and they're gonna run it back. Wow, I'm getting some real C Dota vibes here. Like, we're just seeing similar things. Again, a little bit different order, but yeah. It's not going to be a clone of the previous game, though. We know that much.
Well, so Tundra hasn't lost a game with Tiny yet. And I'm very curious what you think Liquid has to do to beat Tundra's Tiny.
I mean, there's lots of, like, there are weaknesses for Tiny, certainly. He's got no armor in the laning stage, so there are some dual lanes that can be kind of effective against him, but usually, like, ranged agility cores that buy, like, Scotty or Tanky, like Terrorblade or Medusa, at least in NA DPC, those were pretty decent solutions to make carry Tiny look less effective. Constricting his map a little bit can be kind of helpful. Those are some of the solutions you can go for, but it's just Tundra's really good though, so they dodge a lot of those problems. They banned Medusa last game, I believe. We'll see if they do something similar in the second phase after this last pick.
I really like how Tundra are doing this though, because they understand the Tiny is what I see with the ban, right? You ban out the DP and Pug, now 2 of the really good heroes against Tiny, but then they also pick Grimstroke, not only good against the Storm, but good against one counter to Tiny, which is Necrophos, a hero that also Liquid have run as carry before. Obviously, they're happy to play it that way, so wouldn't put it past them to have picked it there if it was, not for the fact that Grimstroke is amazing against Necro as well. So this all strikes me as a very well-prepared draft from Tundra so far.
And Liquid, two key adjustments, banning both the IO and the CK, but with the same picks again.
Yeah, I think it's fine, especially knowing that the Coddle's kind of solidified this early. They could still do some wacky stuff themselves. I don't know if Mickey is as much of like a Coddle mid player, but they could get a little bit abstract with their picks if they need to. But Tundra is still very flexible in what they want to do with their game. So Team Liquid's going to be a little bit more in the dark. Sanking would have been great initiator, good setup for Storm or other people that want to follow things up. Could be another good way to pressure as well.
Yeah, Mickey is a phenomenal and very strong mid player, but he does not play too many super quirky mid heroes. He's generally playing, the typical mid heroes that we expect. He plays a phenomenal Queen. His Storm is fantastic. He plays a lot of the Spirit heroes. So I don't think that they're gonna mix it up and throw a Caudle mid. But it is worrisome, right? You just played Storm against Tiny mid, and now here you are, you're like, oh, we're running it back. We have to do something different. The pressure is on Liquid to find a solution here, and Tundra are just like, okay, we'll try and do the same thing again,
Yeah, I think the main issue with the Tiny last game was just how good his early game was and how fast he got his Blink Dagger. If that gets delayed, if he gets ganked once or twice or his rotations fail, it really changes the tempo of the hero a lot, and he starts feeling like a liability compared to picking a typical Spirit hero like Void Spirit or otherwise. But his laning stage is pretty decent typically from Tree Grab and his other abilities, so he can get by without a doubt.
As a mid player, I want to say that in general, when you face up against a Storm, both players are going to have high CS and high net worth. It's not really going to be a matchup, no matter which hero you put against Storm, pretty much, where there's like poverty. They're going to get rich. They're going to get items. It's usually just how it plays out, because Storm shoves the wave a lot by just putting remnants and shoving. He doesn't put a huge amount of pressure on the enemy heroes that often. So probably Tiny gonna, be set up to have a good start. It's kind of hard to gank before Storm is level 6 as well.
Last draft, Tundra surprised us a little bit with who was going where. We assumed that Tiny was in the carry position. This time, we're assuming Tiny's going back mid, and Tundra's still looking for a carry.
They could definitely still be putting Tiny in the safe lane. Absolutely possible. Yeah. This is almost all teams do flex picks like this these days, but Tundra, every single draft, I'm pretty sure, does flex picks. They grab one of the two supports that's in the meta that 9 can play in the mid lane, basically, and then they pick some other hero, and like 3 picks in, you're like, yeah, that could be literally anywhere. It's just one of the things that they like having. And unlike some other teams who sometimes pivot in bad directions, I feel like Tundra always has like good outs and options in their last couple picks that'll help solidify things without them getting too crazy.
I think that's one of the things that also go back for a long time. This is not like a new thing. Tundra has been doing this since like Fada Tundra days, and I think it's something that has stuck with them. That sort of idea that you can pick stuff and be really creative with where it's gonna go. And I'm glad that like identity of the team is still there. And we see them banning out again heroes that are annoying for Tiny to deal with. The Lone Rid, the Medusa, we saw the same heroes banned out last time as well. No surprises here, really. Just snag up a Weaver.
Weaver is one of Sneaking's top played heroes for this patch. He's picked it quite a bit and really just beaten out by Io and Clock. So I assume that's where we can guess where that Weaver is going.
Yeah, I mean, Weaver is also very flexible in terms of lanes, but more likely I think it's going to be a support. I think it lanes decently well against Caudle because lots of physical damage. Caudle has low armor, low overall HP. He's just very fast. Weaver can offset that a little bit. He also can pair nicely later with Inkswell combos. He has to worry about Orchid potentially, but Storms haven't really built Orchid anytime recently. It's all about getting the null stack and survivability. There's the one hero that is weird that Mickey plays mid semi-commonly. It's Mars. Not too many teams played in the mid position, but it's been a Mickey specialty for at least years at this point. He's very good at it. That is certainly a possible flex pick coming from Liquid here.
How does that Mars match up against the Tiny? Is this going to incentivize Tundra to move the Tiny out of the mid lane?
If it's a Mars versus Tiny, I think it's honestly slightly favored for the Mars, I want to say. And I say that with Tiny being obviously a very strong laner. But I don't think it's enough to, incentivize you to move the Tiny away. I don't think it's that much of an upside. It's probably like 55-45 type matchup. But I like what they do here as well, adding in the Skywrath. This is like much needed burst. Last game, it just felt like they couldn't go for kills. They didn't have the better like fight setup, but adding a Sky, this ulti paired up with either Storm or Mars catching someone, and even just a Solar Bind from Caudle as well, you can just burst stuff super fast.
Yeah, it's very similar to a draft we actually saw this morning by, I think, D-boosters, I think, maybe, or maybe it's Oridu, but they very similar concepts, right? Lots of single target disable, lots of spell amps, and good stuns to set things up for them. So that's one way to pressure their lane, certainly. Good counter against Weaver as well. If you ever land the silence on him before he gets boots or decent survivability, he's very, very easy to kill. So I actually do like Skye here. Still a little bit weak to the physical damage that Weaver will represent, but if you have vision advantage and you get to go first, I think there's definitely really good pressure potential here with the Skye pick.
Yeah, and I think looking at the way that this draft is now solidifying for Team Liquid, I like their team fight control, honestly, better than I did in last game. Last game, one of the main issues they ran into was that they could not contest a 5-man of Team Tundra, but looking at it right now, having the Mars ulti, having Caudle with his nuke and control, and possibly the heal when he's in his spirit form, I think they have better team fight setup right now against Tundra.
I would agree with that, especially Mars's push abilities against Grimstroke is always going to be good, because you know the guy that goes in is going to be Inkswell. Both God's Rebuke can work okay there, and Spear is obviously amazing against it. So those are two really decent solutions that could make some of the teamfight disjoint that Tundra wants to go for, make it a lot weaker.
For tempo, if you put Mars in the mid lane, it's obviously going to have the levels before Storm Spirit in a side lane does. What hero do you want the extra levels and the momentum on in this matchup right now?
I mean, it's probably going to be mid-Storm because of that reason. If you put Storm in a side lane, his level gain is going to be too low, then he's going to get pressured. So for that reason, bringing up Mickey playing mid is probably not a good use of time, but so it's probably going to be Storm mid and then Mars off lane with Skye. I think that's pretty likely. Insania playing 5. The Liquid draft is basically figured out here. From my perspective, maybe they'll swap it if they want to do something real weird. They're going to ban carries now on the Tundra side, whereas Tundra is still flexible.
I agree that they should be doing that, but the main reason and incentive that I see for it is the Grimstroke. Mars is, like you mentioned before, one of the best heroes to lane against a Grimstroke side lane, so it's probably more the fact that it's so attractive to put the Mars on the side lane here, since he can deal with any form of Grimstroke combination coming at you here, either Tiny or the Wraith King, more likely Wraith King now that we see it picked up. So I think for that reason, we're probably still looking at a carry hero coming out from Liquid as their last.
Now the Wraith King pickup, this all-in heavy strength hero that we're seeing from Tundra, pretty classic for them. Occasionally they'll pick a Gyrocopter or a Terrorblade, and they don't have as much success with that. Is that because they're so 5-man focused?
Not necessarily. I think the Wraith King just looks really solid here because there is a lot of burst from the Liquid side. So if Wraith King has to eat Skye ulti plus Silence plus Mars combo and he revives, he's pretty happy with that teamfight outcome generally. The Sven pick though, not a very commonly picked hero right now. Provides a lot of armor to his teammates, farms really quickly, deals with, he's going to be really happy to just BKB and run in and start killing people. So kind of an interesting pick.
Is there enough farm on the map for Liquid with these heroes?
I think so. I think there can be enough farm. The idea seems to be that they're going to play pretty high-paced with, Caudle keeping people going and making them able to keep fighting. So I think Sven will be able to pick up a lot of the farm, and the rest of them are going to run as 4 and fight. And then maybe Sven joins in every now and then. But I think this last pick, though, the Beastmaster, can offset that playstyle a little bit with just the vision advantage that you can get both from Weaver scouting out and the Hawks now as well.
And potential heartbeat creep because he's going to buy Helma Dominator no matter what. And it also gives him a BKB piercing disable. So if Sven does become a big problem when he jumps in, you can roar him and potentially reset your team a little bit in the fight. But one downside to their lineup is that if you look at the 3 cores on Tundra, assuming it's not Grim mid, if it's like Tiny, Wraith King, and Beast, they don't have like any tempo coming out of their draft unless Tiny has a good game or whatever the core is. So I think that could be a big limitation to what Tundra is going for, but I think the Beast did make sense as the final pick otherwise.
So Purge, are you going to pick Team Liquid here based on the tempo issues you see from Tundra?
I think so. If they have a good game for whoever's playing mid for Tundra, I could definitely see them bringing it to Liquid, assuming that it doesn't become a stomp like last game, yeah.
I'm gonna go with Tundra, I think, because I think 33's Beastmaster is actually insanely strong, and I think he brings a lot of tempo just by how he plays it usually. So he can really threaten towers and buildings early on. So I think maybe Tundra will take it too.
Okay. Well, we have the same predictions from our analyst. Let's jump into maybe a different game. Moxie and Jenkins, take us away. Show us what Tundra versus Liquid has for our second match.
All right. Well, I would love to see this be a 3-game series, but I see, you know, a 33 Beastmaster. I see a Skeeter Wraith King, and I don't know, dude. They're very, very good on these heroes.
Yeah, their draft looks pretty strong, especially if they can have decent lanes, which they did in the last game. They dismantled Liquid. They have got a lot of tower damage. You know, Beastmaster, Wraith King, as well as the Tiny, like all of these heroes do a ton of tower damage, and a crap ton of minus armor as well. So, yeah, very strong draft if Tundra can get off to an early good start.
And this reminds me of some of the earlier games that we saw back in the DPC, where you would see Snake King playing that, or rather it was it was Snake King, because at that point he was still the 4. Like, I'm talking like way back before Soxa joined. But definitely comfortable heroes, things that they're gonna be able to really shine on. But on the flip side of that, you know, you've got this Keeper of the Light, you've got a Sven. This is a great combo together. In fact, already starting off with a little bit of harassment over onto 33. They don't want to give him a good start. They're trying to get some body blocks into play here. But at the end of the day, he is going to fall to Matu. So a nice start here going for Team Liquid.
Boy, he was just like stunned by Boxy with those body blocks. Just showing the value of having 325 move speed at level 1 on Skywrath Mage. Very nice. Also, sitting at the top rune, not something you would expect from the position 4. Like, you'd expect the pause 4 to be bot, because that's where his lane is. So, yeah, a very solid play by Boxy there.
Now, I'm interested this time around because we saw Mickey game number 1. He had a lot of trouble, right? He was having difficulties, wasn't allowed to play his game. Do you think that they're going to start to put more of a priority in getting those runes for Mickey? Because last time I don't think he got like hardly any, maybe like 1 water rune, perhaps.
I think so. I mean, there is a level of luck to it. Like, if you are controlling the runes, it was happening a lot where like Tundra supports would just be the ones that get those. And like a lot of the times, like you'll have both mid laners, you know, not getting the rune because the supports just pick it up. So I think we'll see about the same level of rune control that we saw last game. There's just going to be some luck involved. I do want to talk for a second about the Liquid draft, just because I feel like we've talked about how the Tundra draft is really good. I actually really like the Liquid draft too. I feel like they've got really solid timings. They have ton of damage between like the Mars and the Sky. That's a nice combo. They have the Caudal plus Storm. That's a classic combo. In the laning phase, it's Caudal Sven, so you can keep spamming out those stuns. It's a good draft. It's a really good draft. Lots of damage.
I feel like it's a little bit more even this time because with the Liquid draft in game number 1, it definitely felt very 4 Protect 1. Maybe not 4 Protect 1, but it just seemed like it had very specific things that needed to go right, whereas this draft has a little bit more wiggle room.
There's a few things, yeah, there's like a few conditions. Like, Sven could win the game for the team, Storm could win the game for the team with the help of the Caudal, or like even just the Skywrath plus Mars. Like, I've seen those 2 heroes snowball and carry a game like 2v5. So, no, I totally agree. It's not just like all on, you know, Thaw, basically, to like carry a game. There's a few ways that Liquid can win this one.
And there was a lot of pressure on Zion the last game, and again, those lanes just did not go the way that Liquid needed them for that sort of momentum-based timing. So happy to see that there's a couple more options on the board, but again, Tundra, just the way that they played in game number 1, very formidable, and they're on some very comfortable heroes, so they've got their work cut out for them over on the side of Team Liquid.
One thing that Liquid does also have going for them is it's a pretty garbage Wraith King Skeletons game. And like his ability to push out creep waves with the skeletons and not be there is like pretty important. It's not the most important thing. Like, obviously they picked the Wraith King because there's all this like burst damage, so they can just survive the burst and respawn. But like Mars can clear the skeletons, Sven can clear the skeletons, Storm, Caudal, like the only hero that can't is Skywrath. All of the other heroes don't give a shit about skeletons, so it's he's not going to have that avenue to making the game easier.
But I mean, the other thing too, as we do see that Matu 33 just starts taunting here in the top lane. Matu's courier does get removed by Saksa. Eventually, we're going to see like the Helm of the Dominator picked up for 33, and if he gets those rally creeps, we just got Skelly Boys for days, and they're doing a lot of damage to those towers early on.
Yeah, that's true actually, and they would all give the damage to the Wraith King skeletons as well.
Ooh, that was very close.
He's
and last one coming in from Insania. Squash a little bug.
That's just an example of how bad the new Weaver Sakuchi is at level 1. 15-second cooldown. Insanely noticeable. Anybody that played Weaver on the previous patch and you try this Weaver, you always get first blood. Like that's just what happens when you play this hero for the first time. So you can just see the even in pro matches that happens. It's got such a long cooldown.
They were also very prepared for it. They had the sentry in place in the lane, so just good prep coming out from the side of Liquid, realizing that that's something that they'd have to be aware of. And I'm not sure if Saksa was super aware of that sentry either.
And mid lane,
they made some moves on Mickey. Has that water rune. It's gonna go drop down the remnant. Just start using the bottle. It's gonna be fine.
Oh, Mickey got a wand against Tiny. I guess because every time he picks up a tree, he's spamming his spells. Dude, Saksa might get him.
He's gotta be so careful. Oh my God, no.
He got him.
Oh man.
Wow.
The tip, yeah. Yep.
That's funny, man. They have all this vision around the mid lane, and they just know that, like, come on, he's not going to head back to base. Like, it's such a Storm Spirit classic to go try to clear a camp before you go back to base. So just reading him like a book. Also, 33, I do want to point out, he went for the Wild Axes build, which is not something you see very often. And, presumably because he's against a Caudal Sven, both of these heroes have AoE abilities very strong at killing the boar. So it's not really a game where you want early boar, but I imagine he's going to only leave 2 points in the Wild Axes so he could have a decent lane, which he has, and now he's going to start leveling up the boar so that when he gets the Dom creep, he has the boar to work with.
Good ward over here in this mid lane too. Could see that Boxy was making this rotation, trying to jump over onto 9, but they did have one observer that just scouted him out just before it timed out. So they're gonna play a little safely. You can see they're trying to ensure that they can pick up these runes. They're gonna put all their money on the top lane, and that is exactly where the rune is. It's gonna be a regen picked up from Mickey. He's gonna be very happy about that. And
you see what I mean with this luck thing? Like, all supports were mid, and it just happens that the Tundra supports were at the bot rune. And if it spawned bot, it's like it would look so good for 9. But it spawns top for Mickey, and it's a regen, so it's just like, all of a sudden his game is just, way easier.
I just loved trolling Kyle back in the day because he would get like really wrapped up about like, oh, blah, 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 it's such, 50-50 chance, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, just be the better mid player, Kyle. Just know where the rune is, and he'd get real mad at me.
It does feel...
You can't tell me it's not right, though, You have to be the better mid player. The better mid player will get it. Clearly.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. You know what Bulba said to me it was like TI or something, I think.
I can only imagine.
Well, among other things. Greasy hat. But no, he said that like good teams don't draft well. It's that like good teams make drafts look good and then people copy them. But it's like the drafts were not good until everybody's dying.
There's some truth to that, but at the same time, I feel like you enter. It's one of those things, right? That the best teams don't follow the meta; they set the meta. But then the question is, when they're setting the meta, did they mean to pick that, or did they find it out by accident? Because that's how you find a lot of the best things in life, right? By accident.
I think there's a lot of chance happening, and just people very good at recognizing things when they appear. It's like an opportunity comes up, and you're like, oh, this is a really good.
Silence over on to 9. The Vortex back, right place, right time. He's pretty tanky, but eventually will fall to Mickey. So Mickey being allowed to have a game this time around.
I like the attempt, though. He did stun all 3 of them and almost TP out, but just not long enough duration. And he gets an Arcane Rune. Okay, Storm just got a regen into Arcane Rune. Like, how do you lose a game? Liquid's actually got this based off of that. Like, You can't give Liquid those 2 runes on a Storm. On Mickey. No way.
Oh, Mickey, again, feeling much happier, I'm sure, this game than he did in the previous. Nice Wardo over here by Soxa. We do have a bit of a rotation coming out, though. It's Boxy. It's gonna slow down Snay.
Ooh, he used
Nice
the tornado on his
whirlwind,
teammate.
yeah. The hurricane, rather. They'll zip in over onto Snake King. He's not safe just yet. Even with that silence, he is going to eventually fall to Mickey. Still not done yet. They want 33. They're gonna get the Vortex back, dragging him in. He's already used the roar. They've got the stun. They should have plenty of damage, and down he goes. Very nicely done.
And they see the stack too.
Ooh.
Old Tumby though, he's a little bit too low to go for that.
Yeah, 9 is pinging. He's like, oh, I don't want them to get this. I don't want them to get this. So it's moving over to the area. It's gonna clear it up. Old Tumby sounds like something you would call a grandfather.
You know, one of these days, he will be one. I love the tornado. I mean, he like, even though Snake King does end up going down, it does delay for long enough that Sky also goes down. But then also, style points. That's all that... You get the style points for that. And there's the Arcane Rune, by the way. Like, there's no way he makes that zip without the Arcane Rune.
9 pinned over to the wall by Zai with a nice arena, and Insania will be the one to snipe that kill.
As Zai's just been silently kind of free farming bot. I mean, he has a lot of CS. Like, it looks better than it is. His game is great. It's fantastic, but you have to keep in mind that is a lot of skeletons. Like, he's 3,800 net worth to the Wraith King's 4,500. Just to give you an idea of, like, you know. But still, decent game for him. He's pretty close to his Blink Dagger.
Not sure Soxa realized that they had that ward over there, because they did drop it after he'd passed through, but Mickey will happily take another kill. And let him continue farming.
And Mickey got another rune, too. He's got a Bottled Illusion rune, so he can take off the silence from Snake King, so he can go in like this.
Yeah, indeed he can. Turn back around, drag over on Snay.
Even uses it
the Mickey that Liquid fans were hoping to see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 3 runes in a row, and it's like he's snowballing off the first one. Even uses the Illusion rune to dodge the Ink Swell. Doesn't just go for the bug purge. He actually takes both off, which is very impressive. Like every single rune that he's gotten, he's made something important happen with it. And it's resulting in the next rune being easier to get. You can just see the snowballing that happens with runes in Dota.
They're gonna try to protect this mid tower. So use the avalanche to clear up the creep waves, use some of those bugs. Still have the Cardi, zip in though, again from Mickey, plus that Mystic Flare equals 1 dead Snake King.
Huh, Mickey's going for, as we see the classic Caudal Storm combo, Mickey's going for the BKB rush again. I thought maybe this was something he did when the game was looking rough. I see a lot more Storm Spirits doing this these days, just going straight BKB, because it really feels like you just blow your whole mana pool in a fight anyway, and the only way that you die is like if you get stunned. That's it, and BKB just prevents that entirely. So Storm feels like a beast if you go for this. It's so boring, but every single time TI comes around, this becomes the build for Storm Spirit as well. So we're just a little sooner than TI this time, that's all.
Just a little bit. We're just starting to get those lands back again, but Zai's finished up with this Blink Dagger, so I have a feeling we're gonna see a lot of pressure coming out from Liquid now as they do smoke up and start making their way over towards the mid lane.
Dire's structures are fortified.
So there's the beast creep. This is the point.
Blink forward here. Zai getting into position though. Get off the slow. Good arena capturing 2, separating 9 on the back line. Will fall immediately. Get the spear off over on Snake. He will be next to fall, and 33 just gets wiped up. Chase is on now over onto Soxa. Soxa is gonna have to try to Shikuchi away, and it's like they don't quite have that. Oh, no, but they're gonna go after him. They find a Mickey. He wants this kill into the eliminate with the spear. Zai gets himself a double kill. And Skeeter is the lone person here left on the map.
He's just like, team? What are you doing? Please.
He's team stop feed now.
We are once again very close to the funny number.
Are indeed.
Funny number 1. Could also hit funny number 2. Not in the same game though. So we're gonna go for a smoke. 9 wants to connect with this Ink Swell combo, the Blink Dagger that he has. They're just doing the same thing again, except with the smoke.
I mean, he did connect last time. All right, they'll make the jump over onto Zai, but he's too tanky for them to burst down as the drag back over onto 9. Solar Bind over into the tree with the spear. They're gonna get out plenty of damage to take out, but then Zai also to fall. Soul Bind gets dropped over on the side. Snaking will fall. And the zip is on, man. Mickey, he wants everybody. He is ready to murder for sure. Drags back on 33. Chases after Ski. Does have that reincarnation up if necessary. And looks like he's going to get popped. So Mickey uses up the last little bit of that mana. He's gonna regen a little bit in the river and just walk away.
That was great by Insania, by the way. Just starting that fight by using his blinding light at just the right time so that the Tiny can't get the Ink Swell combo off on Zai. Like, Zai does end up going down, but he gets this beautiful spear on the other side of the fight. Like, he breaks up the fight because he's still alive, and you know, even surviving for just like a few extra seconds means that he can get some spells off. And that's another rune for Mickey. I'm pretty sure he's on every rune in this game.
It's another arcane. Well, I mean, after game number 1 where he got pretty much nothing.
Yeah. Gaben giveth and Gaben taketh, and today he is giveth thing in this game.
In this game.
Don't
the thinking.
Whatever, man. We're almost at the funny number 2. That's gonna be pretty exciting.
All right, well, the smoke play's coming out from Liquid. It looks like they want to give you that funny number. They'll let Zai lead the charge here. It has the Blink Dagger, has the arena online, and they're looking at a Wraith King. It's already left that triangle area, though. They see the boys are deployed. They'll turn their attention maybe over onto 33.
Either of these are big kills, Wraith King or 33, because I feel like 33 is supposed to be snowballing right now with this Dom creep.
It's like Zai was. Yeah, look at this even go for the BKB. No arena needed. So Mickey's hoping what else he can find. He does manage to find 2 over here. Has to be careful because of the Centaurs. Doesn't want to get stomped, but we'll be able to get the kill on Snay. So a nice value rune play here coming out from Mickey. He'll help himself to the bounty rune too. Refill that bottle as Zai continues to just hit this middle tower.
I like that Mickey, he uses the BKB there for the 33 kill, which, you know, obviously in retrospect was unnecessary because there's nobody behind 33. Of course, he doesn't know this, but then when he recognizes that there was nobody behind him, he says, all right, I'm just gonna like blind zip in. This is a 9-second BKB, I have an arcane rune. And he just goes for it, and he gets it because he realized that like he wanted to get more value out of the BKB. I think a decision like that is just really cool to see because otherwise you could be like, you know, 33 could be like, oh, he wasted his first BKB on me and an arcane rune, like who cares? But then when he gets the second kill, it's like, okay, maybe not so much of a waste.
Yeah, absolutely. The name of the game for Dota has always been efficiency. You know, how can I make this more efficient? How can I make this, you know, have more value? And I think that was absolutely the right choice here. Sucks. Just wandering on through there, looking at runes. It's gonna be 9 who gets that double damage this time. It's not Storm for the first time in this game in a little bit, but they don't really seem to care because Mickey driving in has the BKB, does not care. Will rip apart 9, turn back around, start putting the damage out over onto Snaking. He is godlike. 11, 1, and 2, and we're a little past the funny number. I'm sorry, Jenkins. He killed too fast.
Yeah, well, we got it. Maybe we get an instant replay of that. If production could go ahead and get on that. That'd be great. Yeah, solid play from Mickey. I mean, this guy is like rank 3 or something, so this is more in line with what you would expect.
I mean, Tundra did an amazing job in game number 1. It wasn't even that Mickey played badly, it was that Tundra just played so well.
Oh, they neutered him. They neutered him. Yeah, this time around he was not happy to. He would not accept the neutering cone or what. Is that what they do? They put the cone on the dog, or that goes after.
What a shame. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you have a dog?
I do, yes. Wait, do female dogs get neutered?
Yeah, they have to get the cone there too.
Oh.
Top lane Sox is taking a beating here from Zai and Boxy. They even go to grab the arena just because they want to make sure that they get the kill. And at the same time, though, Mickey finally falls as Tundra make their move across the map. And that's a big boy kill right there. Tower 2, so I think they're all right with losing that. And Skeeter's going to waltz right into Roche. They know that there's no arena. They have the roar available.
I can't believe he went down and they didn't even roar him. That's insane.
Right
this is a huge turnaround.
They have to be careful here. Matu waiting in position. Gonna try to finish off the Roche. Snowblink Dagger. Go, use the Glimmer Cape. They go, pop the BKB. Skeeter snatches up the Aegis because the hit will be able to take 10 over to the Dire. But still looking a little scared here. 9 will turn back around. 33 is still stuck in the pit. He's gonna try to teleport away. Do they have the vision? Do they have anything? Nah, he's gonna be able to get out just by the skin on his teeth. Look at Zai though. He's hoping he can grab someone. He's got the blink. Not gonna be up for another second. Doesn't have the arena. Saksa. He's gonna have to Shikuchi away. And it looks like, yeah, Tundra just got away with it. And all they had to lose was snaking.
Yeah, Big Boy Storm is alive though, so Tundra, they're playing it safe. They realized that pickoff on Mickey was not exactly something they can replicate easily. Not with all 5 of Liquid being alive.
God, that cleave damage almost killed so many people. It's actually insane how low they are. But they went for a smoke play here back in our live game, and they found themselves 33. So this Liquid will be very happy to remove him from this board right now.
So yeah, I mean, that is the question, is what do you do with the Aegis on Skeeter? I don't feel like...
Zai goes in, he wants 9, so does Mickey. The Soulbind will connect. They need to get up enough damage here, and they do have it. So Soulbind down, BKB also down. Skeeter is very forward and does have that Aegis. But the pressure's on over here on the tower. Throttle Wraith Fire Blast. A zip in though, coming out from Mickey over onto the back lines. He wants these supports. He's gonna be able to take down Snakey with a little help from Zai. A little bit more damage over onto Skeeter. Should be able to get that first life. It's the reincarnation. He's coming back up again. Still has the Aegis. But Liquid is just zoning them so hard away from this tower. It is very difficult for them to approach, especially when they have these other heroes that are no longer alive at this time.
Another impressive, micro decision from Mickey in that fight. He basically recognized that Grimstroke had no Phantom's Embrace. It was on cooldown. The Wraith King had already used his stun. And so he zips in with no BKB there to 3 heroes, which looks insane. But then when you click on all of the heroes, all of their disables were on cooldown. So he just, he legit just timed them. And he's like, oh, I can go in right now. I have a 3-second window where I can zip in and look like a maniac. But it was good. It was very good.
Skeeter getting very close to his own Blink Dagger now. He's already got the Deso online. A little bit more time here with this Aegis. He's found himself a nice stack to cut through. And the big boy Philly gets dropped. But Liquid feeling very confident and comfortable as they move around the map. A little bit of an invasion going on over here towards this triangle area. Tundra trying to find the right angle, trying to make sure that they can keep Skeeter safe. But when going back to your original question before that whole fight broke out, they did go for a smoke. I feel like it's almost trying to get the Aegis away from Liquid, not necessarily that they want to do something, but they do manage to find Matumba Man, so that's a nice pick off. A good find.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, the question is, do they have any other smokes? I feel like a chain smoke here might be decent. They don't, so... this is just going to be map control. They're just going to de-ward, farm up a bit of the map while Liquid is feeling afraid, which is good. They needed something. Mm-hmm. But you would have hoped for, chain killing people there off of that, if possible. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll keep hunting.
I mean, Skeeter's just running through here, but they do have a ward up, so... Goes for a little quick sweep. Nobody's around. He's going to turn his attention over to this building. They've got the Ancient Black Dragon to do a bit of damage. I mean, I remember when this hero, or not the hero, but the Black Dragon first started getting picked up. Ooh, all right, Zai in position. Skeeter. It's looking a little dangerous here, so he's going to fall. But the zip over onto the backlines again. Mickey with this BKB, making things happen, knowing that the ward's down. Oh, that's a big crit, though, coming out from Skeeter. The original target, BKB, comes out from Zai, throws over, but Nine's got his own BKB, so he's not going to be pinned to the wall. Zai needs to be careful. Matu, though, he's got his BKB. They've already lost Insania over on the back lines, but they need to be very careful now. With those BKBs up, it's a lot more difficult for Liquid to hold them down.
Okay, that's exactly that's the chain of events you want to happen off of the initial pick onto Matumba Men there. I mean, getting Mickey, Mickey's decision-making to go for the backlines there is...
Oh dear, Matu's not looking too healthy over here. Soxa does get spotted though. They'll end up losing Matu. Soxa next to fall as the chase is on Boxy. He's in his base and they're just cutting them apart as Zai is the next one to fall. That's a team wipe going out. And Liquid, not looking too great right now. This is momentum coming out from Tundra is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be really careful, man. You have Deso Tiny Beastmaster on the enemy team. when Wraith King is the core that has the least pushing ability out of the 3 cores, like, you really have to be careful dying right in front of your base. Like, Liquid is counting their lucky stars, or whatever that, blessing their lucky stars. I don't know, whatever the saying is. Like, they're very happy that that didn't go worse. Like, they could have gotten racks there if Tundra didn't realize. If Tundra realized that there weren't buybacks to come out. The tosses from 9 are just so amazing. Both games we've seen his Tiny. Like, he's playing it a lot like you see position 4 Tinies, where it's about, like, the utility of the toss, but obviously he's also doing quite a lot of damage as well.
Just a fearless kind of play style, very aggressive, and it's paying off for him, especially, you know, when you have this Grimstroke as well, right? The fact that you can jump in, get off the combo, get the extra stun off, and just set the team up so beautifully. Very fun kind of Dota.
Sand King and Tiny are like 2 heroes that I think look really good with Grimstroke, because they're the sort of heroes that, like, they just need like 2 more seconds of disable and they're able to like full to 0 somebody, because it means like 2 extra pulses of Epicenter, it means 2 extra hits from Tiny and his cleave. So I feel like, yeah, this is it's a really solid pairing that Tundra clearly wants to abuse. I mean, they're first facing this both games.
Top tower will fall. Skeeter with the double damage, chewing through buildings.
Sneak attack? What for?
The rest of Liquid playing on this bottom area of the map. Looked like they were thinking about trying to get the jump over onto Soxa, but again, pretty elusive. Need that vision. And you also still have that outpost out. So, a little bit dangerous here. Skeeter jumps forward. Okay, no Zai, too fast. So clicking those buttons, gets out, no problem. They don't really want to face off with the double damage Wraith King right now.
No, just evasive maneuvers at this point from Liquid, but like, as they're doing this, they're not really having that much to farm, because they're running around with Matumba and Mickey hitting the same camps together. Actually, Mickey is not hitting any camps, it's just Matumba. Or taking camps from Matumba, so it's like, it feels really bad to be doing this.
Mm-hmm.
It's like legit gonna leave this one for Matumba. That's how bad of a situation this is for them in terms of farm. It sucks when you feel this way in Dota, but it happens.
Just needs that last null tally, man. Needs number 3.
And number 4. Sell that wand, buddy. 25 minutes. That's value. Get those fountain zips going.
Maybe get an arcane rune while you're at it too, you know?
Yeah.
Been pretty lucky on that. But yeah, you know, Tundra making these nice moves across the map, kind of forcing Liquid into a position that they might not necessarily want to be in. Bottom lane, Soxa continuing to do Soxa things.
He's being very safe here.
Dust, though. So, can't really hope to do much to him. Just gonna clear up the wave. There it is. There's the 3rd null tally on its way. And a couple pings over onto Matu here in the mid lane. Or rather, they're pinging the dragon. I see that's doing some scouting here. Skeeter getting into position. Okay, there it is, though. The BKB from Matu. He's gonna have to just run away. And that is not the efficient BKB that you want to be seeing.
No, it's not. I mean, now, like, even though he has God Strength, he doesn't have God Strength plus BKB. I feel like you need both of those in order to fight, so it feels really bad for Matumba right now.
Only less than 1K net worth lead going back and forth between these teams. So I can see that.
Is there a lane ward or something? Like, how do they know that he's out here? They clearly know. Oh, there's a lane ward. Yeah.
So,
oh no, he just placed it. He just placed that.
They saw that he was moving, I think.
I don't know how they could have saw. I mean,
is there something nearby or?
No. They're just intuition. Just intuition. They did place the lane ward though, so.
This is good. They have the shard online now for the coddle, so that way he can grab Matu, come back up, rejoin the team. He can farm around the map. I like this.
Also, I saw a gem. Yeah, Insania has got a gem now, so
I think that's
he's like pretty hard committed to the next fight. If he goes down in the next fight and they lose the gem, like, they lose all map control, and you know, yeah, 900 gold, a lot of money, whatever. It barely scratches the surface of what losing a gem does to you. It means that they have the gem cooldown and you don't. So you just lose all map control, and there's nothing you can do about it because it's your gem that they're using. Can't buy another one.
That was the concern too when they were talking about the draft earlier, is the fact that, you know, you do have 33 on the Beastmaster and he can get so much vision. just being able to have that around the map. So now, you know, not only are you struggling with, you know, your ward vision and having to pick up this gem because of the fact that you've got Soxa just rolling around like crazy, you've got Glimmer Capes or whatnot, but you also have to be careful of these creeps.
Yeah, they have pretty good map control right now on Tundra. Even like aside from the Hawks, just pushing lanes constantly with like the Dragon means he doesn't have to be there. It can be with his team giving auras and with the Roar available.
They do smoke directly under a ward, though, so perhaps Liquid can set this up nicely. Skeeter jumping forward, big hits. Matu, though, also just popping that God Strength, has a BKB. Gets a Roar off, though, coming out from 33. They're going to try to hold them into place. They'll go and they'll be able to throw out the Soulbind, chaining Matu and Mickey together, but he'll follow up with a very nice arena here. Matu not looking great, though. He's getting chipped away. Mickey will fall first. Next will be Matu. Tundra having this fight in their hands as Boxy not looking good as all. So he's going to be the next one to go down. Silence being tossed over onto Zai. They're giving chase, the toss up into the air, throwing Skeeter forward. Do get the Heaven's Halberd out, so it's not going to be the Wraith King who's getting these hits in, but that doesn't matter. They've got 9 here, they got 33. And look at this, Skeeter says, you know what, I'll come back in here. Let me at him. And he gets the final hit.
I see what Boxy was going for there when he runs in on Skyrath. The reason he did that is because he has buyback, right? So he's like, okay, like these guys, they smoked on a ward. They're about to run up into our high ground where we have vision. Like that's basically the perfect opportunity to fight. As long as you have a Skyrath mage run in and die first. He actually didn't die. So arguably, it's like basically what happens here is Wraith King doesn't press BKB and he just kites with his life. And so because of this, the BKBs wear out on these other two heroes of Team Liquid, and then they just get caught out after, tossed up and die. So it's like Skeeter almost went in and just waited out the BKBs. That's all they did in that fight that won them that fight.
I mean, the Soulbind was really huge there in that fight too, making sure that Mickey and Matu, they couldn't separate, they couldn't get that space away. And it caused a lot of issues for them. But
and the initial Roar too on Matu, like just starting that fight with like his BKB being wasted and the God Strength being kind of wasted, it let Skeeter get to the outskirts of that fight. It let Snake King on Grimstroke run in and get this good Soulbind on those two heroes. But the thing is, I feel like a fight like that can go either way. It's just everybody pop BKB, all the spells were used in just the best way that they possibly could given the situation. And if you're Liquid, I don't know how you can be unhappy with that, even though that's a hard fight to break down because they did the right thing. They stood on a high ground. They had their support with buyback run in first, and that didn't work. That means the game is like going to be hard from now on. If it goes that well, like that is an ideal time to fight in Dota.
I mean, you've got all the information and just doesn't line up the way that you need it to.
No. Yeah, now Liquid is there on the back foot again. They're having to do some cheeky, like, Kato relocating people out of base shenanigans. That feels really bad. Maybe we'll see one last fight here.
Zip in, nice vortex immediately over on Skeeter and 9, but look at the way that 33 is playing. He's sitting very far back. Another silence off over on Skeeter, be able to just push them away, and it's going to cause the reincarnation. So they're going to get into position. Zai hoping that he can close the gap, turns his attention over to 33, pops the BKB, but he's also got his own BKB. So they were looking to make something happen. Not going to be able to find it. Mickey's zipping forward. Does manage to spot out Snake King here, though. So perhaps he can get that as a consolation prize since they didn't get the big boy that they wanted. It's going to take some doing, but eventually they'll get the kill on Grimstroke. Do have to deal with some things going on in their base, though. Creeps are hitting on the buildings, and you got Soxa in this top lane, adding a little bit more pressure.
I think that was a good back from Tundra. They lose the Wraith King ulti right at the start of the fight, and so Liquid continues chasing while it's down. They go for the backline, and they only get one. Like that's ideal.
33 going for the Roar, knows that 9 is coming in quickly here with this Tiny. Gets the dive bomb off the toss into the air. Wow. And just like that, he's gone. All right, those Zai wanting to do a little bit of fighting, though. Has to be careful. The BKB getting popped up with 9. They'll be able to go take down 33, but Zai, look at this damage coming out from 9. The toss up into the air. Zai is absolutely toast. And Skeeter will collect himself a Boxy on his way. Cancel the TP of Insania using that avalanche. And they don't even care. I mean, they ping it out. It doesn't seem like they care too much, but yeah. And that's a gem on the ground to boot. Saxa says, thank you, I will take that.
2 gems, actually. I think, let's see, I think Tundra bought one as well.
How many eyes does Weaver technically have? How many gems does he technically need for each eye?
Well, he's a cockroach, so he needs probably like 8 cockroaches or spiders.
I think that's wrong, but okay.
I don't know.
All right, buybacks coming out now en masse. A zip forward again from Mickey, but he doesn't manage to go and land the vortex as they fall up with the avalanche size over onto the back lines here, but he immediately gets silenced, tossed up in the air. He's just handled. Big hits coming out from Skeeter as Mickey and Boxy, oh no, they're soulbound, they're silenced. The BK does nothing. Boxy trying to just stay alive over here, but he cannot survive the onslaught, and neither can Mickey. The G's get dropped. Tundra has done it, and done it with some style.
Wow. I mean, impressive. Just impressive. Like, they proved that they can win all the lanes and snowball a game, and they proved also that they can be getting snowballed on and still hold the game and still make good decisions and come back. I mean, that's just not easy to do, especially against Coddle Storm. I mean, I don't know if, like, I feel like everybody in chat that's played Dota in the last like 5 years, you remember that one game where there's a snowballing storm against you. You show on any creep wave and he just zips on you. You're dead, no matter who you are. Like, it feels impossible against Storm, and yet they did it. They did it. A beyond godlike Mickey Storm at like 20 minutes defeated in what, if you saw the end of this game, you'd be like, that was a shellacking, but it wasn't. It was a shellacking the other way.
No, it was very impressive with the fact that this time, you know, Mickey was allowed, not even allowed to have a game, but he was able to have a game. He was able to put a lot of impact down. But in the end, Tundra just very, very patient. They're like, okay, we're going to have item timings. We're going to make the right moves. We're going to go get this Roche early so that way, you know, the Storm does not have himself an Aegis. It just went very smoothly. Tundra looking just fantastic, and Liquid struggling a little bit here. But great series, you know, glad that we got that more of a balanced game number 2. And Tundra's going to take the series. So we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our panel ready to talk about it. Welcome back to our post-game after match 2 that was a little more exciting than our game 1. They really turned things around. What was the turning point in that match? What went so wrong for Liquid there?
It's hard to even say exactly how it all fell apart. It seemed like they had everything that they needed, and yet somehow, I want to say really clean and good execution with, you know, every spell landing and mattering the most. For me, I think a lot of the key soul binds locking down the Storm so he couldn't tip around. I think Snake King was really on point with that, but also just perfect play overall from like the team. How do you bring a game back from that spot? I don't even know. That was wild.
Yeah, I think what something that I feel like I realized watching this game is that Storm, in the current way he's played, is so good at initiating, and that's the reason that Liquid was able to push their advantage when they were winning the game. He was jumping on backlines, catching heroes, but what happened eventually is that all of the cores on the Tundra side are all very tanky, difficult to kill, etc. So Storm's ability to solo kill them maybe wasn't as good, and in that one fight where Storm got killed and Tundra started rolling over Liquid, he hit backlines, was fighting like 3 heroes, and then the rest of Team Liquid tried to kill 9 the Tiny. He pops BKB, wastes Mars's ulti, and wastes Skywrath Mage's ulti, and as a result, Mickey dies, and then they start getting snowballed back. And then Tundra gets to abuse the strength tanky blink heroes who blink in and stun. There's follow-up from Grimstroke, and that basically puts Storm Spirit, Mars, Sven in dangerous positions. They're very high net worth heroes, but if they get chain stunned and don't get their BKBs off, they lose the fight. If they pop BKBs after Tundra initiates, then Tundra can generally just disengage with their high tankiness. So I think it was a mix of these factors with Tundra playing well that allowed them to catch up in this game.
We never really saw Tundra back down. They were smoking into fights and looking for kills as early as 7 or 8 minutes into the game when they were already down a massive amount. What do you think contributed to them being so confident in the game and continuing to push Liquid?
I think they just, they've played so many games throughout the season of DPCs and the like against a lot of these high-level teams. They've also played against Team Liquid many times before. And, there we have the MVP, in my opinion, of at least Game 2 here, snaking on his Grimstroke, like a massive performance. But I think they just have, a good understanding of trusting each other fully. That's what you need when you're down like 12k net worth and the enemy team is, got everything stacked in their favor. You need to trust that your teammate is going to go with you when you go. You don't have like a split second to wait or try and confirm like, oh yeah, are we ready? No, you just have to feel it like, okay, this is our time, and grab the small moments that you can take.
What was it about Snake King that while we've got him up here for the MVP, there was a fight in the dire jungle, Mars popped arena, and Snake King was just standing on the side about 30 minutes in, controlling that fight, and Purge said completely winning it for them. So what was so key about this Grimstroke?
He just did a really good job being in the right place at the right time to latch enemies and things like that. In the first game, he lane stabilized really well. He kept the heals up, moved his team around the map really effectively. Game 2, great spell casting. Those are basically the main reasons that I would give him MVP.
Cool. And I believe we have an interview ready. And so we are going to throw things over to our man on the side of a building, Sir Action Slacks, to talk to Tundra and hear about what happened in those 2 games.
Hello, citizens of the futuristic city. It is us here on this giant billboard. I own a building almost as high as your building over there. How you doing over there? Congratulations on your game.
Hello. Thank you.
Hello. Do you see where we are right now? We're on the top of the tippity top of the ceiling here on 2 buildings, skyscrapers. Yes. Did you ever think this moment would happen?
No. I mean, this is some sci-fi team.
Fantastic. Let's talk about game 1. Roshan kills, Shadow Shaman. What are your thought processes there?
Is that so? We actually did not notice.
Oh, you didn't notice?
We didn't know. We just went to the rush pit, and then we see like a rush very low, and there's rust towers.
How did that feel? What was going through your head? Did you feel like it might be a trap? Did you know it was safe? What were your thoughts? Processes there?
I mean, we were definitely confused, but we were like ready to fight them. So we were sort of ready, but we were just very confused to find like a rush very low with rust towers, and then there's just no one inside.
Yes. Well, did you feel like that made the snowballing in game 1 even easier, or was that just a happy benefit?
Well, having 3 ages, you know, definitely helps. But I think we were on the right way to win the game, no matter what happened at that point.
All right, good to hear. So, you did the impossible. You managed to beat Storm Spirit not only once, but in Game 2, when Storm was winning. How does that feel? Is Storm Spirit the most annoying hero for you to play against right now, or is there a hero that you hate even more than Storm in this patch?
Well, that's kind of what we are trying to do. Like, we are experimenting on how to beat the hero before the major, right? It's kind of hard to say if it's actually as broken as people say. But for me personally, the most annoying hero to play against, I'm not sure. It has to be either Ench or Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight? I wouldn't expect Dragon Knight. I think like a Coddle or something. Why Dragon Knight?
It's just the guy's so tanky on the lane, you know? It's kind of hard to, you know, I like to kill people, you know? And it's hard to kill him.
Yeah. Well, typical. But, you know, Dragon Knight, it's always good to play against him because, you know, he's having as much fun playing him as you are playing against him. What a boring hero. So, yeah, everyone's suffering in that situation.
I think the hero became more fun with the shard, though.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. What do you think is the worst shard in the game, speaking of shards? What should we never buy?
The worst shard?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
There was a thread the other day.
Put me on spot like this. I actually don't know.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I cannot tell.
Best shard? All right, best shard of the game.
Best shard? Best shard? I think it has to be Tiny.
Yeah. The trees.
The boring answer, you know, the free Battle Fury.
Yeah, but you know, spoken like a true carry. Let's talk about game 2. All right. The game looks brutal. There's no chance people are coming back. Your teammates are feeding relentlessly all over the place, but you are still just farming, focusing. What goes through your head in that moment? Are you flaming them? Are you telling them to stop?
I kind of felt bad because I want to help them, but obviously, like my brain is telling me it's not the right move to do. Just focus on your own game. And that's kind of what I did, and it ended up working out, you know.
Yeah, it absolutely worked out. What do you do? Do you reach some kind of Zen state? Are they screaming at you on the comms? They're like, help us, and you just ignore them? Or is this all part of the plan?
I think the comms are usually, I mean, we try to keep it, you know, kind of like we don't want it to get too chaotic. Obviously, it can get sometimes hectic, but if you have like 1 or 2 voices that like calm it down, I think it's all good. And yeah. As long as my game doesn't get ruined, you know, I'm sure I'll win the game, you know? And that's kind of what happened in both games.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was a very impressive first game, too. The comeback was great, but I was impressed by that game 1. How did you guys know that CK would work against Timbersaw? Isn't that a counter? I mean, this is my 5K Dumbo brain, but it seemed like you were going to get trashed, and you guys killed it.
I think the way his Q works is like obviously lowers your HP, but at the same time, when you lifesteal up the creeps, you get more HP when you get the strength back. So unless the Timbersaw actually kills you in the Q stacks, like you will actually get more HP. Do you know what I mean?
Oh.
So that's kind of like in that way, CK is actually good against Timbersaw. I mean, obviously, you know, it's not the best, but it's not unplayable.
Well, as we saw from that game, as you absolutely destroyed on that. But all right, well, thank you so much for your time. A fantastic performance. Team Liquid, of course, a very big name. And Tundra Esports coming through and destroying. So that will be it from me on my giant skyscraper. We'll see you after the next game, and we'll pass it back to those guys on the panel. Hello down there. Yes, back to work. Go to your jobs. Across the street, go. Go to your jobs in the city.
Slag's really, I think he's getting a little too comfortable on that billboard. Like a little.
Oh, the people below him are getting too comfortable. If he's not there yelling at them, this is the first time he hasn't been whipping them for like a two minute period all day. I had to do his interview, you know.
Yeah, you're saying he's being nice right now, or this was their break from him.
Yeah, that was their nice little break because he had to do his interview. Now he's back to yelling. Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
also trolling an interviewer a little bit. He's like, oh, you know, Rasta died. He didn't die. He TP'd out. Slacks. You can't just trick a pro player like this. He was questioning himself. He's like, wait, Rasta died?
You gotta keep them on their toes, right? That game 2 wasn't close enough. They need something else to challenge them.
Yeah, that was cool what Skeeter said about the CK solution. What he's basically meaning is he's effectively tread switching. You know, he's lowering his HP temporarily by taking damage, but then life stealing back up to compensate for it. So that was kind of cool. Not to mention with IO. So if he has IO with it as well, it's the same. It's even more of the same principle. Heal him during the whirling death. Makes his lane a lot more stable than we expected.
One of the things he touched on is that they are really trying to experiment with different ways to deal with the Storm Spirit. That's a really important strategy for them. Obviously, they succeeded, but did it have more to do with other factors, or were they really just directly countering Storm?
Yeah, I feel...
The Grim does, but other than that, not sure.
Yeah, I think they had some good ideas for how to counter Storm, and obviously it showed because they managed to turn it around even when Storm was so far ahead. But the way he said that also made me feel a little bit like they're still like looking forward towards the major and like not wanting to, you know, reveal too many things. They're saying they want to try and see if they can counter the Storm, whereas, you know, this is a very big tournament on its own here. If you get the one spot that is available for the EU region, then that's a big deal. So for them to take down Liquid here, I think a really great start for Tundra.
Yeah, this is a qualifier for a $4 million LAN happening in July in Riyadh. In addition to this being part of a $10 million charity tournament where the teams are going to be contributing. Each Dota is contributing $2 million in humanitarian aid. And depending on how you place in this final tournament determines which charity you get to pick and how much money you get to direct towards them. So the Gaming Gladiators and Nigma game is still going on our B stream, but you guys just saw Tundra take down Liquid 2-0, which is new for Tundra. They have struggled against Liquid in the past, and they will face the winners of Gaming Gladiators versus Nigma, I believe, on Friday. I think tomorrow we will be watching the lower bracket games.
It's still going to be a really close match no matter what happens in the lower bracket, because Tundra did fine in the DPC. They barely qualified for the major, going 4-3, but Gaming Gladiators 6-1 from their last DPC season. They are inarguably one of the best EU teams right now, so I assume that they're going to be able to win against Nigma. If they don't, I'd be big surprised, but it'll be a tough matchup for Tundra in the next one. But Tundra also looked really good today, so that could make them very competitive.
And a report in from the B stream. So Nigma did take game 1, but Gaming Gladiators are looking pretty strong in game 2. So it's likely that's going to head over to a game 3.
That's just typical Nigma stuff, dude. Wait till they underperform for a while, and all of a sudden they're like, all right, let's remind everybody that we're still like a tier 1 team, you know? Yeah. That could be what's happening.
Kind of expecting them to hopefully show up in force, but Gaming Gladiators, it's just a tough matchup for him, I think, to get in the first match here, because I honestly do think they're a little bit of a tier above the rest of the teams right now, just in like current power level.
Not catch what that note was.
But yeah, I mean, good on them for taking game 1, but I still think their chances are pretty slim to take the series.
Okay. Well, we will have to see how that match shakes out. As we said, that is over on the B stream. I believe we are done with our action here today. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. As we said, this is part of a huge humanitarian relief charity effort with $10 million this year going to different charities. And Gamers Without Borders, over the years, we are now up to a $30 million charity mark. So head over to that B stream if you'd like to see what's happening in EU. Otherwise, we will be back tomorrow with games in all 3 regions, taking a look at those lower brackets. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you back here tomorrow.